Hello and welcome to RyugaXD. Today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Naruto and Hinata Were an Assassin Duo? Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Paris, France 1507. The full moon in the sky lit up the quiet streets of Paris. A few people were about the streets, most of them being the city guard. The few who weren't were courtesans plying their trade, or men and women stumbling home drunk from the taverns they had been populating. Near the great cathedral of Notre Dame, a man dressed in somewhat regal clothing was making his way towards the cathedral. He would look over his shoulder occasionally, as if searching for something or someone. But nothing was visible to the naked eye. Eventually, he made his way around the side and stopped as he reached a certain section of the wall. Looking around again to make sure no one could see him, the man pressed a certain part of the wall. That part of the wall slid in, and a clicking noise was heard. Suddenly a large section of the wall, big enough for a man to slip through, opened up. The man slowly slipped inside, and the wall closed behind him. All was silent and still for a moment, before a figure emerged from the wall of the nearby canal. The shadowy figure moved with purpose to the same section the man had just disappeared through, and quickly imitated what the first man had done. Within seconds, the secret door was open and the figure slipped through. The shadowy figure found himself at the top of a long steep staircase, with some torches lit along the walls. The figure seemed to scan the stairwell for something, before descending downwards. Further ahead, the first figure had already descended down the stairs, and was now in a large room filled with many stone tombs. He slowly passed them all, stopping at a wall in the back. The wall seemed just as normal as any of the others in the crypt. The man pulled a piece of parchment from his coat, and immediately began looking it over, unaware of the second shadowy figure reaching the crypt and hiding behind one of the tombs. The second figure slowly peeked around the corner, watching as the unaware man began tracing a finger over the wall. He slowly began to press certain parts of the wall, and those parts actually sunk in. When he pushed the last one, the entire wall slowly split apart, revealing a narrow, dank passage. The man stuffed the parchment back into his coat and quickly entered. His silent follower stealthily shot up and rushed into the passage after him, just before the wall closed behind them. The first man slowly made his way along the passage, following its twists and turns until eventually, the passage opened into a hall that stretched before him. The hall was mostly bare, save for pillars and torches in their wall sconces. At the end though was a raised stone platform, with a faded red cloth covering it. And lying on that cloth was two objects. The man eagerly rushed forward to the platform, and stopped as he reached it, admiring the two objects on it. One of them was a round, silver sphere, with strange glowing markings upon it. The other was a spear, the pole simple, but the spearhead decorative. Like the sphere, it was also silver, and also glowed with strange markings. The man grinned, as he slowly reached out to grab the objects. That is, until a voice stopped him. "I would not do that if I were you, senor." He whirled, his eyes widening as he saw the second figure step out of the shadow at the foot of the stairs. Now the figure finally became fully illuminated. The man was wearing a long crimson robe with splits in the front and back to allow for easy movements. He also had long sleeves, an open collar, and a hood that came to a peak. Underneath the robe he wore another closed collar shirt and black pants with boots. Over his robe, the figure wore a pair of steel bracers and a red sash around his waist. Over that sash was a belt covered with supply pouches, sheaths with throwing knives, and a pair of scabbards. One had a sword with a simple hilt and crossguard, and the other had a long knife. The belt buckle was shaped in a strange triangular design, with a rounded bottom. Finishing out the outfit the man wore was a cloak worn over his right shoulder and arm, a small crossbow slung on his back, and leather armor covering his chest, left shoulder, and boots. 1. The figure's face was half hidden by his hood, keeping his eyes in shadow. But the lower part of his face was revealed, showing a tanned, youthful face. He was grinning slightly, with his hands spread out. The first man snarled. "Assassin," he yelled, reaching into his coat and pulling out a wheel-lock pistol. Just as he prepared to fire it, a crossbow bolt smashed the firearm from his hand, causing it to go as it hit the floor. The first man glared at the assassin, who was calmly putting his crossbow away. "Francois Ansel," the assassin said calmly in somewhat rough French. Member of the French chapter of the Templar order, assigned to investigate the rumors of strange artifacts within Paris. "My name is Raphael Cortez, and I'll be the assassin assigned to stop you tonight." Francois growled at him. "You can't stop me, assassin." With these artifacts, I'll be invincible. I shall take over the Templar Order, wipe out your pathetic kind, and finally bring peace to the world. He spun around, lunging and grabbing the spear off the platform. As he did, Raphael rushed forward while grabbing his sword from its scabbard. Francois spun, stabbing at Raphael, who parried the blow in time with his sword and punched Francois across the jaw. The French Templar rolled over the platform and got up as Raphael jumped on the table and slashed down at him. Francois blocked the sword with the spear before Raphael was blown back by a sudden explosion of energy from the spear. Raphael managed to land on his feet, staring as Francois grinned almost insanely as he now held the glowing spear. Yes, I can feel the power now. The power coursing through this. Do you know what this is? He asked with a grin. Raphael slowly held his sword in a defensive position as Francois continued. This is the famed Spear of Destiny, the Holy Lance. The spear that pierced the side of Jesus Christ during the crucifixion. With it and that apple of Eden, I am invincible. I will take over the Templar Order and kill your pathetic rabble of assassins, and then the world will know true peace. Francois lunged at Raphael, who barely parried the spearhead to one side. He swung his blade around, going for a quick strike at Francois, but as his blade neared the Templar's arm, a strange golden energy erupted around him, deflecting the blow. Raphael's hidden eyes widened in shock before the haft of the spear slammed into his chest, knocking him back. Raphael rolled, bringing his right arm up and activating a small mechanism on the bottom of the steel bracer on his right arm. The mechanism went off, revealing it was a small pistol. The bullet smashed into the energy field around Francois, but was deflected again. Francois laughed madly as he rushed forward, swinging the spear down at Raphael. Raphael blocked with his sword and pushed him back. Francois growled and stabbed at him again. Raphael rolled behind him, swinging and striking hard and fast at him. Yet again, the energy field stopped his attack. Raphael quickly jumped back, creating some space between himself and Francois, while sheathing his sword. None of his weapons were having an effect, it seemed. The spear seemed to be protecting him with some type of energy field. Francois growled and lunged at him, trying to stab him again. Raphael grabbed the spear shaft and punched at Francois, who titled his head to avoid the blow. The two now held the spear shaft, and were struggling to pull the weapon from each other. Their struggle pushed them towards the stone platform. Suddenly, Francois smashed his head into Raphael's in a nasty headbutt. The surprised and stunned assassin fell back onto the stone platform, his hood falling down. This revealed his shoulder-length brown hair, pulled back into a ponytail, as well as his dark brown eyes. He shook his head, trying to clear it, only to grunt as he felt Francois pin him down with a foot on his chest. The French Templar grinned as he held up the spear, ready to stab down at him. "You will be the beginning," he said with a mad grin. "You are the beginning of your order's end." He raised the spear higher, savoring the moment before the kill. Raphael's eyes widened, before he madly looked to either side. His eyes locked on something to his right and he reached over, grabbing it. As Francois stabbed down, Raphael yanked the nearby sphere and used it to block the spear, knocking it so it stabbed into the stone platform. His left fist clenched and reared back, slamming into Francois' face and sent him flying back. He dropped the sphere on the platform, not noticing the two glowing with energy crackling over the surface of the sphere and the spear head. Francois slowly got up, drawing a knife from his coat. He growled, lunging at Raphael. Raphael blocked his arm holding the knife with his right arm, while he punched Francois in the face repeatedly with his left fist. He then shoved Francois against a wall, holding him there with his hand at Francois. "I take no joy in taking a life," he said quietly, as he raised his left arm. "But I do what is needed to protect the freedom of mankind," he said as he seemed to flex his left hand. As he did this, a foot-long blade emerged from the underside of his left bracer. He plunged it into Francois' neck, causing the French Templar's eyes to widen in pain and fear. Blood began to seep from his mouth, as Raphael retracted the blade from Francois' throat. Francois slowly slumped to the ground, blood seeping from his throat and mouth as he stared at Raphael. Slowly though, his eyes glazed over, and he slumped over. Raphael slowly knelt down and closed his eyes. "Descansa en la paz, rest in peace," he whispered in Spanish. He stood again, looking towards the stone platform. It was then he noticed the now high amounts of energy radiating from the two artifacts. His eyes widened as he lunged over to them, but it was too late. There was a sudden explosion of energy, sending him flying back. He crashed onto the floor, as the spear went flying by, crashing into the far wall. The sphere landed next to Raphael. Raphael groaned, slowly trying to get up, only to blink as he felt a pull. He looked up, his eyes widening in fear. Where the stone platform had been was now some type of tear in the very air. And it was sucking in everything in the room. Even now, the apple of Eden, the sphere next to him, began rolling forward towards the rip. Raphael struggled to back away, grabbing onto a pillar, as the apple was pulled into the rip, followed by Francois' body. Raphael grunted, as his body was slowly lifted from the ground, being pulled towards the strange anomaly. He felt the pull getting stronger, as he struggled to hang on. Eventually though, it was too much. Raphael felt his grip loosening, before he was pulled free. With a yell, he fell into the rip. A few minutes later, the hole disappeared, as the energy that fed it, built up from the contact of two pieces of Eden, burned out. Unknown place and time. A man dressed in the robes of a Buddhist monk sat on a hill overlooking a grassy plain. He was humming quietly, as he wrote in a scroll with a calligraphy brush. As he paused in his writing, he looked up, enjoying the afternoon. He smiled, his eyes closed. Those eyes snapped open though as he heard what sounded like explosions coming from above him. His eyes widened as the sky darkened, and lightning began to streak across the sky. Before he could even get up to head for cover, the sky seemed to split open, and a strange silver object shot out of the opening, smashing into the grassy plain below. Almost as quickly as it appeared, the opening disappeared. The monk blinked before standing up and grabbing his staff off the ground. He slowly approached the object that had crashed into the ground. Perhaps it was some strange meteorite? When he arrived at the crash site, he was surprised. There was a small impact crater, but there was no fire or debris. And the object he could now see was a sphere, made of what seemed to be silver with strange glowing runes. The monk slowly reached out with his staff and touched the object. After a few seconds he pulled it back and touched the end of the staff. Feeling that it was still cool, he knelt down. Very slowly, he reached out a hand, and touched the sphere. It was cool to his touch, so he picked it up, to examine it. He slowly began to turn it over, looking it over. His eyes widened as he saw the glow intensify. Before he could drop it, energy surged from the sphere and struck him in the eyes. He let out a scream of pain as the energy continued to pour into his eyes, into his mind. He felt such agony, that he had never experienced before. At the same time, he felt like his body was filling with fire. Fire that spread to every tip of his anatomy. This continued for a few minutes, before the energy faded, and the monk fell to his hands and knees. The sphere rolled a few feet away from him, as he remained there, shuddering and panting. The monk slowly lifted his head, panting, his eyes closed. But when they opened, his eyes were changed. Where once they had been black, they now were purple, almost gray, and had numerous rings in a ripple pattern. The monk panted, as he looked to the sphere. So much information was coursing through his mind. So much knowledge. And that fire from before. He felt it in his body. He had never felt this before, and yet it felt natural. As if it had always been a part of him. The monk looked to the sphere. This knowledge, this feeling in his body. He needed to understand it more. To understand what had been done to him. Slowly he grabbed the sphere and stood up. Whatever this energy was, he would need a name for it. Perhaps, chakra? That could work. It was upon this day that the man known as the Sage of Six Paths was born. 2. Another unknown place and time. The night sky above a village was filled with fireworks going off, illuminating the sky and the village. Below, the people were celebrating some type of festival, enjoying their merriment. Children giggled as they ran from stand to stand, while their parents watched over them. Young couples stopped to buy items, or slip into a quiet corner to make out. Older men and women stopped to talk with each other, reminiscing about their younger years. It was due to the fireworks and explosions above, and the merriment of the festival below, that no one saw the rip opening in the sky, or saw the figure falling from it. On the outskirts of village, inside a massive defensive wall that encompassed it, the figure hit the water of a pond within a wooded area, and sunk. A few moments later the figure burst from the water, swimming to shore where they collapsed, panting heavily. Rafael Cortez didn't know how long he lay there, but eventually, he felt some strength return to his body. He managed to pull himself further out of the pond, and onto the ground. He slowly staggered to his feet, holding his head. His whole body felt like it was burning, and his head was pounding. The sudden sound of an explosion forced him to look up, his eyes widening as he saw fireworks going off in the night sky. And they widened further, as he saw them illuminate a strange mountain that seemed to have massive faces on it. 4 faces, each overlooking what looked like a village in the distance. Raphael just stared in bewilderment. Where the hell was he? He had been in a crypt under Paris, And now he was in some type of field with a village in the distance, and fireworks going off. It made no sense. Grunting, Raphael slowly headed towards the village, hunched over a bit. Maybe they could help him understand where he was. As he walked, he felt the pain slowly leave his body. He still ached from the impact with the water and the frantic swim to shore, but the pain from his time in, whatever that was fading. He slowly stood straight, moving more normally. It took him about 20 minutes to finally reach the village. When he did, his eyes widened. There were hundreds of people milling about, in some sort of festival. They were wearing a variety of clothing. Most seemed to be wearing some type of decorative robes, with a few wearing normal shirt and pants in a variety of colors. Others seemed to be wearing some type of uniform, consisting of dark blue pants and shirts, and a green vest with a red swirl on the back. These figures also wore headbands with a metal plate on the forehead, with a strange emblem on it. This seemed to be some type of uniform, indicating they were soldiers or guards of some type. Raphael slowly slid into an alley, observing them. Wherever he was, it certainly wasn't any place he had seen or heard of before. Since when did people have green or red or blue hair? As he remained in the alley, a family passed by, stopping at a stall. He blinked as he tried to listen in on them. He stopped though, when he heard what they were speaking. Is that Japanese? He thought. His mind went back to a few years ago, to a woman he met from that country. A fellow assassin who had fled from Japan when a samurai killed her father and raped her mother. Her name had been Suiseki, which translated to the word tracking from her language. An excellent name for an assassin. She had fled from Japan by way of a fishing boat. She had come across an assassin cell in China, and they had accepted her into their ranks. After she became a full assassin, she had traveled to Rome, seeking more training from Ezio in how to start an assassin cell in Japan. During her time in Rome, she and Raphael had become friends. She had learned some rough Italian before reaching Rome. Raphael had helped finish her lessons in Italian, while she in return had taught him Japanese. Now, he tried to recall those lessons, and as he did, the words coming from the family began to make sense. Odo-san, can we go play the fishing game next? The family's son asked eagerly, as the father bought some food. Of course, Sochi. This is a special night after all, the father said with a smile, as they moved off. Raphael sighed quietly. He hoped he could remember his lessons. Otherwise this could be trouble, but this definitely could mean he was in Japan. Perhaps he could find Kuki again. Find out how he ended up in Japan. He needed more information. And the best place for that would be some type market or plaza. He wouldn't see anything from down here though. Looking at the buildings on either side of the alley he was in, he nodded as he saw imperfections and footholds. No windows though. That could be troublesome. But he'd find a way up. He turned and ran up the wall he had been leaning against, gaining enough height to grab an imperfection in the wall. He then moved to a jutting piece of masonry, before continuing his climb up, till he reached the roof, and pulled himself up onto the top of the building. Slowly, he looked around for a high point he could climb and scan the village. His eyes landed on what looked like a tall apartment building nearby. Nodding, he began to run in that direction. The people below didn't notice the robed and hooded figure running from rooftop to rooftop. But a group of 4 shadowy figures did. They had been racing along rooftops themselves, heading in the opposite direction, when they had seen the figure. The leader of the group of 4 raised a hand, and pointed in the direction of the figure. As one they followed, shadowing the assassin. Raphael soon reached the apartment building and began to climb to the top, quickly reaching it where he crouched down on its highest point. Slowly he began to scan the village with his eyes, taking in the layout as far as he could see. As he did, he stopped to admire the large mountain with 4 stone faces on it. Some type of monument. Definitely impressive. But when his eyes turned back to the village, he blinked, confused. He hadn't really noticed before, but the buildings, and the streets, they were illuminated in a strange manner. He had seen the lights, but assumed they were torches or lanterns. But now as he took a more serious look, he could see that wasn't the case. Many of the lights seemed to be some strange glowing sphere, that didn't waver like the flames of a torch or candle would. What were these strange lights? He shook it from his thoughts and was about to scan the village again, only to stop when he heard yelling. He turned to the general sound of the yelling, trying to pinpoint it. There seemed to be some sort of scuffle in a side street. Raphael bit his lip, before nodding to himself. Standing up, he looked down below to the street. Seeing a hay cart, he took a deep breath before spreading his arms and jumping. He somersaulted in the air and landed in the hay cart. Taking a moment to recover, he hopped out and headed down the street, drawing a few stairs. especially form the four shadows who had been tailing him. Raphael quickly headed to the street where he had seen the scuffle, and stopped at the corner of an intersection, peeking around the corner. What he saw made him freeze and blood boil. There was a group of people, each carrying an item of some sort. Knives, rocks, and a few carried broken glass bottles. They were yelling at a pair of figures in front of them. One of those figures was a small boy, perhaps 5 years old, wearing a dirty white shirt with a red spiral, and blue pants. He had blonde spiky hair, but any other features were hidden as the boy was cringing and covering his head with his arms. The other was a girl about 17 years old. She had violet hair in a strange, fan-like short ponytail. She had brown eyes that didn't seem to have pupils, and was wearing a mesh fishnet top with no sleeves, with a black tube top covering her breasts. She also was wearing dark-colored shorts, knee-high boots, and mesh armbands covering her forearms and elbows. She also had the headband he had seen others wear. She was gripping some type of knife, and yelling at the group before her. 3. Just leave him alone. The girl yelled at the others, gripping her knife. The leader of the group sneered. Look at this, boys. The snake whore is defending the demon. Why isn't that surprising? The others sneered and yelled. The girl growled, her eyes narrowing in anger. The only demons I see are the people who would pick on a defenseless boy. Just leave him alone. One of the men scoffed. Forget about it. We'll kill them both and rid this village of the demon and the traitor, he shouted as he rushed at Anko with a knife raised. The girl named Anko gripped her knife, ready to block. She didn't have to. The man was hit by a red blur from the side, smashed into the ground. The red blur became identified as Raphael, who proceeded to smash his left fist into the man's face, knocking him out. He got up and turned to look at the small mob, who now gripped their weapons. You will leave now, if you know what's good for you, he spoke in rough, almost broken Japanese. The leader growled. He's just one man. Get him, he shouted, as he rushed Raphael, his followers behind him. Raphael shook his head as he settled into a stance, raising both hands. The first man, armed with a rock, tried to smash it into his head. Raphael grabbed his arm and flipped him over, smashing him into the ground, before kicking back at the next one, his foot smashing into the second man's stomach. He rolled to one side, kicking the third assailant's feet out from under him before knocking him out with a rapid punch to the face. The fourth one came at him with a knife. Raphael grabbed his arms, twisting them around behind him and forcing the knife out of the man's hand. Grabbing it, he spun it, smashing the hilt into the man's skull. The leader came at him, armed with a butcher knife. Raphael flexed both his hands, causing two blades to emerge from under his bracers. He raised them, blocking the man's overhead swing before parrying it down and to the right. He smashed his left elbow into the man's face and kicked him in the chest. The leader of the small mob hit the wall of a building, only to find both of the blades coming from Raphael's bracers crossing over his neck, ready to slit his throat in a second. Raphael panted slightly as he stared at the man, before headbutting him, knocking him out. Anko watched the whole thing, amazed. This man had come out of nowhere and defeated the small mob within a minute. She didn't notice the blonde figure she had been protecting run away. Anko was about to speak, when four shadows dropped down, surrounding Raphael. Each was wearing dark blue pants and sleeveless shirts. They also each had gray metal bracers and some type of armored vests. Each also had a tanto strapped to their back, and wore a full face mask with what looked like a different animal design on each mask. Raphael blinked at these figures as each drew their tanto. The one wearing what looked like some type of bird mask spoke up from behind their mask. Sir, we must ask you to step away from the civilian and keep your hands in the air, he said. Raphael slowly backed away from the now unconscious man, his hands moving to his sides. As he did, he stealthily pulled some objects from his pouches on his belt. The bird-masked figure stepped forward. Sir, put your hands in the air or we will be forced to attack, he shouted. Raphael slowly raised his arms, hands clenched. As he did, he smirked slightly. That smirk triggered the instincts of all four masked figures. Take him down, the bird-masked one yelled. Just as they lunged at him, Raphael threw his hands down. The smoke bombs he had been concealing exploded, enveloping the area in smoke. The four masked figures jumped back, not wanting to be caught in the smoke and lose their target. When the smoke cleared though, there was no sign of Raphael. The four masked figures looked at each other and nodded before splitting up. Raphael was rushing through the crowd of festival goers, trying to escape. People were watching as he rushed by, some yelling as he almost knocked some of them over or crashed into them. Raphael kept running, only for his eyes to widen as he saw a cart blocking his path. Seeing no choice, he strafed left, jumping through a stand, causing the person running it to duck down. Raphael bypassed the cart and continued his run. Above, one of the masked figures had found him and was following him using the rooftops. As he did, he reached up to touch his ear. Found him. Raphael was moving down a side alley when one of the figures wearing a green vest and headband appeared in front of him. This man also had red eyes with strange black markings in them. Raphael blinked as the man made strange gestures with his hand, before his eyes widened as a massive fireball seemed to erupt from the man's mouth and shot towards him. Raphael turned, seeing an awning over an entrance to a shop. He grabbed it and flipped over, landing on it as the fireball went shooting by. Raphael jumped from the awning to a signpost sticking out, before climbing to the roofs. He began to run again, not wanting to look back. He didn't know what the hell that was, but it certainly wasn't something a normal person could do. Was it a power from an artifact? He didn't know. What he did know was there was now a fist heading towards his head. He barely managed to duck under it and spun, now facing his attacker. It was one of the masked figures, this one with a tiger mask. "Surrender now or I'll have to use lethal force," the figure said. Raphael's response was to raise his fists, ready to fight. The figure shook his head and charged at Raphael. Raphael blocked his first punch but received a second to the ribs. He grunted and grabbed the man's arm, throwing him away. The figure flipped in the air and bounced off a power transformer, shooting back at Raphael. Raphael launched a fast punch at the masked figure's head, only for his eyes to widen as the man disappeared in a poof of smoke, replaced by a log. He felt a sudden blow to the back of his head, knocking him to his knees. A kick to the ribs flipped him over, causing him to land on his back. He hit the ground and skidded, his crossbow falling loose. He struggled to get up, only to see the masked figure pin him down. His last conscious sight was a fist coming at his head, before all became blackness. The masked figure sighed as he stood over the now unconscious figure. He slowly reached up and activated his mic. "This is Tora. Tiger. Totori. Bird. Target has been subdued. Acknowledge. Remove all weapons on his person and take him to Anbu headquarters. I'll contact Hokage-sama about this," the leader said over the comm radio. Tora nodded to himself as he began to remove Raphael's weapons. It looked like things were going to be interesting in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, sighed and rubbed his wrinkled forehead as he walked down a corridor in the Anbu headquarters. He had been at home with his family, enjoying a rare moment of peace and quiet, when an Anbu had appeared and delivered the news. A small group of drunken men had cornered Naruto Uzumaki and tried to attack him, only to be stopped by Chunin Anko Midarashi. When the mob moved to attack her as well, an unknown assailant attacked them using nothing but an unknown form of taijutsu. When an Anbu patrol moved to arrest him, he nearly escaped using impressive free running and parkour skills. However, he had eventually been knocked out, restrained, and brought here. Sarutobi quietly looked over a scroll detailing what had been learned so far about this individual. The person wore some type of robe with leather-based armor and hood, and carried numerous weapons. Sarutobi glanced at a part of the report, detailing what had been removed from the captive. The assailant carries numerous weapons, almost all of which seem to be light and maneuverable. These weapons include: 1 sword of unknown design and origin, 1 dagger of unknown design and origin, 1 crossbow with quiver of 25 bolts, 1 pouch containing 2 smoke bombs, 1 pouch containing 10 unknown small metal balls and 10 small paper tubes filled with black powder, possibly explosives, 1 belt containing 20 small throwing knives of unknown design and origin, 2 bracers containing retractable blades. Right hand bracer also contains a hollow needle containing poison, some type of dart launching system, and an apparatus of unknown capabilities. Tactical analysis. Due to the light weight of the weapons and armor removed from individual, as well as the nature of quite a few of the weapons and items removed, assailant is possibly a non-ninja trained assassin. A scan of the assailant by a Hyuga has confirmed that assailant has chakra coils of sufficient size to be a ninja, but that no evidence of any type of training or control of chakra is present. Sarutobi sighed again at that. This man seemed to be an assassin of some type, but where he was from, and what was his target were the questions. Another question though was bothering him. If this man was an assassin, why did he blow his cover to protect Naruto and Anko? Why did he use non-lethal force against those civilians, when he could have easily dispatched them and left? Sarutobi shook his head as he approached the secure room where the man was being held. Outside stood 2 Anbu, rigid and at attention. Sarutobi nodded to them both, and one of them opened the door. The room inside was lit by only a single lamp hanging above a table. Sitting on one side was an imposing figure dressed in a gray uniform with a black overcoat and gloves. Over his head he wore a Konoha headband like a bandana, hiding the numerous burns and scars that decorated his head. This was Ibiki Morino, Konoha's head interrogator. Sitting across from him was the assailant. The figure was still wearing the robe, minus the armor and with the hood down. This revealed a young man, probably 17 or 18. He had tanned skin, with the beginnings of a beard growing in. His brown hair was shoulder length, but pulled back into a ponytail. His brown eyes were looking up, watching Sarutobi. Ibiki slowly stood up and walked over to Sarutobi, before whispering quietly to him. "Hokage-sama, I haven't been able to get anything out of him. I'm tempted to bring a Yamanaka in to do a mind dive, if we can't get any answers from him." Sarutobi nodded quietly. "Call Inoichi in. While you do that, I'll see if I can't get through to him." Ibiki nodded and headed out the door. As he did, one of the Anbu moved inside to act as a guard in case the prisoner did anything. Sarutobi slowly sat down, watching the young man in front of him. The man grinned at him. "So, what can I do for you, senor?" he asked. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. "What?" he asked. Raphael just smiled. "Pay it no mind. But I have to ask, is this how people who rescue damsels in distress and young kids are treated? If so, I'll have to remember not to do it again. Or at least, not get caught," he said in a joking voice. Sarutobi let out a sigh. "I do not wish to waste time with jokes," he said simply. "The only reason you are not being interrogated and tortured for information is because you were protecting one of my shinobi, and a child being unfairly abused. That can be changed quickly. Now tell me, who is your target here in Konoha?" The smile faded from Raphael's face and eyes, and he sighed. "Very well. I have no idea where I am," he said simply. "I did not come here to your village on purpose. One minute I'm in an underground chamber under a city. The next I'm falling into the woods outside your village. I was trying to get my bearings and locate some information when I ran into the mob problem," he said simply, sitting back. Sarutobi eyed him. "You expect me to believe that you just appeared suddenly? From out of nowhere?" Raphael shrugged. "I expect you to believe nothing. Accept my story or don't. All I care about is not dying or being imprisoned if I can avoid it." Sarutobi sat back. "Then please, tell me your story," he said simply. Raphael tilted his head back in thought for a moment, before finally speaking. "My name is Raphael Cortez. I was born in a country called... what's the word again? Ah yes, Spain. 1. Sarutobi blinked at that. "I've never heard of such a country," he said. Raphael shrugged. "That is not entirely surprising, I suppose. Cathay has been pretty much closed off to outsiders for centuries, hasn't it?" he asked. "Too?" Sarutobi blinked. "Cathay? What is Cathay?" Raphael raised an eyebrow. This country, or rather this area is known as Cathay to my people. Although, if I remember correctly, your people call it Nippon, or Nihon, yes." Sarutobi just stared at him. "This country is called Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire. I have never heard it referred to as Nippon," he said. Raphael's eyes widened at that. Okay, I think I can maybe clear things up," he said. "May I see a map of the world, please?" Sarutobi just sighed and signaled the Anbu inside the room. That Anbu went to the door and talked to the one outside, who nodded and disappeared. A few minutes later he was back with a map. The Anbu inside the room took it and laid it on the table, weighting the corners down. Raphael took one look and his heart stopped beating. He knew that maps of the Cathay region were still fairly raw and inaccurate, so the difference between a European map of the region and a native map of the region would probably be quite different. But what he saw here was far too different to simply be a lack of knowledge of the area. It could only mean one thing. Slowly, Raphael slumped back into his chair, just staring at the map. Then he slowly looked up at Sarutobi. "I think there is something very wrong here," he said simply. Sarutobi leaned forward. "What is wrong is that someone with a lot of assassin weapons attacked civilians in my village. Now I want to know how you got into my village, and why," he said, his voice dead serious. Raphael looked up at him. "I don't know, all right? I don't know. As I said, I was in a tomb underneath a cathedral, and then there was an explosion of energy and some type of hole or vortex that sucked me in. And then I'm suddenly falling into the woods outside your village. That's all I know," he shouted. Sarutobi watched him. "I see. And what proof do you have exactly of this vortex that brought you here?" Raphael growled. I don't have any. How can I prove a giant rip in the air dropped me here into your village? The Anbu tensed at Raphael's yelling and grabbed the ninjadu strapped to his back, but was stopped by a raised hand from Sarutobi. Sarutobi watched Raphael, who was looking at the map again. His body seemed to be radiating an aura of defeat. At that moment, the door opened and Ibiki entered with a man wearing black pants and a black long-sleeved shirt. He also wore black sandals with what appeared to be cloth or tape around the ankles, gauntlets over his forearms, and a green flak vest with numerous pockets. Over this he wore a red sleeveless coat. The man had long blonde hair in a high ponytail, and black headband with the metal plate and emblem Raphael had seen around town. Sarutobi looked up. Inoichi-san, thank you for coming, he said, getting up. The now named Inoichi bowed. Ibiki-san said you needed me to do a mind dive? He asked his leader. Sarutobi nodded. Indeed. I'm afraid that so far, my conversation has not turned up anything concrete. I need to know the truth. The Hokage turned back to Raphael, who looked up. Memories? How is he going to see my memories? He asked. Nobody answered. Instead, Inoichi began to make strange symbols with his hands. Raphael blinked, before suddenly he went rigid as he felt like something was entering his body. He slumped over, eyes half closed and glassed over. At the same time, Inoichi's body had slumped over, with Ibiki catching him and putting him in a chair. Sarutobi sighed as he watched the young man. I'm not sure exactly what to make of him, Ibiki. So far, it almost sounds like he was transported here from somewhere else. Like a summoning jutsu almost. While I find it highly ridiculous, I'm still wondering if he wasn't somehow summoned here. Ibiki turned to look at his leader. If that is the case, Hokage-sama, the real question is who or what summoned him here. I do not doubt though that he is not from any of the major shinobi villages. His weapons and clothing match nothing we've seen before from the other nations. And you would think if he was an assassin, he would be trained in ninjutsu and such. According to the Hyuga who scanned him, he basically has none of the signs of being trained in the use of chakra. Sarutobi nodded. This is all just too strange to understand. It was at that moment that Inoichi's body jerked, revealing he was back. His eyes shot open and he gasped, panting heavily. Raphael jerked as well, looking up. What the hell was that? He demanded. Inoichi ignored him as he turned to Sarutobi and Ibiki. Hokage-sama, you're not going to believe what I have to tell you, he said. The Rusty Kanai, Konoha. The Rusty Kanai was one of those types of bars that catered to shinobi. While there were bars that catered to civilians and shinobi, those serving as ninjas of Konoha couldn't talk as freely, since civilians and possible spies were about. Shinobi bars though were a lot safer. The staff always was retired shinobi, whether they were the few who made it to old age, or were suffering from a physical or mental trauma that kept them from active duty. One of the patrons of this particular establishment tonight was Kurenai Yuhi, a chunin in service to Konoha. The 19-year-old Kunoichi was dressed in a crimson bodysuit with no sleeves and the standard military green flak jacket. Her headband was tied around her forehead, with her long curly raven hair flowing past her shoulders. Her ruby red eyes stared down at the cup of sake before her, before she drank it. She didn't notice the presence behind her till they sat down on the stool next to her at the bar. She sighed as she glanced over to her right, seeing her probably closest friend. Finally get off duty, Anko? She asked in a slightly tired and slurred voice, indicating she was starting to feel the sake she had been drinking for the past hour. Anko Mitarashi grinned. Ah, don't be like that, Nai-chan. I got a good excuse, she said. Kurenai just sighed, as she signaled the bartender, ordering a round of sake for Anko. When she got her drink, Anko gulped it down and grinned. Good stuff. Thanks, Kurenai. Kurenai just grunted, as Anko pouted. Come on, liven up a bit. Kurenai just glanced at Anko, who sighed. It had been like this every year for 5 years now. On October 10th, Kurenai would find a bar and get drunk. She did it to try and numb the pain and memories of what happened this night 5 years ago. Her father had died while fighting the Kyuubi no Kitsune, a giant chakra entity of hatred and destruction, when it attacked Konoha. Kurenai looked down at her cup and filled it again. So what happened? She asked, sipping it. Anko grinned. Well, I was out patrolling the festival, keeping people from getting out of control, and I found this group of drunken idiots causing problems. Now when I stepped in, I think you can guess how they reacted, she said. Kurenai just quietly nodded. Anko Mitarashi was strongly disliked within the village. The sad thing was, she didn't do anything to earn it. But when you're apprenticed to one of the greatest traders of the village, people don't care about that anymore. Only one other person in all of Konoha received more hate and disdain than Anko. Anko just smiled. So anyways, it looked like they were going to attack me. When out of nowhere, this guy wearing this weird hooded robe thing or whatever came flying in, and just takes these guys apart. I mean, he took them all down in less than 20 seconds. And the last guy, he totally made him pee his pants. She broke into giggles, as she took another drink from her own sake cup and filled it back up. And then the Anbu came in since he was attacking civilians, and he totally gave them the slip. Whoever that guy was, he was pretty good. Kurenai raised an eyebrow at her. You're complimenting someone who broke the law and escaped from justice? She asked. Anko pouted. Well, he was arrested eventually. But come on, the guy came in, saved my butt, and totally took those assholes down. I can't admire that? Kurenai just grunted. So you're late because you had to be debriefed on the whole thing, right? When Anko nodded, Kurenai looked back at her drink. So what were those drunkards doing in the first place? Anko hesitated a bit before answering. They were about to attack Naruto Uzumaki. Kurenai tensed a bit, her drink partway to her lips. After a few moments, she finally drank it. That brat, huh? She asked, staring at the bar. Anko sighed, but before she could respond, Kurenai kept speaking. Maybe you should have let them have their fun, she said. Anko froze at that. She had never heard Kurenai talk like that before. Kurenai, he's only 5 years old. He's just a little kid. I'm supposed to let a bunch of drunken assholes beat him up? Kurenai shrugged. Everyone needs to take care of their grief some way, she said. Anko just narrowed her eyes. And what if it had been family or friends of the victims of Orochimaru's experiments? Should I just let them take care of their grief by beating me up? Kurenai looked at her. It's not the same, Anko. Anko just growled as she got up. You know damn well it is the same, Kurenai. I'm right behind Naruto on this village's shit list. You need to wake up and realize that Naruto isn't the reason your dad's dead. He's just the scapegoat everyone likes to use when they're not using me. She turned and stormed away. Kurenai tried to stop her, but Anko was gone. Sighing, Kurenai slumped on her bar stool. She glanced at her cup of sake, before leaving it with money for her drinks as she started to head for home. She would need to talk to Anko in the morning, if the snake-wielding Chunin would even listen to her. Maybe drinking on the anniversary of my dad's death isn't such a great idea, she thought as she stumbled home. Anbu interrogation room Sarutobi was rubbing his wrinkled forehead as he finished listening to Inoichi's report. They had moved outside the interrogation room for now. I'm really too old for this. So you're telling me he is from another world? He asked Inoichi. Inoichi shook his head. Not just another world, Hokage-sama. He's from another reality, another realm of existence. I saw everything he remembered. The people where he came from have no chakra or inner energy. None whatsoever. Even civilians here have very basic chakra coils. They might not be able to access their chakra, but they still have it. But in his world, chakra does not exist. Ibiki glanced through the observation window into the room, where Raphael was glaring in their general direction. He hadn't taken kindly to having the sanctity of his mind violated. And what is his role exactly? Inoichi nodded. He is an assassin, and I don't just mean he's a person who goes around killing people. He is part of a brotherhood of assassins. From what I could understand of his memories, his order works entirely by itself, with no connections, backing or funding from any village. They claim they are safeguarding the future and freedom of mankind, fighting against some mysterious shadow group. I believe he calls them Templars. Apparently these Templars are trying to bring about world peace by enslaving people and taking away their free will. And the assassins are stopping them. Sarutobi just shook his head. And you're certain these memories are authentic? He asked. Inoichi nodded. Believe me, Hokage-sama, I checked, double-checked and triple-checked his mind. There were no signs of these being false memories that he created, or that were implanted into him. These memories are 100% purely his own memories. Then how is it he has chakra? You said yourself according to his memories they aren't supposed to have chakra, Ibiki said. Inoichi sighed. I can't be sure, it might have to do with what brought him here. As he told you, Hokage-sama, he was in an underground tomb, stopping one of these Templar from acquiring ancient and powerful relics. There was a fight, and he slew the man. But during the fighting, the relics were activated, and their energy ripped open a hole that swallowed him up. His memories are mostly blank during his time in this hole or vortex, except for the memory of excruciating pain. Then he crashed into a pond, in training ground 14 I believe. It's possible that whatever chaotic energy was in the vortex transplanted chakra into him before it spat him out. Sarutobi watched Raphael carefully. And we have no way of sending him back, he said. Whatever sent him here is not something we can reproduce. In essence, he is stuck here, he said quietly. Ripped away from everything he knows, and cast into a world full of unknown dangers and secrets. Ibiki glanced at him. Hokage-sama, perhaps we can give him a home here then. Put him to use. He is obviously skilled at what he does, despite his age. With training in how to use his chakra, he could make a powerful asset. Sarutobi glanced at Ibiki. After a few moments, he quietly nodded. Perhaps, he said, before entering the room. Raphael just looked at him. So what now? Are you going to lock me away? He asked, his voice emotionless. Sarutobi shook his head. No, I wish to make you an offer, he said. Whatever it was that brought you here, it is not something we can undo. We don't know how to send you back home. But if you wish, we're willing to help you settle into this world. Raphael scoffed. And what exactly would I do? I'm the only one of my kind here. Sarutobi smiled. Not quite. You may be the only one of your order here, but you are not the only one trained to kill people stealthily. In fact, every shinobi under my command is expected to do such a thing one day, if they haven't already. We are ninja. It is our job, sometimes, to assassinate people. If you like, I'd be willing to offer you a job here in Konoha. Raphael looked at him. So what is it you'd want me to do exactly? He asked. Become your personal assassin? Take down targets who threaten this village in your rule? I will not become some cold-blood enforcer, if that is what you are asking, he said. Sarutobi sighed. I am not asking that of you. Konoha tries to be more diplomatic and peaceful. Or at least, as much as we can in this world. I would need you to assassinate people, yes. But generally it would be those who are threats to the safety of the people in this village, whether inside or out. I would ask you to take down those who would bring war and harm to the people I lead and protect. Is that too much to ask for? Raphael looked down a bit, before sighing. I need time to think about everything that has happened. My entire world has been turned upside down. Sarutobi nodded. I understand, Raphael-san. I will have you escorted to someplace more comfortable, where you may think about it. However, your weapons and armor will remain in custody for now, and you'll have an Anbu stationed outside your room. He quietly stood up. When you make your decision, please inform the guard outside your room. He will escort you to me. Good night, Raphael-san. Sarutobi exited the room, leaving Raphael to stare at the table. He barely looked up when one of the masked figures, similar to those he had encountered earlier, removed the shackles from his arms. His body seemed to move on autopilot as he was led to the upper levels of the Anbu headquarters, where rooms for VIP prisoners were kept. Raphael was led into a two-room apartment, with a couch that folded out into a bed. The second room was the bathroom. Raphael nodded to the guard after he was shown how the couch bed worked, and quietly laid down, as the guard exited the room and took up his post. As he lay there, Raphael's mind was going a mile a minute. His entire world had pretty much been destroyed. He was stuck in a world he knew nothing about, without any foreseeable way of getting home. What was he going to do? What could he do? He began to think about that. Currently, he knew nothing about this world, other than it seemed remarkably similar to Japan. At least, what he could remember of Japan from what his friend Suiseki had told him. He had no real skills beyond those of an assassin or a thief. And quite honestly, he didn't want to go back to picking pockets again, not unless it was part of a mission. The more Raphael thought about it, the more he realized the inescapable truth. That he was going to have to make do with what he had. And currently what he had was an offer from someone willing to utilize his skills. He closed his eyes, sighing. Perhaps he could work for this village, at least for a while. He slowly drifted off to sleep. Next morning Raphael groaned quietly as sunlight coming through a barred window landed on his face, waking him up. He slowly got up, mumbling softly, before glancing at the window. It was always one of his favorite times of the day, watching the sun rise each morning. He slowly walked over to the window, and held one of the bars, as he watched the sun slowly rise up. Letting out a sigh, he turned as the door opened and one of the masked guards entered with a tray of food. Breakfast, he said simply, setting it down on the couch bed. Raphael nodded as he came over. Thank you, he said. May I ask when your leader is available to speak to? The Anbu looked at him through the mask. I'll send a message to him. He'll send for you when he's ready, he said, as he left. Raphael quietly began to eat, and quietly prayed that the old leader was willing to accept the conditions he had. A few hours later, Sarutobi was in his office, when his secretary buzzed him. Hokage-sama, the Anbu is here with Raphael-san. Very good. Send them in please, he said. The door soon opened and in entered Raphael with his Anbu escort. Sarutobi smiled. It is good to see you, Raphael-san. Please sit. Raphael nodded and did so, before speaking. I've thought about your offer, and I'm willing to perhaps offer you my services. If you agree to some conditions I have, he said. Sarutobi sat back. Let me hear them. Raphael sighed. I'll agree to work for Konoha, but I will not accept assignments for targets that I do not consider legitimate targets. If you ask me to target a war-mongering noble who is trying to spread war and chaos, I'll do it. Or a weapons merchant who is supplying bandits and other such shady or illegal groups, I'll do it. Or someone who intends ill against this village or people in general, I'll do it. But I will not target someone who is not doing wrong. One of the tenets I follow is, stay your blade from the flesh of an innocent. That means that if you ask me to kill someone simply because you disagree with them, or because it will expand Konoha's power, or because you receive a mission for taking out such a target, I won't do it as it goes against my principles and beliefs. Sarutobi nodded. I can agree to that. I highly doubt I would order such an assassination anyways. Secondly, I wish for your permission to perhaps begin building a new brotherhood here in Konoha, and eventually expand it out to other villages. By recruiting other assassins, we can start to hand out assassination missions to those in other villages, instead of having to travel there myself. I also ask that any recruits I might draw in be allowed the same conditions I am asking for. Sarutobi thought about it. It will depend on who you recruit to your cause, but I think for now, I can agree to this condition, provided I am allowed to make exceptions based on recruits you choose. Raphael nodded. Agreed. Next, I will only answer to you or whoever your replacement may be. I will not answer to anyone else unless you put them in charge of me, agreed? Sarutobi gave him a nod of confirmation, and Raphael continued. Lastly, I want your word that if Konoha should violate my conditions that I have set, or that it becomes corrupt, me and those I may have recruited from this village are free to leave, or are free to take out those who are responsible for the violation or corruption. Sarutobi hesitated. That is a steep order, he said. But then again, if such a thing were to occur, it would likely be because I am no longer Hokage. I will write a document up now, and we shall sign it. He began to write the contract up, before signing it. Raphael bit his lip though. I'm afraid I can't read your language, he said. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. I see. Well, that does raise a problem, as you have no idea what I wrote here, do you? He asked. We'll have to rectify that problem and swiftly. For now though, I give you my solemn vow that what I have written here will not entrap you in any way, shape, or form. Raphael hesitantly took it, and signed his name. I will wish to see this document once I have learned to read your language, he said. Sarutobi nodded. I'll make you a copy so you can have it at all times. For now though, we shall see about proper accommodations, as well lessons in reading in this world, he said. I would also like to offer you the chance of learning some of our skills and abilities. You possess the means to do so, though it will take time and effort. Raphael nodded. I thank you for that, he said, as Sarutobi finished making a copy of the contract, which they both again signed, and he handed to Raphael. He then signaled the Anbu to come forward. When the operative did, he handed him a note. Please escort Raphael-san to the apartment complex at this address, and give the owner this note, he said. The Anbu nodded. Afterwards, please retrieve Raphael-san's equipment and have it brought to his apartment. The Anbu bowed. As you command, Hokage-sama, he said, before waiting for Raphael. Raphael bowed his head in thanks to the aged Hokage, before following the Anbu out. Sarutobi sat back, thinking for a moment. Raphael could possibly be exactly what he needed for a mission he had planned, but could never execute. But as he was, the young man wouldn't make it. Not yet at least. He sighed as he pulled out a small stack of papers, which listed which shinobi were currently available. He had a C-ranked mission for one of them. Finding the one he wanted, he buzzed his secretary and told her to send out a call for said shinobi. Meanwhile, Raphael found himself standing outside the door of his new home. The Anbu had taken him to the apartment and spoke to the owner, who after reading the note handed Raphael a key with a symbol on it. After some searching, Raphael found a matching symbol on one of the doors. He quietly unlocked it and entered. His eyes widened as he slowly looked around. It was a strange-looking place, at least to him. It had 3 rooms, consisting of a living, dining room, a kitchen, and a bedroom with a bathroom attached to it. But the items in the bathroom and kitchen confused him. There was a large construct in the kitchen that was cold inside, and a basin with a strange protrusion out of which came water. There appeared to be oven, but there was no room to build a fire to cook food in. The bathroom was equally strange. While he recognized the bathtub and the sink for what they were, he was fascinated by how they both had strange metallic protrusions that seemed to hold water in them. He was also curious about the strange ceramic bowl object that seemed to have a pool of water in it that was sucked into the bowels of said bowl when he pressed a metal lever. What on earth was it? And where was the chamber pot for when he needed to relieve himself? His musings were interrupted by knocking at the front door. He went towards it and opened it, finding the Anbu operative from before. "Yes?" he asked. The Anbu held out a large bag to him. "Your equipment," he said simply. Raphael's eyes widened. "Oh yes, thank you," he said, taking the bag. "Hokage-sama also wished for me to inform you that he is sending someone to teach you the basic things you need to know. You can expect them here in the next hour or two to begin your lessons," the Anbu said, before disappearing. Raphael just blinked, before shrugging and closing his front door. He went to the bedroom, where he set the bag on the bed and immediately began trying to find a way to open it. After some experimentation, he found a small metal strip he could pull on, which seemed to run along two metal strips. When he pulled it one way, the strips came apart and opened the bag. When he pulled it the other way, it closed. "Fascinating," he whispered, as he played with it a few times. Finally having enough, he began to remove his items from the bag and started to check them over for damage or missing supplies. While he was doing this, a somewhat angry figure was heading in his direction, mumbling under her breath. "I can't believe I'm being assigned such a stupid and mundane task. Damn it, Hokage-sama, what did I do to deserve this?" Anko Mitarashi was very pissed off, and with good reason. Her only friend had verbally stabbed her in the back last night, and when she had tried to sleep, her next-door neighbors had kept her up all night with arguing and then make-up sex. And this morning she had been called in to meet the Hokage. She had thought she was going to get a decent mission. Instead, she had been told she was going to tutor someone. On things like reading and history. She wasn't a teacher. She was a chunin. A damn chunin kunoichi. She just grumbled as she headed to the address she was given. Surprisingly enough, it was in her apartment complex, though on a higher floor. That would make things easier. She headed up to the apartment door and took a deep breath. "Time to get this over with," she said, before knocking. A couple minutes later the door opened and she looked up, only for her eyes to widen, because standing before her was the guy who rescued her from last night. Raphael blinked as he looked at her. "Hey wait, you're the girl from last night." Anko pointed at him. "You're the guy who took out those civilians, what are you doing here?" Raphael looked at her. "Well, I live here now, and I'm waiting for a tutor, and I'm guessing you're the tutor?" She just nodded a bit. "Why yeah, can I ask what is going on?" Raphael sighed as he moved to the side so she could enter. "It's a long story," he said. Anko entered as she glanced at him. "I've got lots of time it seems." Raphael closed his eyes, before indicating the couch that had come with the apartment. "Sit down then, and I'll try to explain. You probably won't believe me." Anko grinned. "Try me. I've heard everything," she said. Oh how wrong she was. Konoha, 2 months later. Anko mused quietly to herself as she ate some dango at her favorite cafe. It had been an interesting couple of months for the young kunoichi. First she learned that the man who had rescued her was actually from some other reality or something like that. A place with no chakra and apparently without things such as indoor plumbing and electricity. When Raphael had finished explaining to her where he was from, that first day she had gone to teach him, she had thought it was an elaborate joke or prank. However, after talking to the Hokage about it, she had learned that it was all true. Which led to her getting drunk to make sense of it all. Eventually though, she had come to terms with what she had learned, and had found Raphael to be a rather eager student. It had been rather amusing and embarrassing to explain certain things like how a toilet worked, and what a refrigerator was. But when it had come to things like history, geography, and learning to read and write, she had found him to be very studious. He had grasped the basics of reading and writing kanji, and was now working on becoming fully versed in being able to read and write them. She had also been present when the Hokage had done an assessment of Raphael's fighting skills. Raphael had been partnered against a chunin, with the rules that the spar would only include taijutsu and weapons. No ninjutsu or genjutsu. The chunin had started off the fight, launching a punch at Raphael. Raphael's response had been to catch the fist with his left hand, deliver a stunning blow to the chunin's stomach to drive the air out of him, then a vicious uppercut that knocked the chunin flat on his back. In an instant Raphael was on him, hidden blade at his throat. However, a second battle, this time against a Junin, showed that Raphael, while fast and skilled, couldn't match the sheer speed that a shinobi of Junin rank was capable of achieving. That's not to say the battle was one-sided. Raphael had remained defensive initially, using blocks and counters to open up the Junin to attacks. As he told Sarutobi and Anko, that was the style of an assassin forced into combat. If they could not escape or kill their enemy with the initial blow, they entered a defensive stance, maneuvering and waiting for the opportunity to strike. After finishing the assessment, Sarutobi had asked Anko to also begin instructing Raphael in utilizing his chakra, which Anko had gladly done, enjoying practical teaching over teaching academics. Every morning the two would head to a training ground, where they would work out, spar, and Anko would teach Raphael how to first access his chakra, and then how to control it. It had taken Raphael about a week to fully call upon his chakra, since he was unfamiliar with calling upon it. Afterwards, Anko had taught him the basic control exercise, the tree walking exercise. It took Raphael the rest of the month to master it, after which Anko started him on water walking. Raphael had been extremely grateful for everything Anko had taught him so far. In return, he offered to teach her some skills that might help her as well. He had started teaching the stealth skills of an assassin, how to blend with a crowd of people, to be able to move in the open without being seen. He also began teaching her free running and parkour skills. Most shinobi would scoff at the idea of learning these skills, when they could use chakra to climb the side of a building, or leap over obstacles and such. But Raphael pointed out a few problems. What's to stop an enemy from sensing the chakra being used to climb the side of a building? Or what if the shinobi's chakra was running low or was cut off from them for some reason? The ability to move quickly using only their muscles and endurance, and to be able to move fluidly through any environment, would be a huge boon in those situations. She grinned, thinking how things had worked out well for both of them, as she reached for another skewer of dango. She stopped though, as she sensed a figure behind her. She turned her head slightly. "What are you doing here, Yuhi-san?" she asked in a slightly annoyed voice. Kurenai mentally sighed as she sat next to Anko. She had wanted to apologize to Anko much sooner than this, but sadly she had been assigned a border patrol only a couple days after her small disagreement with Anko. She had returned yesterday evening, and now had sought out her friend to try and mend things between them. "I wanted to apologize to you, Anko. You were right. The Uzumaki kid shouldn't be punished for what he holds inside himself. It's not like he chose to be the container of the Kyuubi," she said softly. "And you were right about how you two are similar. I see now how you could take my words to mean that I was saying you should be attacked by those who were hurt by Orochimaru. I never meant that, and I certainly don't think that. So, I'm sorry," she said quietly. Anko watched her, before sighing. "I'll forgive you, but don't expect me to be all chummy right off the bat. It really hurt hearing you say those things. And I've already had enough people I thought were close to me betray my trust," she said. Kurenai nodded. "I understand, Anko, and thank you." Anko nodded, before grinning. "So, you remember that guy the first told you about? Who rescued me? Well, guess what? He's here in the village now," she said. Kurenai blinked. "Oh? Is he a shinobi?" Anko shook her head. "Not yet. It's really a complicated story, and you should ask Hokage-sama about it. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell or not, but I can say that I've been sorta training with him the past couple of months." Kurenai smiled. "Sounds a lot more exciting than what I was doing. Boring border patrol," she said. Anko grinned. "Oh, it was. Maybe I can show you what he taught me," she said eagerly. Kurenai grinned back teasingly. "Oh, does Anko-chan have a crush on the new guy?" Anko's eyes widened and she shoved Kurenai. "It's not like that, he's just been helping me, and I've been helping him," she said, growling. Kurenai just giggled. "I'll take that as a maybe," she said. Anko just growled. "Oh, shut up and buy me some more dango," she said, viciously tearing into her last stick of the sweet dumplings. Kurenai just giggled more as she ordered another plate for Anko. Meanwhile, Raphael was heading towards the Hokage tower. Instead of his normal assassin robes, he was wearing a long-sleeved shirt and pants with Zori sandals. Over this he was wearing a long coat. He had his hidden blade bracers on though, as he always walked with them, in case he needed them. The reason for these clothes was for two reasons. One, they were far more comfortable for simply walking around, talking and relaxing than his assassin robes were. And two, it also made him less conspicuous. He may be skilled at blending into crowds of people walking down the street, but even then his robes would be a beacon to possible enemy spies in the village. So when he wasn't training or on a mission, he would wear more normal clothing. He soon reached the tower and climbed the stairs to the Hokage's office. The secretary buzzed him in since she knew the Hokage was expecting him. Inside, Sarutobi was talking to a man with black hair tied up in a ponytail, a goatee. and a couple scars on the right side of his face. He was wearing standard shinobi pants, and what looked like a mesh shirt covered by the standard vest worn by Konoha shinobi and a ragged vest coat made of deerskin. He also had arm guards as well. Sarutobi looked up as Raphael entered. "Raphael-san, it is good to see you. Please, have a seat," he said. "This is Shikaku Nara, head Junin of Konoha." Shikaku nodded at Raphael, who bowed his head in return. As Raphael sat down, Sarutobi held up a file that had been sitting on his desk. "I know this might seem a little early, but I have a mission for you," he said, as he handed the file to Raphael. Raphael opened it, finding several reports clipped under a picture of a man probably in his 30s. Kasui Itama, cunning mind. He's a Chunin-ranked shinobi of Kumogakure no Sato. Almost 2 years ago, he masterminded Kumo's attempt to infiltrate and kidnap the heiress of the Hyuga clan under the guise of a treaty agreement. The Yondaime Reikage authorized the mission that this man came up with, he said. 1. Raphael looked over the picture and the reports under it. "Is there a reason you want him dead?" he asked. Shikaku spoke up at this point. The attempt to kidnap the Hyuga heiress was foiled 2 years ago by Hiyashi Hyuga, head of the clan. However, the kidnapper was the ambassador sent by Kumo. They denied any involvement and demanded Hiyashi in exchange for their, unjustly, executed ninja. The Hyuga instead sent Hiyashi's twin brother Hizashi. The reason for this is Hizashi was part of the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Every branch member of the clan bears a seal that protects the bloodline of the Hyuga, the Byakugan. Raphael blinked. "The what?" he asked, confused. Sarutobi coughed a bit to gain Raphael's attention. "It is a special bloodline ability of the Hyuga clan. They are able to use their eyes to see a person's chakra network, among other things. I'll have to make sure Anko teaches you about bloodlines and such after this mission." Shikaku continued. Since Hizashi had the seal, his bloodline would be sealed upon his death. Kumo wouldn't be able to study it or use it against the Hyuga clan or Konoha. Sadly, this has not deterred them, as a contact we have in Kumo has informed us that Kasui here is already in the process of beginning a second attempt to kidnap one of the unsealed main family members of the Hyuga clan. So, we want to send you in to take care of him. Raphael looked over the reports again. "How reliable is this contact?" Sarutobi answered this time. "The contact has been fairly reliable. They've been sending us info for close to 2 years now, and each bit of info has been completely accurate and helpful. However, this time they have requested extraction and asylum within Konoha, making us believe that they are a Kumo shinobi or citizen. Do you accept the mission?" he asked. Raphael thought about it for a few moments, before nodding. Sarutobi handed him a scroll. "The details of your mission. Your objective is to infiltrate the village of Kumogakure no Sato and make contact with our informant on the inside, codenamed Kage Neko. They will provide you with info necessary to get at your target. You will then target Kasui Itama and remove him. Recover any information inside his house, and then destroy any information you cannot retrieve. Lastly, extract yourself and Kage Neko from Kumo and return to Konoha." Raphael nodded quietly, as Shikaku nodded. "You'll be heading out tomorrow morning, to a small outpost south of the border with Yu no Kuni, where you'll pick up documents that will let you enter Kumo. After that, make your way to Kumo." Raphael stood. "I understand. How will I recognize Kage Neko?" he asked. Sarutobi indicated the scroll he had handed him. "The code phrase will be in there. I would suggest going in civilian clothes till you reach Kumo." Raphael nodded. "I understand," he said, before bowing and leaving, letting out a breath before he did. This would be his first assassination here in the Elemental Nations. And if there was one thing he had learned, it was not to underestimate the prowess or paranoia some of these shinobi had. Gates of Kumo. 2 weeks later, much like Konoha, Kumo was protected by a large defensive wall, which surrounded the village built into the base and side of a large mountain. The wall had only one opening, a massive gate with Kumo shinobi always on duty while it was open. Towards this gate came a large convoy of wagons. A merchant convoy from Shimo no Kuni to the south, bearing goods to trade and sell within Kumo's walls. As the convoy approached the gate, they were stopped by a squad of 4 Kumo shinobi, who approached the head merchant. "Gyosha-san, merchant. We'll need to examine the contents of your wagons for any smuggled weapons or black market items," the leader of the squad said. The merchant nodded. "Of course. Yohei-san, mercenary, please aid these men in examining the merchandise." A figure dressed in a dull brown cloak and hood with a battered-looking katana at his side nodded as he approached the ninja at the back of the first wagon. "Shinobi-san," he said, as he began pulling back the protective covering so the shinobi began to examine the contents. The shinobi began to inspect the contents of the wagon, followed by each wagon in turn. When they finished, the lead shinobi turned to them all. "Alright then. Remember, don't cause any trouble while within our village. We'll be watching all of you. Especially you, Yohei-san. Keep that blade of yours sheathed at all times," he said. With that, the wagons rolled into the village, heading towards the commercial part of the village. When they eventually arrived, the merchants began unloading the wagons as the head merchant approached the cloaked Yohei. "You did excellent work. Here is the money we owe you," the merchant said, handing over a couple stacks of ryos. Yohei nodded. "Thanks. I don't suppose you know where I can find a bar named the Drunken Thunder?" The merchant chuckled. "It's 2 streets down to the right," he said, pointing. Yohei nodded again in thanks, as he headed off towards the bar, passing through the busy streets of Kumo. Though no one noticed due to the shadow of the cloak hood, the man's eyes were subtly scanning the streets and rooftops as he walked. He eventually reached the bar and entered. He headed over to the bartender and nodded. "Nice fall weather we're having, huh?" he asked. The bartender blinked, before moving closer. "Yeah, too bad the leaves are changing," he said back. Yohei smiled. "Well, there are some places where the leaves never change." The bartender nodded. "I've got a friend who'd like to see that. They're in the back room." Yohei nodded, got a bottle of sake, and headed to the back room. The door was closed, but he knocked 3 times. After a few moments, the door slid open, and he entered. Inside he found a cloaked figure wearing a black Anbu mask with a Neko design on it. When they spoke, their voice was distorted by either a jutsu or a device on the mask, hiding their gender and identity. "I take it you're the one sent from Konoha?" the figure asked, after Yohei closed the door. Yohei lowered his hood, revealing he was really Raphael. "I am. You're Kage Neko?" The figure nodded. "Kasui will be out drinking this Friday evening. He does so every Friday. His guard will be lowered once he's inside his apartment. That will be the ideal time to strike. This map shows you how to reach his house from here. It also has the scheduled patrol routes of the shinobi patrols within Kumo. Kasui has no defensive measures applied to his apartment, so it should be simple enough to break in. I would suggest making a preliminary assessment of the target's apartment before you attempt to take him down." Raphael nodded as he studied the map. "What about getting out?" he asked. The masked figure chuckled. "I have that covered as well. Once you've done the deed, return here, and I'll handle getting us out of the village. I just hope you're good enough to handle the job," Kage Neko said, as they stood up. "You can stay here until it's time. The back door here will lead you to an alleyway. Good luck." Before they could leave, Raphael asked one final question. "Why are you doing this?" he asked, watching them stop. Kage Neko stood there, before turning their head a bit, as if to look back at Raphael. "Why am I betraying my village, you mean?" "Because a long time ago, this village betrayed me." With that they left. Raphael sighed as he sat down quietly. Well, that had been a cryptic response. He glanced around the room, before quietly slipping towards the back alley, raising his hood. Might as well get some scouting done while he was here. Meanwhile, in the Raikage's tower, built into the side of the mountain, Kasui was in a meeting with the Raikage. Kasui was in his mid-30s or so, wearing the standard uniform for a Kumo shinobi with his headband covering his hair like a bandana. However, his flak vest had a small kanji on the collar that said, "Strategy," denoting him as part of the strategic branch of Kumo's shinobi forces. It was their job to regulate battle strategies for the village of Kumo in times of war, and to come up with covert ops missions and internal security strategies in times of peace. Kasui wasn't the head of the strategy branch, but he was one of the most well-known and successful members of it. Currently, the Raikage, it was pumping iron as he watched the strategist shinobi. "I want a status report on Project Blind Eye," he said. "Of course, Raikage-sama. Initial planning for Project Blind Eye has been going well. I should have a finalized operation plan after the new year. I would suggest readying teams for training sessions." I looked up at him. "Excellent, excellent. And where are you keeping the information on your plan?" "Due to the recent security leaks, I've been keeping the information at my home, in a safe. Once the plan is finalized, I'll make a copy to be held in your personal archive for safekeeping." I nodded as he switched arms. Kasui began to speak again. "There have been some concerns, about her, Raikage-sama," Kasui spoke quietly. I froze, before he began pumping iron again, though his form was more rigid. "What concerns?" he asked. Kasui sighed. "She has not been socializing well, Raikage-sama. After her training was complete and she was assigned to a team, it was noted she was rather standoffish towards her teammate. She is working hard with them, but she tends to keep largely to herself. It is not good for someone of her status to be so antisocial. A finally set the dumbbells down on a custom holding rack. Even with the reinforced design of the rack and the reinforcement seals, the rack creaked and trembled slightly. I will speak to her about this. But given what she's gone through, can you blame her? He asked. Reikage-sama, I understand you feel guilt over what we had to do, but it was necessary, Kasui argued. Aside quietly. Was it? Was it really? He asked, before waving Kasui away. Unless we start seeing her behave in a negative way, she is free to spend her free time how she sees fit. Now go. You're dismissed, he said. Kasui sighed and bowed, before leaving. He quietly sat there for a moment, before shaking his head, dispersing the memories of the past. He quietly set to work on his paperwork, hoping it would drive away the negative thoughts and memories sprouting up. December 27th, 2 days later, it was night time in Kumo. The village was mostly quiet, save for those civilians and ninjas out partying late. It was also a cold night, which meant not many people wanted to be out on the streets. Of course, they were nearing the end of December, so it was understandable that it was cold. Since almost no one was out, no one saw the hooded figure sliding out of the back door of the Drunken Thunder. The figure headed down the alleyway and proceeded to head towards his destination. He remained in the shadows, leaving them only briefly to cross from one alley to the next, darting through the mostly devoid streets. On occasion he stopped and clung to the sides of whatever alley he was in, as a patrol of Kumo shinobi darted by overhead, or passed along a street ahead or behind him. Eventually, Raphael stopped as he found himself facing a large apartment complex. The building was at least 5 stories high, with numerous windows indicating the numerous apartments that made up the building. His hooded head turned this way and that, scanning the area, before he slipped from the shadows and moved quickly to the apartment. Instead of heading in though, he slipped to the alley between the apartment and a store next door. Once he was in the alley, the assassin slowly looked up at the side of the building, his eyes darting over every feature of it. He took a few steps back before rushing towards it, and then actually ran a few steps up the side of the building before grabbing onto a window ledge. Slowly and stealthily, Raphael began to climb, doing his best to avoid the windows, as his hands and feet sought out each precious purchase on the stone wall of the apartment. After about 10 minutes of slow and stealthy climbing, Raphael found himself outside the 3rd level of the apartment complex. Taking a deep breath, he channeled as little chakra as he could into his feet to hold himself in place, silently thanking Anko for that tree-walking exercise. He quietly counted windows, and when he found the one he wanted, he began to move over to that one, crawling up to the ledge of the window. He slowly peered inside, and found it completely dark. That wasn't surprising. If Kage Neko's information was accurate, Kasui wouldn't be back for at least another hour or 2. Raphael slowly moved up a bit, pulling out a small thin blade from a pouch on his belt. The windows were the type that the lower part slid upwards, and were locked in place by small rotating latches that locked into grooves attached to the upper part of the window. Sliding the small blade up into the narrow slit between the upper and lower parts of the window, he began to work at the latch, slowly rotating it until it was unlocked. Doing the same for the second latch, he soon had the window unlocked. He pulled out a larger blade this time from the same pouch, and managed to jimmy it under the bottom part of the window, prying it up far enough to then open the window with his hands. He quickly slid inside, closed the window, and locked it. He found himself in the darkened living room of the apartment, the only illumination being the light of the moon and the streetlights. Knowing that it was too dangerous to turn on the lights, he instead settled for pulling out a small candle-like torch from another of his supply pouches, and lighting it. He quietly began to examine the apartment, looking for any information on operations and projects the man might be working on. Initially, he found nothing simply sitting out, or hidden in any bookcases or drawers, but after 40 minutes of careful and thorough searching, he found a safe located behind Kasui's clothes. He examined it over, but ended up finding no weakness or way in. So instead, he returned the closet to the way it had been when he found it, and decided to wait patiently for his target to arrive. Perhaps the man might check the safe upon his return? Almost a half hour later, Raphael was rewarded with the sound of movement outside the apartment door. He heard the fumbling of keys in the lock, along with muffled cursing. Raphael quickly slid into a shadowy corner of the living room, where he remained perfectly still. Soon enough Kasui opened the front door. Raphael held his breath, as he watched his target stumble a bit inside the living room of his apartment. The ninja moved into the kitchen, where Raphael heard the sink being run and then Kasui drinking the water he had poured himself, before the man stumbled towards his bedroom. Quietly, Raphael slid out of the corner and stealthily followed. He stopped outside the bedroom door, which was mostly closed, and peeked inside. Kasui was at the closest, fumbling with the safe Raphael had investigated earlier. He heard the combination on the front being turned, and the safe opening, with Kasui making a satisfied grunt. It was then he made his move. Kasui didn't even have time to react, as he felt one hand covering his mouth before a sharp pain ripped through his chest. He weakly struggled, even as he felt the life fade from him, before the world went dark. Raphael slowly retracted the blade of his left bracer from Kasui's heart, as he slowly began to lower the man to the ground. "Descansa en la paz," he said, as he closed Kasui's eyes. He shook his head quietly as he turned to the safe, and began pulling the files and scrolls inside. Slowly he began to look over them, before nodding and stuffing them into his robe. He closed the safe and locked it, before turning off the lights in Kasui's apartment. He slipped out the window and closed it, and again jimmied the locks into place as best he could, before scaling down the side of the building. Raphael had completed his first assassination within the Elemental's nation. Little did he realize he had assassinated Kasui on the second-year anniversary of Kumo's attempt to steal the Byakugan. An hour later he was slipping into the back room of the Drunken Thunder, where Kage Neko was waiting for him. He nodded to them. "It's done," he said quietly. Kage Neko just nodded. "I've set up a series of low-level explosives to go off in exactly 20 minutes. They'll make a lot of smoke and noise, drawing a lot of attention into thinking they're explosions and fires. We'll use the chaos to flee the village." Raphael nodded. "Then let's get moving," he said, nodding to the door. The two of them slipped out into the shadows of the alleyway, and began heading towards the front gate, keeping to the shadows of the buildings and alleyways as they did so. It took them the better part of their 20-minute limit to arrive near the gates of Kumo. Standing guard were 4 Chunin-level shinobi, who were watching the road outside the village. Raphael glanced at Kage Neko, who checked a watch on their wrist, before looking up. She held up a hand for silence, as they waited. 2 minutes later, loud explosions erupted on the east side of the village, and smoke could be seen rising above the buildings. Numerous shouts could be heard arising through the village, before an alarm went up. The Chunin immediately began reacting. The leader of the quartet ordered 2 of the others to start closing the gate using the seals that controlled the massive wooden constructs. Kage Neko nodded at this. "We'll need to get out of the gate and fast. The guards will probably tail us, so we'll have to be quick." Raphael grinned. "Not necessarily," he said, grabbing 2 objects from his pouches. "I'll need to see about finding more of these back in Konoha. Go now," he shouted. The 2 made a break towards the gate, which was half closed. The 2 Chunin not sealing the gate saw them, and grabbed kunai. However, Raphael let loose with the 2 objects in hand. One landed at the feet of the 2 Chunin and exploded, enveloping them in a cloud of white smoke that instantly burned their nostrils and throats. The other one landed behind them, in the still closing gate. The 2 clouds of smoke obscured Kage Neko and Raphael as they rushed through the closing gate. Mere seconds afterwards the gates were close, cutting off pursuit. Raphael grinned as they sprinted away from Kumo, now a massive hive of activity. "I never did give you my name, did I? Raphael Cortez, at your service." Kage Neko looked at him, before removing the mask and hood they wore, revealing a young 15-year-old teenage girl with long blonde hair in a braid, and black eyes. "I'm Yugito." "Yugito ni," she said, as the 2 quickly left Kumo behind. Kumo. 2 hours later A was reading over the report delivered to him about the incident on the east side of the village, as well as the gate. "Can someone please explain to me how 24 mock explosions were set up and triggered without anyone noticing? Not to mention how 2 people were able to escape out of Kumo without being identified at all?" The Anbu who had handed in the report spoke up. "Reikage-sama, the items used to simulate the explosions was simple high-yield smoke bombs attached to noisemaker tags. They were easily hidden in numerous areas all over the east side of the village. As for the incident at the gate, they were caught off guard, and before they could get a clear look at the escapees, they were blinded by smoke bombs that not only blinded the Chunin, but severely irritated their breathing passageways, incapacitating them." A growled in frustration. "But why? What was all this for? I want the entirety of the Strategic Shinobi Corps in here on the double," he shouted. The Anbu bowed his head and disappeared, as a sat back. What was the reason for all this? Was it spies, seeking information and making their escape? Was it a reconnaissance mission from one of the other villages? Was it a defection attempt by some of his shinobi? He had already sent out 3 squads of Anbu to try and bring the 2 mysterious figures in. Hopefully he'd have some answers, and soon. Within 10 minutes, several members of the Strategy Corp had arrived in his office. Scowled as he noticed Kasui still hadn't arrived. Damn that man. He's probably hung over at his apartment, the Reikage snapped, only to blink as the Anbu appeared. Reikage-sama, Kasui was found dead in his apartment. Someone stabbed him through the heart from behind. However, we can find no sign of forced entry. We also found a safe in his closest, but upon forcing it open, we found no signs of any valuables or documents. His eyes widened in realization. That's what it was, he said quietly. It was an assassination. The distraction on the east side of the village, it was so whoever took out Kasui could escape, before Kasui was discovered and the village went on lockdown. One of the strategy ninjas nodded. It makes sense, Reikage-sama. By why strike at Kasui? While he was one of the more brilliant minds of the Strategy Corp, he remained pretty anonymous. Why would they target him and not one of the higher-up members? A turn to look out the window. Because somehow, someone knew what Kasui was working on. More than likely, someone found out about Project Blind Eye, and moved to put a stop to it by taking out its creator. Konoha, one of the other shinobi snarled. But how could they have known? I looked down slightly. Because we either had, or still have a traitor in our midst. Someone from Konoha, or one of our own shinobi sent them the information. Begin an immediate sweep of the village. I want every shinobi accounted for. The shinobi dispersed to carry out his orders, as they looked out the windows of his office, in the direction of Konoha. This round goes to you, Konoha. The next one will not. Konoha. 5 days later, Raphael sighed softly as they neared the gate. It was good to be back. It had been a tense 5 days escaping from the pursuing Kumo ninja. They had gone to a Konoha safe house within Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, after Raphael had blindfolded Yugito for security reasons, where they had donned disguises and snuck out of town. They had done their best to avoid Kumo patrols, which had seemingly tripled by the next day, making Raphael suspicious. He had expected an increase in enemy patrols when they discovered the body of their assassinated shinobi, but not this number. There had been a few close calls, but they had finally slipped over the border, and were able to pick up the pace heading towards Hai no Kuni, Fire Country, and Konoha. Thankfully, his traveling companion had made things less tedious. She had slowly opened up a bit during the trip there. While he didn't know her life story, she had revealed a few things about herself. She had been curious about him, since she had never really seen anyone dressed the way he had, or armed with some of the weapons he was armed with. He had explained a few things he was willing to trust her with, and had even offered to help her train a bit in Konoha after she had settled in. Raphael shook these thoughts as he presented his identification papers to the Chunin gate cards. I have business with Hokage-sama, as does this lady with me, he said. Yugito had discarded her headband, and currently had her hood up, though she was without her mask. One of the Chunin, who had bandages covering the bridge of his nose, nodded. All right, you can pass, he said, waving them through. Raphael gathered his papers and they headed off. As they walked through the streets, Yugito looked around, taking in the sights. This village seems far more like a civilian village, she commented to him. Raphael had noticed that too, after his time spent in Kumo. While there were civilians within Kumo, the majority of the buildings and business centered on the civilian populace were located roughly in one section of the village, while the rest of the village contained many buildings centered more on shinobi. Konoha seemed more like a giant civilian village with some shinobi structures scattered here and there. Raphael shrugged. Difference in priorities, I guess, he said. Konoha seems far more interested in peaceful enterprise and diplomacy than it does war. Yugito sighed. That's not a good attitude for a shinobi village to have. It makes me wonder how they've remained such a dominant power for so long. Raphael just gave another shrug as they arrived at the Hokage's tower. He quickly escorted her up the tower to Sarutobi's office, where they waited for the secretary to announce them. After a few minutes they were allowed in. Sarutobi looked up at them. Raphael-san. Our scouts along the border detected the increased activity of Kumo shinobi. I take it the mission was a success? He asked. Raphael nodded as he pulled out the files he had taken from Kasui's apartment. Here is all the information the man had with him. He was working on a mission called Project Blind Eye. There are other reports as well. Sarutobi took the file. Excellent work. Thank you for your aid, Raphael-san. You are dismissed. As Raphael bowed and left, Sarutobi turned to her. And you must be Kage Neko? He asked. Yugito stepped forward. Hokage-sama, I am Yugito ni, former Chunin of Kumogakure no Sato and Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Bakaneko, two-tailed monster cat. I seek asylum within the walls of your village, she said. Sarutobi's eyes went wide. Did you say, Jinchuriki of the Nibi? He asked quietly. Yugito braced herself for the worst. Yes, I did, she said. Her whole frame was tense, as if ready to run. Sarutobi quietly cursed at this. It was one thing to give asylum to a genin, shunin or even low-level junin shinobi. It was another matter entirely to give asylum to a jinchuriki. This would cause major problems with Kumo, and possibly within the village itself. I see, this is a rather serious problem. This could lead to war with Kumo, if they found out you were here, he said. Yugito nodded. I understand that Hokage-sama, but I think there is a way around that part of the problem. If you look through Kasui's files, you'll find he was also working on other operations to infiltrate Iwa, as well as plans to send teams into Kiri to liberate prisoners of the Bloodline Purge. If you were to hold onto those reports, you could use them as leverage against Kumo. Sarutobi blinked before quickly diving into the files. He soon came up with those plans. So I see. Well, that deals with Kumo. But there is still the matter of problems here, he said, as he quietly laced his fingers and looked over them at the pair. I will need to inform the council of who and what you are, and they will no doubt wish to exploit you. Yugito growled softly. Do they want to end their chances of gaining my power? I have a full partnership with my Biju, one that I worked hard for, to earn her respect and even friendship. If they wish to try and turn me into a tool, I'll happily leave and lend my power to another village. Remind them of that little fact, Hokage-sama, she spat out. Sarutobi smiled quietly. You remind me of someone who was taken far too early from this village, he said. If you are willing to serve a probationary period, and become a shinobi of Konoha, I will grant you asylum. I again warn you though that there are those who may try to exploit you whether through legal or illegal means. And others will not receive you well. Konoha is still suffering from the Kyuubi attack from 5 years ago. Yugito bit her lip, as she thought about it. She didn't like the idea of people hating her for what she was. But she would at least have one person she could turn to, in the form of Raphael, yes? And Konoha had a jinchuriki as well. Perhaps she could talk to them. She finally turned to the one being she trusted most. Matabi, what do you think? Inside her mind, she heard a deep female voice respond. I think that if the Hokage remains true to his word, you should accept. He's offering you pretty much the chance to lead a mostly normal life, if you wanted to. I doubt many other villages would accept that. Yugito mentally nodded. I accept, Hokage-sama. He smiled and nodded. Excellent. I shall call for a council meeting as quickly as possible. Until then, I would like for you to remain at the Anbu headquarters, as it is probably the safest place for you. Until after I have finished informing the council. Welcome to Konoha, he said, handing her a Konoha headband. She took it and slowly tied it around her forehead. Thank you, Hokage-sama, she said. Meanwhile, Raphael was busy walking through one of Konoha's parks. After an assassination, he liked to take a walk and clear his head, to help deal with the fact that he had taken another person's life. Being an assassin wasn't easy. A lot was demanded of those who followed the creed. He was pulled from his thoughts when he heard some yelling nearby. Curious, he headed towards it. What he found made his blood boil. 3 boys, probably 10 or so years old, were laughing as one of them had shoved a small 5-year-old girl into the ground. Said girl was wearing a kimono, and had short indigo blue hair. Her eyes were closed as tears fell from her face, while she was constantly whimpering the word, sorry, over and over again. This'll teach you and your clan to think you're all better than everyone, one of the boys shouted, as he shoved her face into the ground again. The girl let out a fresh batch of tears, as the boys laughed loudly. Raphael growled, and prepared to step in when he was beaten to the punch. A small rock struck one of the boys in the back of the head. Leave her alone, shouted a small blur that smashed into one of the boys. Raphael blinked as a blonde-haired boy, probably no older than the girl being tormented, started pummeling the boy he had smashed into. The other 2 quickly let the girl go and rushed over, trying to grab the small blonde boy. They soon yanked him up, and the one who the blonde boy had been attacking stood up, nursing a bleeding lip. Well well. The little monster comes to the stuck-up princess's defense, he said, growling. The blonde boy just growled. Leave her alone, you jerks. The boy smirked before punching the younger boy in the gut, making him double over in pain. The boy smirked at that. Not so tough now, huh? Look at what's happening to the little hero. He sneered as another punch took the blonde to his knees. He was raising his fist to punch the blonde again when it was caught in a bigger and stronger fist. That is enough, Raphael growled angrily, holding the boy's fist in place. The 3 bullies stopped, seeing this tall, intimidating figure, who also had some intimidating weapons. The two quickly moved away from the downed blonde, as Raphael maneuvered the one he had caught away from him, then lightly shoved him away. "I catch any of you bullying someone like that again, I won't be so nice," he yelled at them, as they ran off. Sighing, he turned to the two children. The girl had gotten up off the ground and was trying to help the blonde up. Now that her eyes weren't closed, Raphael could see they were lavender-colored, and had no pupils. "Are you okay?" she stammered out, her voice worried. The blonde nodded. "Yeah, I'm okay," he managed to say, holding his stomach in pain. "What about you?" The girl blushed, poking her fingers together as she looked down. "I'm better. TT, thank you for saving me," she said. The boy grinned. "Hey, it's no problem. I'm Naruto Uzumaki." The girl was just about to open her mouth when a voice called out to her. "Hinata-sama, there you are." The two children and Raphael looked up as a man with short brown hair hidden under his headband, tied in a bandana style. He also had pure white eyes, similar to the now named Hinata. Hinata gasped. "Keiko-san," she said. Ko came over. "Hinata-sama, what happened to you?" he demanded, glaring at Raphael and Naruto. "Did they do this to you?" Hinata quickly shook her head. "And no, Ko-san, they saved me." Ko blinked. "I see. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions," he said. "I am Ko Hyuga of the Hyuga clan, and this is Hinata Hyuga, the heiress." Raphael raised an eyebrow, remembering Sarutobi and Shikaku mentioning the Hyugas when he was being briefed on his mission. "It's nice to meet you both. I am Raphael Cortez." Ko nodded. "I thank you both for helping Hinata-sama. I must get her back to the clan compound though. Please come along, Hinata-sama." Hinata bit her lip and nodded, but not before turning to them both. "TT, thank you for saving me," she said, bowing. Naruto just grinned. "No problem," he said, while Raphael bowed in return. With that, Ko began to lead Hinata away, though the young girl did look back at Naruto before they disappeared. Raphael turned to the small boy, who was blinking up at him with vivid blue eyes. "You alright?" he asked, studying the strange whisker-like birthmarks on the boy's cheeks. "Yep. Those jerks were weak," he said, grinning. He blinked. "Hey wait, you saved me, on my birthday," he said. Raphael raised an eyebrow, before both eyes widened. "You were that boy, who Anko-san was defending?" Naruto nodded. "That was me. Can you teach me?" he asked eagerly. "You beat those bad men, and it was cool. Teach me please." Raphael raised an eyebrow. "You want me to teach you? You mean how to fight and stuff?" Naruto was practically bouncing up and down. "Yeah, I want to be super cool, like you and the old man. Then everyone will respect me." Raphael chuckled at his enthusiasm. "I like your spirit. Maybe I can teach you some stuff. With your parents' permission, of course," he said. Naruto's good mood vaporized and he looked down. I don't have any parents. I'm an orphan," he said. Raphael's eyes widened. "You mean you have no one?" he asked. Naruto shook his head. "No, the mean lady at the orphanage kicked me out, and the old man got me an apartment. No one wanted me." A couple tears were falling from his eyes as he said that. Raphael lowered his head a bit, his hood completely shadowing his face. He found it rather ironic. Him, an orphan, had been rescued off the streets of Rome by Ezio. And now here he was, given the chance to, in a way, do the same. Slowly, he looked up at Naruto. "I can teach you. If you promise to work hard, and listen to what I say," he said. "I won't teach you everything I know. What I know, it's only if you want to follow the same path as me. But there are some basic things I can teach you. Do you agree?" he asked. Naruto nodded eagerly, as Raphael smiled. "Then meet me back here tomorrow at 8 in the morning. We've got work to do." It was early the next morning. Raphael was waiting quietly in the park, waiting for Naruto to arrive. He smiled, watching the sun rising in the sky as he waited. He grinned as he heard hurried footsteps behind him. He turned, seeing Naruto rush over. "I'm here, sensei," he panted, leaning over. Raphael smiled, as he studied Naruto. The young boy was dressed in dark pants, a sort of dull dark blue, with a white shirt with a red spiral on it, relatively good clothes for training. He approached Naruto. "I'm glad you were on time, Naruto. Now come with me and I'll explain what I'm going to train you in," he said, as he began to walk away. Naruto quickly fell in step with him. "What I'm going to do is simple, Naruto. I'm going to train you in the basics of unarmed combat. I believe shinobi call it taijutsu. I'll also teach you some exercises to make you stronger and faster, Raphael said. Naruto grinned. Will I get cool blades like those ones that came out from under your arms? He asked excitedly. Raphael shook his head. I'm afraid not, Naruto. These blades are reserved for those who follow the creed of the assassins. The only way you could have one of your own would be to join the assassins. I will train you in basic things that are not specifically part of the assassins. Afterwards, once I have run out of things to teach you, we will see if you have potential. I will warn you though, being an assassin is not about being famous or strong. It's about being committed to ideals and a cause that others may hate you for. It is not for those who are not ready to commit to it. Naruto nodded, a little shaken. Raphael smiled, wanting to cheer him up. I will also be teaching you other things as well. If you are going to become a ninja, you'll need to be smart as well as strong. And, you can join me in learning basics of chakra, such as control, he said with a grin. Naruto became excited about that, with a huge grin. He became even more excited when they arrived at a training ground. Anko was busy sitting on a tree branch, her legs crossed in front of her as she leaned back against the tree trunk, chewing on the last bit of dango. She saw Raphael approach and flung the empty skewer at his feet. You're late, she said, hopping down. And what's with the shrimp? She asked, before blinking. Wait, you're Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto blinked. And you're the dango lady who protected me from those jerks. Anko grinned, puffing her chest out a bit. That's me, kid. Anko Mitarashi, at your service. But what are you doing here? He hopped up and down excitedly. Raphael sensei is going to teach me some stuff, he said with an excited grin. Anko raised an eyebrow while Raphael shrugged. I saw him trying to defend a little girl getting bullied yesterday, and I thought he deserved some training. I also thought you could give him a hand as well, with chakra training. The purple-haired Chunin rubbed the back of her head. Wheel, I guess I could, she said with a grin. Alright then. Why don't you get him started on training and stuff, and then we'll work some more on your chakra control. Raphael nodded as he turned to Naruto. Alright then. Let's start off with some basic exercise, alright? He asked. So he got Naruto going on stretches, and basic exercises like push-ups and sit-ups, before ordering him to run 5 laps around the clearing they were in. The clearing wasn't especially large, but it was big to a 5-year-old, and was surrounded by trees on 3 sides. So while Naruto was running the laps, Anko was helping Raphael refine his chakra control. Once Naruto finished the laps, he collapsed, panting heavily. Raphael gave him some water and let him rest, before having him stand back up. What I'm going to teach you, Naruto, is a very defense-oriented fighting style, Raphael said, only to see Naruto's confused face. Raphael mentally smacked his forehead before choosing simpler terms. I'm going to show you a way to fight that relies on you stopping or dodging your enemy's attack, and then striking back at them when there is an opening, okay? Naruto nodded eagerly, as Raphael got into the stance, sliding his left foot back a bit and bringing his hands up to about face height, the left hand behind the right. Now if Anko-san would mind assisting me by attacking me? He asked. Anko smirked as she moved forward, launching a quick striking jab at Raphael. The assassin shifted, blocking and deflecting the attack to one side before throwing a quick punch at Anko, who managed to jump back in time. She went in again with flurry of jabs and strikes, all of which Raphael either deflected or dodged either to the sides or back away from. He waited till he had deflected one particular strike before moving in, striking at her arm near the shoulder, then her side, then at her face, stopping short from hitting her. He stepped back and nodded before looking to Naruto. You see, the trick is to absorb the enemy attacks, or avoid them, until you either see an opening to attack with, or you can create an opening to attack with. Of course you can attack if your enemy doesn't have a strong defense, and end the fight there. The whole point of this style of fighting is to find that moment when you can end the fight quickly. You understand? Naruto blinked. I think so, he said. Raphael grinned. Then let's get started. First, assume this stance, he said, showing him. Naruto tried to mimic him, but Raphael stopped him and reversed it. Sorry, I'm left-handed. You'll want to do what I do with the opposite side, he said. Naruto nodded as Raphael finished fixing his stance. Alright then. Now let's work on blocking. I'm going to punch lightly at you, so you block for now, okay? He asked. Naruto nodded eagerly, and Raphael began to lightly punch at him. Naruto worked on blocking the punches. Raphael nodded as he continued to lightly punch. Very good. This has the added benefit of slowly toughening your arms up. It won't do you any good to be able to block if your arm muscles aren't tough enough to take the blows, he said. Naruto nodded as Raphael sped up a bit, punching a little bit harder. Naruto kept blocking, until Raphael stopped. Alright. Now try deflecting. Instead of just taking the blow, trying to knock the blow to the side, or move your arms so it slides off to the side. Ready? Anko smiled as she watched Raphael work with Naruto. He seemed to be a natural teacher. However, none of them were aware of the figure watching, before disappearing into the trees. Konoha Council Chambers. Later that day Sarutobi sighed as he sat down, examining those present in the room. Yesterday, he had sent out summons to the council members to appear today for a special meeting. The council was made up of 3 parts. The civilian council was made up of representatives voted from the civilian population. They represented the various business and utilities that were run by and maintained by civilians. It was their job to advise the entirety of the council on situations involving the civilians, and to offer up legislation involving civilian matters, that would then be voted on by the entirety of the council. However, they had slowly begun working their way into influencing some legislation that also affected shinobi. The greatest example would be a piece of legislation that was introduced 3 years ago that had made the Shinobi Academy in Konoha more civilian-friendly, making it easier for aspiring shinobi students who did not have parents who were shinobi. The clan council was made up of the heads of the most notable clans of Konoha. They kept the Hokage advised on events involving their clans, as well as legislation involving their clans, which were also voted on by the whole council. In this way, the clans and civilian councils could keep each other in check, ensuring one side didn't pass a law that would favor one side over the other. The final part was the Shinobi Council, made up of the shinobi elders of the village. It was their job to act as advisors to the Hokage, and in the event of a deadlock vote, they were allowed to vote as well. The Shinobi Council was currently made up of Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane, Hiruzen Sarutobi's old teammates. They were often accompanied by Danzo Shimura, a fellow shinobi from their time when they were all active duty ninjas. Sarutobi nodded to everyone present. "I thank you all for coming," he said as he leaned forward. "I called you all here to discuss something of the gravest importance. What is spoken in this meeting does not leave these walls without my express permission. Anyone who is unwilling to abide by that must leave immediately." When no one did, Sarutobi continued. "Approximately a month ago, we received word from our informant in Kumo that they were beginning a new plan to attempt to steal the Byakugan from this village. The planning of this operation was being headed by the Kumo ninja responsible for planning the previous attempt to steal the Byakugan. Our informant in Kumo agreed to aid us in silencing this ninja, in exchange for asylum here in Konoha," he said. There were quiet murmurs amongst the council members, before Hiyashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan, spoke up. "So I assume we are here to vote on if we accept those terms?" Sarutobi shook his head. "No, Hiyashi-san. I already agreed to those terms, and gave the go-ahead on the mission. 6 days ago, on the night of December 27th, the Kumo ninja was assassinated and all plans he had for attempting to steal the Byakugan were retrieved and brought here to Konoha." Shibi Aburame, the head of the insect-wielding Aburame clan, spoke up in his monotone voice. His face was mostly hidden by a pair of goggles and the high collar of the coat he wore. "Hokage-sama, do you not perhaps consider these actions a bit extreme? What if Kumo traced the attempt back to us?" Sarutobi smiled quietly. "I understand your worries, Shibi-san. But rest assured the one I sent was not a well-known member of Konoha. Even if he had been caught, we could have claimed innocent in the matter. Though I would be loath to do so." Danzo quietly and coldly watched Sarutobi, while mentally, he thought, "That is your weakness, Hiruzen. You are unwilling to make the sacrifices necessary to achieve victory." Sarutobi continued. "The man I sent into Kumo is a recent newcomer to the village. He is a man skilled in the art of assassinations, and he has agreed to work alongside Konoha. He has even offered to train members of the village in his craft, if he finds them worthy. I have already tested his skills, and even without the use of chakra, he is more than a match for most Chunin shinobi in a fight." The clan heads looked to each other in some surprise. While it was not unheard of civilians being able to best some Chunin-ranked shinobi, this was mostly due to years and years of extensive training. Whoever this man was, he must be highly skilled. The only one who seemed unimpressed was Fugaku Uchiha, head of the Uchiha clan and the Konoha police force, which was entirely run by the Uchiha clan, courtesy of the Nidaime Hokage. At this point, Danzo spoke up. "It is interesting you should bring this man up, Hokage-sama," he said. "I was recently informed that just this morning, an unknown man was seen in the company of one Anko Midarashi, and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I was told that Anko was training him in controlling his chakra, and that the man was actually training the boy Naruto Uzumaki. There were some angry murmurs amongst the civilians, while the clan heads mostly remained neutral in their expressions. Sarutobi quickly raised a hand for silence, before addressing Danzo. I assigned Shunin Mitarashi to teach Raphael-san, for that is his name, how to utilize his chakra, so he might be more effective in helping us. As for Raphael-san training Naruto, I was unaware that he even knew the boy, but what is your concern? Danzo lightly tapped the cane he had on the floor. Due to war injuries, Danzo's right eye was wrapped in bandages, his right arm was in a sling, and his left leg had been crippled slightly, making it hard for him to move. Hokage-sama, my concern is that an unknown person is interacting with the container of the most powerful Biju in the elemental nations. He could be manipulating the boy, seeking to turn him against Konoha. Or render the boy useless to us, Danzo said. The aged Hokage sighed. I can assure you Danzo-san that none of those things will happen. Raphael-san is unaware of Naruto's status as jinchuriki, and I and Inoichi-san can personally vouch for his trustworthiness. He is not a threat to anyone in this room unless they make themselves a threat. Danzo grudgingly backed down, as Sarutobi continued. We have gotten off topic. The point of this meeting was to discuss the Kumo informant who came with Raphael-san from Kumo. Upon their arrival, I learned of the true identity of our informant, he said, before signaling one of the Anbu at the door. Said Anbu nodded before opening the door and beckoning the figure outside to enter. In entered a young 15-year-old kunoichi with blonde hair in a braid. She bowed to Sarutobi and the others. Hokage-sama, she said. Sarutobi nodded. This is Yugito ni, formerly a kunoichi of Kumo and until recently our informant within the walls of Kumo. She is also the jinchuriki of the Nibi Biju. There were loud exclamations at this, most of them in surprise. A few of the civilians had rather angry and frightened looks, while the shinobi were all tense now. Taking the Biju or jinchuriki from another village, even if they defected, was grounds for war. Even the civilians knew that. One of them, the head of the Merchants Guild, spoke up. Hokage-sama, surely we cannot give her asylum? Kumo will surely demand her back and will try to go to war over her. We barely made peace with them after the Hyuga affair, he said. Sarutobi nodded. It is true that Kumo will probably demand she be returned. But they will not go to war with us. Raphael-san and Yugito-san here saw to that. I will not say how, but just know that Kumo will not go to war with us. At this point Hiyashi spoke up. Hokage-sama, surely we cannot trust her? Her village was responsible for the attempted kidnapping of my daughter and the death of my brother. She is more than likely a double agent, here to spy and sabotage before returning to her masters. Fugaku leaned forward. Hiyashi-san raises a good point. She should be kept within the holding cells of the Uchiha prison facility, until we can determine she is not a double agent, he said, while mentally, he thought, she will make an excellent weapon to use in the coup, once she is broken. Before anyone else could speak, killer intent erupted from the teenage girl, who glared at Hiyashi. I would never serve those bastards, she said, growling. You don't know what they put me through. What they did to train me. Shikaku sighed. It's troublesome, but Hiyashi raises a good point. How can we trust you, Yugito-san? What made you betray your village? He asked. Yugito trembled. It is rather personal, she said quietly. Can I tell only Hokage-sama? In private? The council looked at each other, before Sarutobi spoke up. I would ask that Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka be allowed to hear as well Yugito-san. I'm sorry, but it is the best way to vouch for you, and allow you asylum in the village. She nodded quietly, as the trio stood up and led her outside the room. The council members looked at each other for several minutes, wondering if what she was talking about with the Hokage could really be that bad. After about 10 minutes, the quarter of people returned. Inoichi and Shikaku both quietly sat down, not saying anything, while Sarutobi sadly looked at Yugito, before sitting down. I have come to the conclusion that Yugito-san is not a double agent of Kumo. She is in fact heartfelt in her wish to not only seek asylum here in Konoha, but also become a Konoha shinobi. As such, Yugito ni will undergo 1 month as a probationary chunin, before being made a full chunin of Konoha. I ask that all the clan heads inform the shinobi members of their clan ranked chunin and higher of Yugito's status within the village. I will handle the non-clan ninjas. If I find out that anyone leaked Yugito's status to those not authorized to know, they will be imprisoned and executed for betraying village secrets. Understood? He asked. Everyone nodded, some grudgingly, as Sarutobi sat back. Since Yugito will also be a shinobi of the village, I expect that the shops and other business of this village will treat her in a civil and respectable manner. If I hear otherwise, severe consequences will be brought down upon the criminal parties. Dismissed, he said. Most of the council left while Yugito was escorted to the Hokage's office to await his orders. However, Danzo quietly approached Sarutobi, wishing to speak with him. Hokage-sama, I must protest you granting the Jinchuriki Asylum. At least without hearing her reasons for betraying her village, he said. Sarutobi just glared at his old rival. The two had gone through the academy together, and had been rivals and best friends. But that friendship had become strained during the Second Shinobi War, when the Naidame Hokage had named Sarutobi the Sandame Hokage, before sacrificing himself to stop the Kumo shinobi sent to ambush them. As time went on, Danzo had drifted away from the teachings of the Shodai and Naidame Hokages, putting him even more at odds with Sarutobi, who was utterly devoted to their teachings. Eventually, the friendship had pretty much dissolved, and now they were on opposite sides of the same board, each believing they knew what was best for Konoha. Sarutobi finally answered. Yugito-san's reasons are private, and they are sincere. You will follow my orders, Danzo. Is that understood? Danzo grudgingly nodded. Very well, Hokage-sama. But perhaps you might hear me out on this then. If you would let me take her or Naruto under my wing, I could properly train them to become powerful weapons to protect Konoha and her interests. We cannot let such opportunities go to waste. Sarutobi shook his head. I will not let you turn them into your emotionless puppets, Danzo. A Jinchuriki's power comes from their emotions. It's what fuels their ability to utilize their Biju's chakra. You would strip away those emotions, and in the process, cripple them of their true potential. And even if I did agree to give you Yugito-san, I would not allow you to sink your claws into the Yondaime's legacy. Do I make myself clear? Danzo turned away. Crystal, Hokage-sama, he said, as he quietly left. The aged Hokage sighed as he headed to his office. He would need to talk to Raphael. The assassin needed to know what he was getting into if he was going to train Naruto. Last thing he wanted was for Raphael to hear the wrong thing about the young boy. 2 hours later, Raphael hummed quietly to himself as he went to get a somewhat late lunch. He had trained Naruto in the basics of blocking and deflecting enemy attacks, and had shown him how to punch and kick at his enemy when he was ready to strike back. The way Naruto seemed to normally do it was with wild punches meant more for power than anything else. Raphael had shown him how to punch without overbalancing or leaving himself wide open. Anko had then stepped in, and showed Naruto a training post, telling him he could not only practice his attacks on it, but also use it to strengthen the muscles in his arms and legs, causing them to absorb more damage without failing. Afterwards, Anko had started showing Naruto how to access his chakra, after explaining what it was. Naruto hadn't been able to fully call upon his chakra when Anko told him to stop, but he had started to feel it. To finish it all up, Raphael had started teaching him the game of chess, something Ezio had all his assassin recruits do. It taught them to be able to see all the details in a situation, and taught them how to plan ahead. At first there was no time limit, but as each recruit became more proficient, Ezio added in a time limit on how long they could plan each move, forcing them to think and mentally react faster. Unfortunately, Konoha didn't have any chess sets like Raphael was used to. Instead, they had a game similar to it called Shugi. So Raphael had improvised, using pieces from the Shugi game as replacements for chess pieces, until he could maybe get a set custom made. Naruto had at first complained about learning how to play what he thought was a boring game. But then Raphael had pointed out that learning to play chess could be very helpful. It would allow him to be able to study his enemies and situations, notice weakness in enemies, and plan things out ahead of time. Which were all very important if he wanted to be a ninja, or got into fights. Afterwards Naruto tried his best to pay attention. Once they had called it a day, Raphael had arranged to meet Naruto outside that training ground again the next day, to continue his training. For now, he suggested Naruto practice everything they had taught him so far. Naruto nodded and eagerly rushed off to do so, while Anko headed off to relax. Raphael was just about to enter a small cafe-like place he had found to eat at when he was stopped by an Anbu. Raphael-san, Hokage-sama wishes to speak with you as soon as possible. Raphael sighed, figuring whatever it was must be very important, considering the Anbu had said, as soon as possible. He nodded to the Anbu and started to head towards the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi quietly finished signing the last of the paperwork needed to make Yugito ni a probationary chunin of Konoha. He set the papers aside, and sat back, thinking about his upcoming meeting. Raphael needed to know what he was getting into, if he ended up continuing to train Naruto. He didn't want the young assassin to be given incomplete or even incorrect information concerning Naruto. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. He let out a breath as the moment of truth came. "Enter," he said. Raphael came in, closing the door behind him and bowing. "You summoned me, Hokage-sama?" he asked. Sarutobi nodded. "Please, take a seat, Raphael-san. There's something I wish to discuss." As Raphael sat down, Sarutobi quietly pulled out a pipe, put some smoking tobacco into it, and lit it. He puffed on it a few times, before speaking. "I understand you started training a young boy today named Naruto Uzumaki." Raphael blinked at that. "Well, I was starting to train him in some basic fighting stances and such. I met him when he tried to save a young girl from bullies, and I thought he could use the help." Sarutobi nodded. "And I am not against that. I did not wish to make it seem that way. But rather, I wanted to talk to you about the boy. You see, there is a grave secret about Naruto Uzumaki. Something having to do with the day he was born. And I feel that if you're going to continue to train the boy, and continue to aid Konoha, you'll need to know the truth about him. But first, have any of your lessons with Anko concerning the history of the elemental nations covered something called the Biju?" Raphael slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid not, Hokage-sama. What are they?" Sarutobi took a few moments to collect his thoughts before he spoke. "Quite simply, the Biju are 9 masses of sentient chakra that takes the physical form of an animal with multiple tails, denoting its power level. Ancient legends say they were once part of a giant monster known as the Jubi, since the creature had 10 tails. However, the creator of all ninjutsu, the Rikudo Sennin, sage of 6 paths, fought against this terrible creature, and ended up sealing it within himself, becoming what was known as a jinchuriki. As he neared the end of his life, the Rikudo Sennin ended up splitting the Jubi's chakra into 9 separate entities. What he did with the body, we're not sure. But these 9 entities spread across the land. As time went on, they were sealed away into people, creating more jinchurikis. Now, they're spread throughout the villages. You, in fact, have run into 2 of them already. One of them is Yugito ni, who is contained of the Nibi, the 2-tailed cat." Raphael's eyes widened. "Naruto, he's the other one containing one of these Biju, isn't he?" Sarutobi nodded. "Indeed. 5 years ago, on the night of his birth, the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. My predecessor, the Yondaime Hokage, sealed the Kyuubi within Naruto, asking him to be seen as a hero. Sadly, that has not come to pass. I was forced to pass a law that prevented anyone from speaking of the Kyuubi being sealed into Naruto, without my permission. It was done in a hope that Naruto could have a normal life. But the people ignore or glare at Naruto, saying hateful things they think he or others cannot hear. And they are trying to turn their children against him as well." Raphael clenched his fists, trembling. "And you were afraid I would do the same?" Sarutobi sighed. "I was afraid what you might do, if you heard this information from the wrong source. So, what are your intentions?" Raphael looked down, his hair covering his eyes. "I'm going to continue to train the boy. I'm going to watch out for him. And if need be, I will take him under my wing and make him an assassin. No one should have to go through what he is going through." Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. "You are not afraid of him. He does carry what basically amounts to a demon inside of him." Raphael growled. "That doesn't make him one," he shouted, slamming a fist onto the desk. Sarutobi smiled at that. "Then by all means, Raphael-san. Continue to teach him," he said with a tone of satisfaction and relief in his voice. "I only ask that if you do decide to offer him a place within your brotherhood, you let him also choose to become a ninja, if he so wishes. And also, please do not speak about this matter to anyone who is not currently Chunin ranked or higher." The young assassin nodded quietly. "As you wish, Hokage-sama. May I ask where Naruto lives?" he asked. Sarutobi nodded and gave him directions. With a bow, Raphael left as Sarutobi smiled quietly. "Take care of him, Raphael. He needs people like you," he said softly. The next morning Raphael sighed quietly as he headed towards Naruto's apartment. It was early in the morning, but he wanted to pick Naruto up, make sure he got a healthy breakfast. He was walking through a less friendly part of the village. Despite being a shinobi village, the rather large civilian population had given rise to a more dangerous red light district. Here dwelled the thieves, prostitutes, and others of a less than preferable profession. It wasn't exactly the place one would expect to find a child living on their own, though Raphael resolved to come back here later for an alternate reason. Places like this were also the ideal place to make contacts for information. These kinds of people always seemed to know what was going on. He eventually found Naruto's apartment. It was in the nicest part of this district of the village, in that it was close to a residential district. Raphael made his way up to the floor with Naruto's apartment, before knocking. He didn't hear anything at first, so he knocked again. This time he heard some rapid shuffling and a muffled voice, before footsteps approached the door. Then Naruto's voice came from inside. Who is it? Raphael smiled. It's Raphael, he said simply. Almost immediately, some unlocks were heard being undone, and Naruto opened the door. Raphael-sensei, what are you doing here? He asked. Raphael smiled. I came by to make sure you ate a healthy breakfast. That's another part of your training from now on, eating healthy. Naruto made a disgusted face. You mean things like those green plant things? Raphael chuckled as he entered. If you mean vegetables, then yes, but not right now. Now we're going to focus on breakfast, he said, not noticing Naruto's slightly panicked look. Raphael looked around Naruto's apartment as he entered. It was a small three-room apartment. The kitchen and living room were combined into one room, with the bedroom being the second and what looked like a bathroom as the third. Raphael went over to the fridge and opened it, only to find one of the cartons used to hold milk, and 3 eggs. Raphael blinked before turning to Naruto. Do you have any food in here? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, the best food ever. He eagerly opened a cupboard, revealing dozens of cups with paper lids. Raphael picked one up and read it. Instant ramen. So, this is all you've got? He asked. Naruto looked down a bit, shuffling his foot. It's all I can afford really, with the money Gigi-san gives me. Raphael sighed quietly, shaking his head. Alright then. That's what we're going to do after training today. Buy you some real groceries and make sure you get all the types of food you need, he said. Naruto was about to complain when there was the sound of a door swinging open and what sounded like a small yip or something. Raphael had immediately moved in front of Naruto, hidden blade extended, only to blink in surprise when he saw the source of the noise. The source of the noise was a small red-furred fox kit that was currently laying splayed leg on the floor outside of what looked like a closet in Naruto's room. The animal though had some rather interesting traits that made it different from any fox Raphael had seen. For one, it had strange black teardrop markings around its hazel, almost golden eyes, and it had rather long-looking ears. Naruto gasped and rushed over, picking the fox kit up and looking like he was shielding it from Raphael. Please, don't hurt him, he said. Raphael raised an eyebrow as he retracted the hidden blade. Why would I hurt him? He asked. Naruto looked down a bit. Because some mean people tried to kill him, he said quietly. His leg was really hurt, by what looked like a knife. I found him in an alley, so I took care of him. But the people, they don't like foxes. Please, don't tell anyone about him. Raphael nodded. I promise Naruto. I won't tell anyone about him. What's his name? The little fox kid, having recovered when Naruto picked him up, began licking Naruto's face, who giggled. I named him Tomo, friend, because he's my friend, he said with a smile. Raphael grinned. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Tomo, he said, as he came over and gently held his hand out. The small fox kid hesitantly stuck his nose out and sniffed Raphael's hand, before tentatively licking it. Raphael smiled, as he pulled his hand back. Tell you what, Naruto. Why don't you bring him along? I'm sure he'd love some fresh air and stuff. And maybe we could get some food for him too. Raphael suggested. When he saw Naruto's frightened and worried face, Raphael glanced around the apartment before spotting what looked like a small backpack. You could carry him in that, and no one would see him, he said, pointing to it. Naruto's eyes widened, and he nodded. Yeah, he said, as Tomo yipped excitedly, tail wagging. Naruto grabbed the pack, and Tomo eagerly hopped in, laying down as Naruto mostly closed the backpack save for an open part so Tomo could breathe and see. Then he stood up, putting it on his back. Raphael grinned at that. Now let's go. We've got 3 hungry bellies to feed, he said, as Naruto cheered and followed him out of the apartment. As they stepped outside, Raphael's eyes hardened as he saw a few of the neighbors glare at Naruto. Ignorant souls. Blaming him for something beyond his control, he thought, before mentally sighing. It is as the creed says. Nothing is true. What they believe to be true is false. But to them, the truth is false, and their false beliefs are the truth. Such is the way of the world. He glanced at Naruto, who smiled up at him as they headed down the stairs to the street. Naruto. I hope you let me teach you that one day, so that you might better bear the burdens upon you. He shook his head of those thoughts as he heard Naruto talk excitedly about training, asking questions. He smiled as he walked with the young boy, his darker thoughts forgotten. Naruto still had time to be young and innocent. Time that he should enjoy. And Raphael would let him have that. Apartment complex in Konoha. Yugito sighed as she unpacked what few personal belongings she had brought from Kumo, and placed them around her new home. There wasn't a whole lot. A few books and some clothes, which she put away. But the next pair of items she unsealed made her stop. Slowly, Yugito pulled out a pair of strange weapons. They both had H-shaped grips, with metal basket gauntlets protecting the hands from blows. Extending forward from the gauntlets was a wide-pointed blade, about maybe 1.5 feet in length. As she gripped both the handles of the weapons, she pulled back on a trigger handle right above the main grip. As she did, the blades on each weapon separated into 3 separate blades, before returning to one blade as she released the trigger. She slowly set the weapons down. They were called katars, and were an ancient weapon design that came from across the ocean to the east. And they had belonged to a man Yugito considered to be a great and powerful ninja. She slowly picked up a picture that had been with the pair of weapons. In it was a much younger version of herself smiling happily as she was held in the arms of a blonde woman with bright green eyes. Next to her was a man with brown hair and dark brown, almost black eyes. Each of them wore ninja attire and had Kumo headbands, and were smiling as well. Yugito let a single tear drop and hit the picture. "Mom, Dad, I'll make you both proud," she whispered quietly, as she hugged the picture to herself. Raphael sighed quietly as he read over a scroll on element manipulation while sitting on his bed. It had been 2 weeks since he had learned the truth about Naruto. He had taken him out to get groceries, only to be disgusted with some of the glares and cold indifferent glances the boy had gotten. When they arrived at the grocery store, Raphael had been initially expecting to find out that the clerks and such overcharged him for his food. But as it turned out, that wasn't the case. The reason Naruto stocked up on ramen was because it was very cheap to buy it in bulk. Naruto simply bought ramen so he could have a lot of food, and could put away the rest as an emergency fund or to buy new sets of clothes and other necessities. Raphael promised Naruto from then on he would help pay for half of Naruto's grocery bill so Naruto could keep saving his money. Since then, Naruto had been eating more healthy food, though he was still allowed to have ramen every now and then during the week. He had also taken to bringing Tomo along to their training sessions each morning. The little fox kid eagerly ran around, exploring and enjoying the fresh air and sunshine. When Naruto would do his laps, Tomo would chase after him, yipping excitedly. Afterwards the fox kid would sit under a tree, watching Naruto go through his taijutsu training. Naruto would alternate sparring with Raphael and Anko, who was still training Raphael in the ninja arts. That training was starting to draw to a close though, as Anko had been charged with covering the basics of the main ninja arts, and then Raphael would be able to work on his own form there. Yugito had also taken to joining their training sessions, since she didn't really know anyone else in Konoha. Since she was a probationary chunin, and formerly from another village, she hadn't been given any missions yet beyond some patrols through the village. She would probably also be sent on very basic C-rank missions, involving bandit clearing or escorts well within the borders of Fire Country. Raphael had pulled her aside, and quietly mentioned to her how he knew about her tenant. When she had stiffened, he quickly reassured her that he didn't think any less of her, and in fact his respect for her had increased, since bearing such power was a huge burden and responsibility. Naruto's training had been progressing nicely so far. He was gaining a firm grasp on the basics of the taijutsu style Raphael was teaching him, and was working hard to master the basics, as well as strengthen his body to better absorb damage. He also was still learning chess, and while he was still far away from winning a match, he was getting the hang of it. Raphael set aside his scroll as he sat back, contemplating his future training with Naruto. Naruto so far was showing potential to be an assassin. He was a quick learner, he was starting to become fast and agile, but what had impressed him was when he first met the boy. He had been willing to stand up to 3 older bullies to help someone in need, even when it was obvious he had no chance of winning. It was a quality that could make him a good assassin, provided he could also gain the right mindset. While the assassins did stand against injustices, they were not noble knights or champions. Their goal was to safeguard the freedom of humanity from the shadows. To protect it against those who manipulated humanity from the shadows, and thought to take their lives and freedom from them. It was not their place to right every wrong and punish every evildoer, as some crimes were better left to those whose job it was to handle such criminals and problems. However, Raphael knew his time with Naruto would be limited soon. In 6 or 7 months, Naruto would be entering the Shinobi Academy, to begin training to be a shinobi of Konoha. Raphael intended, if Naruto continued to show the promise he had seen so far, to offer Naruto the chance to become an assassin before that point in time. If Naruto accepted, then Raphael needed to know what Naruto would be learning in the academy, so that he could plan accordingly. It would be redundant of him to plan to teach Naruto skills that the academy might teach Naruto anyways. Perhaps the Hokage could provide him with a general overview of what the academy taught its students. Getting up, he stretched his back before glancing at his assassin robes sitting on a clothing, armor stand he had found in an antique store. He glanced at the robes, then out the window of his bedroom at the people below. He grinned as he donned his crimson robes and slid out the window, climbing up to the roof of his building. While he now was more than capable of scaling the side of the building using chakra, there was no harm in keeping his skills sharp. There could come a time where he couldn't climb with chakra, and thus would need to rely on the skills drilled into him by his mentor, Ezio. Reaching the roof, he grinned as he ran towards the edge and leapt off, sailing through the air and landing on an adjacent roof. Feeling the familiar rush of excitement and adrenaline that came with running from rooftop to rooftop, he quickly made his way towards the academy, occasionally using chakra to boost his jumps when he came to gaps that were too far for even him. About 10 minutes later, he found himself perched on a rooftop opposite the academy. He crouched down, studying the building. It was a large affair, actually being more than one building. In fact, there were at least 3 that he could see, with each building being 3 stories in height. There were also a few training fields attached to the buildings, where he could see some young children busy running laps, sparring with taijutsu, and practicing with kunai and shuriken. 1. Raphael studied the students outside the academy first, seeing what they were being taught and such. The students working out were currently running laps around the field in formation. Some of them seemed out of breath, while others were still maintaining a steady rate of breathing. His eyes then moved to the taijutsu sparring ring. In it 2 boys were currently sparring. One of them had long brown hair and wore what looked like bandages tied around his forehead. He was currently decimating the other boy, who had untamed black hair and rather sizable eyebrows. Eventually he was knocked from the ring, as the brown-haired boy was declared the victor. The instructor seemed to talk to them a bit, before the 2 boys shook hands, though only the black-haired one seemed willing to do it. He then turned his gaze towards the 3rd group that was practicing with what appeared to be kunai and shuriken. Some of them were standing in a row, throwing shuriken at target posts. Others were being led through different attacks and blocks with their kunai by their chunin instructor. Raphael tilted his head as he continued to watch their movements, before turning his gaze towards the buildings. Sadly, he couldn't see much from here, other than there were numerous students in several of the classrooms he could see into through the windows. Most were busy either listening to a chunin teach them, or were reading their textbooks. Raphael studied them for a bit. There seemed to be a far greater amount inside the classrooms than there were outside at the moment. That puzzled him. They were training to be shinobi, so why were the majority of them inside listening to lectures and such? Perhaps he was missing something, and the lectures were on the use of chakra, and various ninjutsu they might encounter and or use in their careers. Deciding to get a full picture from the Hokage, he turned his gaze towards the Hokage's tower, before nodding. He immediately began his run towards the tower. Sarutobi sighed quietly as he worked on some documents. The one he was on currently was a requisition for funds to expand civilian housing in the northeastern district of Konoha. Sarutobi denied it, as that would expand it into one of the training grounds for shinobi. He sighed as he sat back, rubbing his temples. Some of this paperwork was just getting ridiculous. At times it felt like the civilians were purposefully trying to push the shinobi, to see how far they could go. He blamed the Naidame Hokage for creating the stupid civilian council in the first place. He looked up as his secretary opened the door. "Hokage-sama, Raphael-san is here to see you," she said. Sarutobi blinked before nodding. "Please send him in," he said, wondering what Raphael wanted, and wanted a distraction from his paperwork. Raphael entered and nodded to Sarutobi. "Hokage-sama," he said. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I have a request I'd like to make," he said. The Sandame blinked before indicated one of the chairs before his desk. Raphael took that as a sign to continue, which he did after sitting down. "It's regarding me potentially recruiting members of your shinobi academy into the Brotherhood. Rest assured I will only approach them with your permission, and even then I may wait until after they graduate. But if I'm going to do so, I wish to learn more about what the academy is teaching them," he said. Sarutobi sat back, steepling his fingers in thought. "I see," he said. "And may I ask why you wish to know this?" he asked. Raphael nodded. "Of course. My reason for wanting to know this is simple. I want to know what the academy is teaching them, so I know what I'll need to teach them as an assassin, and what I won't need to teach them because the academy will have already covered it. This will help cut down on training time by not going over things they've already learned," he said. Sarutobi thought about it for several moments, before nodding. I suppose there is no harm in letting you see a general overview of the curriculum, he said, as he stood up and went over to one of the two bookcases in the office. Scanning it, he pulled out a book and handed it to Raphael. This is the master copy of the curriculum guidebook given to Chunin instructors at the academy. It gives a general overview of what is being taught for each year group, he said, as went to sit back down. Naturally, there have been some prodigies in the past who have proven so skilled in advance, they skip years. But for the most part, that is what all our academy students are learning currently. Raphael nodded as he began to skim through the book, trying to get a general idea. He slowly frowned the more he read, before finally looking up, confused. Hokage-sama, there seems to be an awful lot of classes here based solely on academics and theoretical situations, he said. Forgive me for my confusion, but I fail to see how these students are going to learn to be adequate shinobi when most of their classes are based around history, mathematics, and lectures. Shouldn't there be more practical classes, such as learning how to harness their chakra, various chakra control exercises, and such? He asked. Sarutobi leaned forward, as he suddenly seemed to be more tired. You would be right, Raphael. And roughly 5 years ago, that's the way it was. The academy was more focused on the actual physical training of the students. They were taught many of the aspects of being a shinobi in a more hands-on environment. The academy had been that way since growing tensions between the shinobi villages began to rise, before leading to the First Shinobi War. Raphael blinked. Then what changed? He asked. The Kyuubi attack is what changed things, Sarutobi said. Konoha's standing shinobi force took heavy losses during the attack, and still more died or were forced to retire from crippling wounds in the aftermath. We had to try and maintain our strength, to not show any weakness should one of the other major villages take advantage of our weakness in the aftermath of the attack. Eventually, the civilian council put forth a proposition that the academy's curriculum should be lessened, its standards lowered a bit. This would allow more students to join, train, and pass from the academy, and thus build back up our numbers. It would be the Junin instructors who would pick up the slack afterwards, training their genin students in what they needed to know to survive the shinobi world. Raphael raised an eyebrow. The civilian council suggested this? And does it work? He asked. Sarutobi was quiet, before pulling open a drawer and pulling out a file. As he opened it, he answered. Before the Kyuubi attack, Konoha's academy averaged maybe 14 graduates a year, not counting prodigies who were apprenticed to others or skipped ahead. Of those graduates, at least one would probably die before entering their first Chunin exams. Out of 14, it was estimated that in between 1 to 4 of them would not live to retire during peace times. In war times, that number jumped to between 3 and 8. Now though, the academy has graduated close to 100 students in 5 years, using the new system. Of those students, 7 of them died in their very first combat missions against bandits or enemy ninja. Another 20 were killed in later missions or Chunin exams. 6 more have been forced to retire due to crippling injuries that prevent them from ever being successful shinobi. And a final group of 5 quit being shinobi due to traumatic experiences and memories. So out of 100 shinobi, 38 either have died, were forced to retire, or quit the service, he said. That's translating to roughly 7 or 8 shinobi dying each year, during peace times. I do not wish to even contemplate our losses if another shinobi war broke out. Raphael just stared at the file. So it's obvious this new system is not working at all. You may be gaining more shinobi, but you're losing far more of them. If that is the case, why haven't you returned to the old academy teaching methods? Sarutobi sighed quietly. I suppose I could give you any number of excuses. But the sad truth is I have not been able to focus as much on internal problems. These past 5 years, I've been focused on keeping the image of Konoha's strength up. The shinobi world is in a constant state of Cold War. Even though no one is officially at war with each other, we treat each other as enemies. Alliances shift, spies infiltrate other villages, seeking information and weakness. Villages often flex their muscles by massing shinobi near the borders, before retreating, to see how another village will respond. I have been keeping the other villages from sensing our weakness and striking at us. It is a careful balancing act, one that requires that the situation within Konoha be stable. And I do believe that the civilian council would not quietly give up this bit of control they have gained. As much as I am frustrated to admit it, the civilians of this village have grown powerful and important. It has been the money they earned that has sustained us while we rebuild our manpower. Raphael studied the Hokage. Do you think they seek to gain control in the village? Sarutobi sighed. It is a possibility. Almost the majority of students in the academy now are civilian-born students. It is possible they wish to gain greater control through this, by flooding our ranks with shinobi who possibly will have a stronger loyalty to their civilian families than to the village itself. Raphael shook his head. If that is the case, Hokage-sama, then this doesn't seem like something you can put off. I do not mean to overstep my bounds here, but you cannot simply ignore this obvious problem. If I understand the way this village works, your academy is the source of this village's military strength. If it is weak, the military is weak. If this cycle continues, Konoha will find itself swarmed with enemies and destroyed. Not to mention that the subpar training is resulting in the deaths of these genin. If you don't fix this situation, more will die. Sarutobi stood up, anger etched on his face. Do you not think I know this? Do you not think every death weighs upon me? I do not want to send these young people to die any more than I want to send them to fight. Raphael sighed quietly as he stood up. Then prove it, he said quietly. Good day, Hokage-sama, he said, as he turned and left. Sarutobi stood there, staring at the empty space Raphael had occupied, before slowly sitting down. He stared at the file before him, listing the causalities Konoha's teams had suffered over the past few years. He barely heard the door open, as his secretary quietly entered with a scroll. Hokage-sama, this report came in from the mission's office, she said. Team 13 returned from their mission, and they report 2 of the genin were killed in action. Sarutobi quietly took the report from her, not seeming to react in any way as he unrolled it. Yet as he read the report, his hands trembled a bit. Suddenly, he rolled the scroll back up and stood. Inform all members of the councils that there will be a meeting tomorrow afternoon. Then send out word that I want all the academy instructors to report to my office immediately. His secretary nodded and left, as Sarutobi clutched the report in his hands. He was not about to let any more sacrifices be in vain. Not anymore. 2. Fire Country, River Country border Anko sighed as she followed 2 other Chunin and a Junin. They had been assigned a border patrol after Konoha had received reports about rogue ninjas operating in that area. Their mission was to try and corroborate those reports with actual evidence of missing nins in the area. Anko hated missions like this. Not for what they were. She actually somewhat enjoyed hunting down missing nins, the thrill of entering combat. She was happy with the knowledge that she was potentially putting down criminals who could become huge, serious threats one day. No, what she hated was being stuck out in the wild with other shinobi. And the reason for that was simple. It was because those other ninjas usually treated her like scum. Forcing her to do all the work in setting up camp, calling her derogatory words like snake whore and traitor, all because of the fact that she had been apprenticed to Orochimaru, perhaps the biggest and most infamous traitor to Konoha since Madara Uchiha. Usually when in the village, Anko could keep away from people mocking her and hating her. She could get to a training ground and vent her anger, or slip into a bar and drink enough to numb the sting of their words. It seemed like no matter how hard she tried to prove her loyalty to Konoha, her past connection to the snake Sannin would blot out efforts. But out on a mission was a different story. Here she couldn't escape from the glares and hateful words. And what was worse was the fact that her comrades didn't seem to care too much on whether she survived or not. The Junin raised a hand, signaling them all to stop. He pointed to a small clearing nearby. We'll set up camp here, he said. You 2 start setting up the tents, he said commanded, before almost glaring in Anko's direction. And you. Get the firewood, he said. Anko almost glared back. Any other ninja would have been sent with a partner to collect firewood, to watch each other's back, especially with potential enemies nearby. Her though? Not the case. Anko just headed off to follow orders, knowing the Junin would bring her up on charges of insubordination if she didn't. Anko moved through the forest softly, picking up branches and other sticks for the fire as did. She didn't stray too far from the camp, just in case something happened. As she reached down to pick up a branch, she tensed slightly, sensing a presence nearby. Standing up with the branch, she pretended to scan for more wood, using that time to scan for the presence. She finally found him crouching on a tree branch above and to the left of her. She slowly moved to grab another stick, before suddenly dropping them, grabbing a shuriken, and throwing it. The figure easily dodged and landed on the ground, smirking. Not bad, little Kunoichi, the figure said, leering at her. Anko just faced the man, gripping a kunai. The figure before her was a tall lanky man wearing the uniform of Iwa shinobi, but with a slashed Iwa headband. He smirked as he pulled out his own kunai. Why don't you surrender? I'll make sure you have a good time before I kill you, he said. Anko just growled. Why don't you surrender? I'll make sure you can kiss your dick goodbye before I kill you, she growled. The man shook his head. Wrong choice, bitch, he said, before a weight smashed into Anko from behind, driving her to the ground. Anko was slammed into the ground as whatever hit her wrapped a hand around her mouth, muffling her yells. A male voice spoke from behind. "You shouldn't have come out here alone, tree hugger." The Iwa missing nin smirked. "Let's get out of here before the others come looking for her," he said, only to stop and blink, as if surprised by something. Then he dropped to his knees, followed by him falling face forward, a kunai buried in the back of his head. The figure holding Anko jerked, before falling away as well, as Anko whirled, seeing a missing Kumo nin laying on the ground with a shuriken in his neck. "Looks like the plan worked," spoke the leaf Junin, as he stepped out of the trees with the two chunin. Anko blinked, before growling. "You knew these two assholes were here?" she screamed at him. The Junin gave her a blank look as the chunin retrieved their weapons and the heads of the missing nins. "I sensed them following us about 10 minutes before I ordered the stop. I figured they would come out to attack one of us alone, so I sent you out as bait to lure them into the open. And it worked," he said. Anko growled in anger. "You didn't think to maybe warn me or something? They could have killed me." The Junin didn't even seem fazed. "I deemed it an acceptable risk, with acceptable potential losses," he said, as he turned back to camp. Anko just stood there, staring at where the Junin had been, as a few tears threatened to fall, before she wiped them away. No, she wasn't going to cry again. They weren't going to break her. Ever. She angrily gathered up the wood she had collected and stormed back to camp, wanting nothing more than to get this mission over with. Konoha. The next day Raphael sighed quietly as he was making his way through the blacksmiths of Konoha. He was currently gauging the craftsmanship and abilities of the local blacksmiths, to see if any of them could possibly forge the weapons, armor, and equipment for future assassins. So far, his search had been in vain. While several of them probably could forge weapons like swords and crossbows, or light and flexible, but durable armor, none of them seemed to have the expertise that would be required to make the components for not only the hidden blade bracers, but also some of the weapon attachments for them, such as poison blade or poison dart launcher. It would seem that Raphael might have to look outside the village for someone to make these components. As he rounded a corner, he blinked as he nearly ran into someone. He managed to move out of the way just in time, catching them as they stumbled a bit from almost running into him. "Whoa there, easy," he said, only to grin. "Yugito-san," he said. Yugito smiled as she saw it was him she had almost run into. "Thanks for the save there," she said, adjusting the bags of groceries she was carrying. "What are you up to?" Raphael shrugged. "Just wandering, mostly. I was actually seeing if any of the blacksmiths could possibly provide some components I might need for some things of mine. But most of them don't seem to have the capabilities. I think I might need to find someone outside of Konoha," he said. Yugito smiled. "Well, I'm sure you'll get what you'll need in time," she said. "You mind helping me? I think I took a little more than I could handle," she said, as one of the bags almost fell over. Raphael nodded as he took it off her hands. When she had adjusted the other bags, she started to lead him back to the apartment she had rented to live in. As they walked, they talked about things like training and such, before Yugito spoke up. "So Raphael, Anko talked about how you were planning on recruiting others to become assassins," she said. Raphael nodded quietly. "I am. Why do you bring it up?" Yugito shrugged. "I'm just curious as to who you're thinking about recruiting," she said. Raphael looked down a bit. "It is not a simple choice," he said. "Being an assassin isn't just simply being good at killing people stealthily. It means being committed to the goals and ideals of the Brotherhood. And living a life that can be very difficult sometimes." Yugito blinked at that. "I see, and have you found anyone you think can accept that?" Raphael grinned a bit. "Why are you so interested? Thinking of joining?" The blonde female jinchuriki shrugged. "I don't know, being a shinobi is all fine and such, but, well, you, Anko, and Naruto are the only ones I really know. And maybe, from the way you describe it, being an assassin sounds like doing something really important and meaningful. Something I'd like to do with my life," she said, looking down as she spoke the last part softly. Raphael tilted his head a bit. "Yugito? Is something wrong?" he asked. Yugito shook her head. "It's nothing," she said. She looked up as they arrived at her apartment. "Thanks for your help, but I got it from here," she said, taking her bag from him. Raphael nodded. "It's no problem. See you for training tomorrow?" he asked. Yugito just smiled and nodded, as she headed into her apartment. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched as the various members of the council gathered together in the conference room. As they sat down, he quietly lit his pipe, puffing on it a few times, before blowing some smoke out. He finally spoke to them all. I've called this meeting to address an ongoing problem within Konoha. A problem that originally was believed to be a solution, but is now becoming a disaster, he said, as he has slowly scanned the room. 5 years ago, a proposal was made to increase Konoha's manpower by lowering the standards of Konoha's Shinobi Academy. This allowed more students to pass and become Shinobi of Konoha. At the time, it seemed like an excellent solution. However, I have come to the realization that such an action was folly. There was murmuring amongst the council members before Sarutobi's voice silenced them. In the past 5 years, Konoha has suffered 45% losses in our shinobi ranks. 38% of those losses occur amongst our genin and rookie chunin. The remaining 7% are amongst our anbu and junin sent on higher level missions. I have come to the conclusion that the substandard teachings of Konoha's academy can no longer continue. As such, the original curriculum will be restored at the beginning of the next academy year. Almost immediately, one of the civilian council members spoke up. Hokage-sama, you cannot just do that. Any decision must be voted upon. We let it slide when you sent that assassin to Kumo, and granted amnesty to that jinchuriki, but this is not something you can simply decide for yourself. The Naidame Hokage. The Naidame Hokage was a fool for allowing civilians to have as much say as they do in Konoha. Sarutobi snapped, silencing the civilian council member and causing many to stare at Sarutobi in shock. He had always spoken so warmly of his sensei in the past. My sensei was a fool allowing civilians to have a say in shinobi matters. None of you know what shinobi life is like. You are not the ones who have to risk your lives in order to bring money into this village and protect it from its enemies. As the council member sat down, cowed by the angry Sandame, the elderly Hokage continued. This village, despite our attempts at diplomacy and peaceful solutions, is still a shinobi village. A military village. As the leader of the military forces, I have absolute command over the shinobi of this village, and the utilities attached to the shinobi, such as the academy. Another civilian council member spoke up. Hokage-sama, be reasonable. The funds required for such an endeavor are. I've already allocated funds towards reworking the academy from several projects around the city that are currently unnecessary, such as the expansion of civilian housing complexes into areas meant for the training of this village's shinobi, Sarutobi said. The money funding those expansions was originally meant for the academy, before your proposal was put into action. It only seems fitting that the money goes back to where it should have stayed. At this, the civilian council became quiet, though one could tell from their body language that they weren't happy. Ever since the Naidame Hokage, Tobarama Senju, had taken control of the village, he had allowed the civilians of the village to have more of a voice in Konoha. He felt that they should be allowed to have a say in how the village was run, since they lived in it too. It also helped that at the time, the civilians were willing to back him on most of his decisions. Decisions that seemed intent on keeping the Uchiha clan at an arm's distance from the rest of the village. Since then, the civilians had slowly been seeking to expand their power. In their minds, it was only fair that they should have equal say in everything that happened in Konoha. There were a lot more civilians in Konoha than there were shinobi. It was their businesses that had funded the village through the periods of war and reconstruction. And in their minds, it was their children making the greatest sacrifice for Konoha, not the spoiled brats of Konoha's shinobi clans. It had taken them years to get this far, slowly building their influence, expanding their power. Sadly, their efforts had been set back by the Yondaime Hokage. He had seen the danger, and had moved to stop them. It had only been his death at the hands of the Kyuubi that had prevented him from destroying their plans altogether. Their greatest achievement had been lowering the standards of Konoha's academy, allowing them to gain greater influence there. The more civilian-born shinobi who graduated from the academy, the better. They believed that they could influence those shinobi, playing on their love and loyalty to their families to influence shinobi affairs. Now, that plan lay in ruins as well, as Sarutobi began to outline his plan for restructuring the academy. Due to the fact that we are nearing the end of the academy year, the current graduating class will take a crash course of classes during the break months between academy years. The year below them will do the same as well. The new academy year is when everyone will start learning from the original curriculum. I've already talked to the academy instructors about this, and I've also talked to several junin, who will conduct the summer classes. Everything has been taken care of. Sume Inuzuka spoke up at this point. Hokage-sama, may I ask what has triggered this sudden change? She asked. Sarutobi became silent, smoking his pipe for a few moments before answering. I was having a discussion with someone about this situation. When that discussion ended, I was handed a scroll regarding a mission report from Team 13. They had returned from a mission to escort a trade convoy to the Land of Rivers. During the mission, They were ambushed by a group of Ronin samurai and bandits, led by a Chunin missing nin from Kusa. During the conflict, the 2 male members of Team 13 were killed. Genin Takagi Hiramoto was slain defending his Kunoichi teammate, who had been injured by the bandit she had been fighting. Genin Orokuyoshi was overwhelmed by bandits, before his Junin sensei could reach him. Several of the people in the room lowered their heads, as Sarutobi continued. Team 13 came into action at the end of the previous academy year. Takagi Hiramoto was the rookie of the year of his class. They have been active for 8 months, but it is in only the past 2 that they have begun taking low C-ranked missions. This was their 3rd one, and the 2nd in which they experienced combat. In the first one, their Kunoichi teammate, Genin Shigeru Naga, was wounded badly by an arrow fired by a bandit, and had to be removed from active duty for 2 weeks. Both her teammates also suffered wounds, but they were easily treatable. In comparison, most Konoha Genin teams first entering combat under the old style of training were more than capable of defending themselves against bandits. They were trained until their movements in combat became instinctive. It is this training that saved lives and which I wish to return to the academy. I am tired of watching parents bury their children. I can no longer sit idly by and see these bright young lives be extinguished. With almost the entirety of the council humbled and quieted, Sarutobi put out his pipe. From this day forth, the matters of shinobi will be handled by shinobi. The civilian council will be informed of anything that concerns them. But no longer will I allow military actions be dictated by those who have not once had to fight to defend their lives, or the lives of their friends and comrades. Is that understood? He asked. As almost everyone quietly nodded, Sarutobi stood up. Dismissed, he said, before leaving the room, leaving the stunned council behind. No one seemed to notice the momentary glint of approval that appeared in Danzu's one good eye, before they all slowly left the room. Training Ground 4. 3 days later, Raphael yawned a bit as he headed towards the training ground for his daily training with Naruto, and to practice his own abilities. Today he was considering showing Naruto how to disarm opponents wielding weapons, something that would probably be very handy if anyone came after him with a kunai or sword. As he approached though, he was surprised and happy to see Anko was back from her mission. He eagerly moved forward, only to slow down when he noticed her posture. He slowly approached her, and gently touched her shoulder. Anko had been in a somewhat depressed state ever since her return the previous night. Her Junin commander had filed a mission report claiming she had been little to no help in defeating the rogue ninjas they had been sent after, and had claimed the bounty on their heads, along with the other 2 Chunin. They had gotten nice big bonus checks, while all she got was the payment for the mission. But what was worse was the smug look of contempt on the Junin's face the whole time. Anko looked up suddenly when she felt a hand on her shoulder, her right hand about to launch a kunai at the one touching her. But she stopped when she saw Raphael's concerned face. "Oh, Raphael. I didn't hear you," she said, trying to put on a smile. "You ready for another dose of hell?" she asked with a grin. Raphael blinked, seeing her obviously fake grin. "Anko, what's wrong?" he asked quietly. Anko blinked. "What's wrong? What's wrong is you're not getting ready to train," she said. Raphael just sighed as he placed his hands on her shoulders. "Anko, I saw the way you were standing there. I know something's wrong, so you don't have to hide it from me," he said. Anko bit her lip, looking away. "It's nothing," she said. "We should get ready for the Gaki to arrive, okay?" Raphael didn't release her. "You know you can talk to me about anything. I'm here if you need me," he said softly. Anko trembled a bit, looking down, before she quietly began to relate to him everything that had happened on the mission. When she finished, Raphael growled a bit in anger. "Ese hijo de puta," he growled out in his native Spanish, before continuing in one long rant. Anko just stared at him as he ranted in what she assumed was his native language. She tilted her head, catching a few words like, "malditocio," "tonto," and "joder." When Anko blinked at him, he shook his head. "It's nothing," he said. "Why didn't you tell the Hokage what happened?" Anko sighed. "Because it wouldn't matter. Do you think getting one Junin in trouble will change their minds about me?" Raphael blinked. "Why do they dislike you?" he asked. "I've heard them call you things like traitor's apprentice, and such. Why do they call you that?" Anko looked at him, before looking down. She was silent for several moments, before finally speaking. "I guess it's only fair," she said softly. "You've shared your life history with me. I should share mine with you." She took a deep breath before speaking. "When I graduated from the academy, I attracted the eye of the snake Sanin, Orochimaru. He took me on as his apprentice, something that I was ecstatic about. He was one of the 3 legendary Sanin, the strongest ninja in the village below the Hokage. To be his apprentice was a great honor. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was not everything I thought he was. It was later found out that he had been conducting horrible and inhumane experiments on shinobi and citizens of Konoha. When he was found out, he escaped, bringing me along on a special mission. The last thing I remember was us heading out northeast, and then the next thing I know is being rescued from some lab by an Enbu patrol almost a year later. I was brought back here and interrogated on everything Orochimaru was planning, what he had done. And I knew nothing. He hadn't shared any of his plans, and I couldn't remember anything. Or rather, I didn't want to remember. Inoichi Yamanaka says that whatever happened was traumatic enough to cause my brain to suppress it. Raphael slowly reached out and touched her shoulder, causing her to look up and smile weakly at him. That smile faded when she slowly touched her left shoulder near her neck. When I was brought up to date on what exactly my bastard of a sensei did to me, I was also informed of a small gift he left me with, she said, slowly moving her hand so he could see. He blinked, as he saw what looked like 3 tomos in a circle formation, surrounded by what looked like a binding seal of some sort. What is it? He asked her softly. She looked down. The brand that everyone claims is proof of my attachment to my sensei. Hokage-sama called it the curse seal. Apparently, after going through the bastard's notes, he found entries about it. It's supposed to give the bearer incredible power, but at the cost of practically enslaving them to his will. It was sealed away so it couldn't influence me, but the people and shinobi of the village, still eager for a scapegoat to blame the loss of loved ones on, say it's proof that I am a spy and a traitor, just waiting to join my former master. This mark means I am forever tainted by him, she said quietly, looking down. Raphael saw the despair and anger in Anko's body posture, and in her face. Quietly, he tilted her face so that she was looking at him, and smiled quietly. That's only if you believe what they tell you is true, he said quietly. I, however, believe you to be a loyal ninja of this village, an ally I'd want watching my back in a fight, and an excellent friend to have at my side. Anko's eyes widened, as she blushed lightly at what he said, before looking away. Flatterer, she muttered, trying to hide the pink hue at her cheeks. Raphael just smiled as he stood up. I do believe we're supposed to be training. If you feel up to it, he said, offering her his hand. Anko took it, before getting a sly grin, and suddenly Raphael found himself pinned face down to the ground, with her holding his arm behind his back. I thought I taught you better than this, she said with her usual cocky grin. Raphael just grinned back, suddenly poofing into a log as Anko felt someone poke the back of her head. You did in fact, Raphael said, as Anko pouted. The two laughed as they kept mock sparring, waiting for Naruto. Training Ground 8, 6 months later. Raphael took a deep breath as he looked at the 3 people before him. He had called Anko, Naruto, and Yugito here to this training ground because he had finally decided it was time to offer each of them the chance of becoming assassins. The rate of Naruto's training had been phenomenal. Once you had his attention, and you helped him to understand what it was exactly he was learning or training in, Naruto threw everything he had into his training. The boy was ready to overcome any challenge thrown his way, and refused to give up in the face of adversity. He was becoming very proficient in the taijutsu Raphael taught him, which Anko had dubbed Assassin no Ken, or Assassin Fist. He still had quite a bit to learn before he could match Raphael, but he was no longer the brawler Raphael had watched take on 3 bullies. He was also becoming skilled in chess. While he still was working on his long-term strategic thinking, he had proven to be very skilled at strategizing in the here and now. Often he could come up with strategies quickly in reaction to Raphael's movements. Anko had also continued to teach Naruto as well about chakra. She had taught him how to draw upon it, and had started him on a very basic control exercise. She had him try to keep a leaf attached to his forehead without blowing it off. It had taken Naruto 2 weeks and 3 days to finally stop shooting the leaf across the training field, and another 3 days after that to get it to stick to his forehead for over 5 minutes. After that, Anko had taught him how to expand his reserves through both physical training and meditation. Yugito had also begun training in the new taijutsu style, incorporating it with her agility and flexibility, as well as the 2 katars that were her primary weapons. She had also started to learn free running and parkour like Anko was from Raphael. As for her shinobi career, she had been promoted to full chunin, and had gone on several C-ranked missions already. Anko had started to hang out a lot more with Raphael after their little talk a few months ago. She had come to greatly enjoy her time with Raphael, as she didn't feel burdened in any way with him. He knew the truth about her past, something that had turned many away from her. And he didn't care. He had accepted her, despite knowing her past. That was something so few others had done. Literally, She could count the number of people who had done the same as Raphael on one hand. Now, they were gathered before him. Naruto was excited because in 1 month he'd be going to the Shinobi Academy, where not only would he get to learn to be a shinobi, but he'd get to hang out with kids his own age. He was eager to try and make some friends, if he could. Raphael smiled, as he started to speak. "Thank you for coming to see me. I'm going to cut to the chase, and let you all know that I asked you to be here for a very important reason." This got their attention, as he continued. "As the three of you know, when I'm not training with you all, I've been on 1 or 2 assassinations outside the village. During those missions, I began to set up a rudimentary network of spies and informants, who can relay information back to me on people who are potential targets in the future. It's nothing big right now, as most of my missions have been within the Land of Fire. But still, it's made me realize that it's time for me to expand. I cannot handle everything anymore. I need to recruit others into the Brotherhood," he said. "And that's why I have called you 3 here now." Naruto's eyes widened. "You want to make us assassins?" he asked, looking both excited and surprised. Raphael chuckled softly. "Yes and no, Naruto. I want to make you assassin recruits. You'd be learning how to be assassins. But you'd be free to leave at any time, if you felt that the life of an assassin isn't the type of life you'd want to live. And before you say anything," he said, interrupting the shout of excitement Naruto was about to yell out, "I want you to understand something. Being an assassin is not simply learning how to fight with a bunch of fancy weapons. It means you'll be living a life that is dedicated to the assassins. You'll be learning our beliefs and principles. You'll be living a life dedicated to our cause. A life filled with contradictions, hatred, and with death. As an assassin, you'll need to be ready to kill people, to fight for your lives, and perhaps die during a mission or battle. If you cannot accept all of that, I understand," he said. The 3 of them looked at each other, before Naruto spoke up. "Won't I be living that type of life as a shinobi?" he asked, looking at Anko. "Isn't everything he just said the way life is for you? Or for Yugito Ne-chan?" Anko and Yugito both nodded. "In many ways, Naruto, yes it is. Shinobi fight, kill, and die for their villages. They are dedicated to protecting their home, and keeping it strong. If what Raphael says is true, then being an assassin will be like being a shinobi," Anko said. Naruto nodded. "Then I want to be an assassin. You told me about how the assassins were dedicated to protecting people from those who wanted to enslave them or start wars and stuff, right, Raphael-san? Well, I want to do that. I want to help people like you helped me," he said. Yugito grinned, rubbing Naruto's head. "I also want to join up," she said. "Shinobi end up bleeding and dying for their village, just so that the village can get a bigger paycheck. As an assassin, my actions and sacrifice can have some meaning. After what I've seen and been through, I want to make sure the life I live is one that has meaning." Raphael nodded quietly. He still had never found out why exactly Yugito had betrayed Kumo. It was a very touchy subject with her still, so he had left it alone. Anko was the final one to speak up. "When my sensei betrayed me, this village all but turned its back on me. Almost everyone wouldn't care if I died. In fact, some would probably be happy to do me in themselves," she said softly. "In the 7 months I've spent training with each of you, talking with you, I've felt closer and more bonded than I have with anyone else in this village, save for my friend Kurenai. I'm not going to lose that now," she said. "I'll join your brotherhood, Raphael," she said. Raphael smiled. "Then welcome, my new recruits, to the Brotherhood of Assassins." In Training Ground 4, 4 figures were undergoing training. Each of them was wearing a hooded outfit. Raphael was watching his 3 recruits training. Anko and Yugito had begun adapting the Assassination no Ken to their own taijutsu styles, and were practicing with each other, as Naruto practiced against a wooden training dummy with moving parts. Each of them was also adjusting to their new assassin recruit uniforms. The uniforms consisted of shinobi pants with zori sandals, and a long-sleeved tunic with the peaked hood that marked the assassins. Raphael had asked that at least during their training sessions as assassins, they wear the recruit uniforms to adjust to them. If and when they achieved the rank of full assassin, they would be allowed to create their own assassin uniform. As he watched the 3 of them train, his line of thought went to the talk he had with the Hokage. Per their agreement, he had gone to discuss those he had recruited, in case the Hokage wished to make an exception. Flashback. Raphael quietly sat down in front of the Hokage's desk, as the aged leader read over the 3 files in front of him. Sarutobi looked at him. "I thank you for coming, Raphael-san," he said. "I wanted to talk to you about the 3 people you've recruited into your brotherhood. I must admit I am a little nervous about you recruiting both Naruto and Yugito-san," he said. Raphael raised an eyebrow at that. "May I ask why?" Hokage-sama? He asked. Sarutobi took a deep breath as he gathered his thoughts. Both of them are jinchuriki, and thus are prime targets. Yugito even more so, since she is a defector from Kumo. As assassins, they could be going on many missions that take them behind enemy lines. While I do not view them as weapons, I do view them as valuable shinobi and assets of Konoha's military force. Raphael nodded. I can see your point, Hokage-sama, but will they not still be in danger just going on regular missions? If anything, being jinchuriki ensures that when they are skilled enough, they'll be deployed on missions involving lots of combat against bandits, missing nin, and enemy shinobi. How is that any different to them working as assassins? Sarutobi sat back. You do raise a good point, he said quietly. They both chose this path? They did indeed, Hokage-sama. I told them what being an assassin entailed. What their life would become. In many ways, it's not so different from being a shinobi. They both accepted willing. As did Anko, Raphael said with a bit of pride in his voice. Sarutobi smiled softly, before sitting back. All right then. I'll agree to them being members of your brotherhood. So long as they do not betray this village. Raphael slowly stood up. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Before I leave, may I ask a favor? I've been looking for a blacksmith or some other metalworker to help me craft the components necessary to create more of these, he said, holding up his right arm, showing off his hidden blade bracer. So far, I found none in this village who could do it, or who I thought was trustworthy enough not to start making and selling their own versions to other shinobi. I was wondering if you might know of anyone in or outside the village I could go to. Sarutobi blinked, puffing lightly on the pipe he had pulled out and lit. He finally answered. I can think of two, he said finally. One is a not-so-well-known weapon shop here in Konoha. They sell a variety of well-crafted weapons, as well as several unique, inventive weapons, but the extra quality has led to extra prices. As such, most shinobi go to most other weapons stores for cheaper equipment, since they usually buy in bulk. The other place would be the Land of Iron, far off to the north. I would suggest trying the place here in Konoha first. Go to the market, and head south down the main road, till you're almost to the training grounds. Then make a right, travel about 30 feet, and you should find a shop called Kurazuru. That's the place you want, he said. 1. Raphael nodded. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Good day, he said, as he left. Flashback ends. Raphael looked up as he saw Naruto sprawl on the ground near him. He grinned as he leaned over him. Having fun? Naruto just groaned as he got up from Anko tripping him. No, he said, wincing a bit as he had landed on a small, thankfully dull rock. Raphael nodded to the two young women still sparring. That's enough now, bring it in, he said. Anko and Yugito stopped, coming over to Raphael and Naruto. Raphael nodded to them. I'm going to go look into a possible blacksmith to forge the components we need to make hidden blade bracers. When I get the parts, I'll begin showing you all how to construct, as well as maintain your hidden blades. Naruto blinked. Maintain? He asked, not knowing what he meant. Anko answered. He means how to fix it and repair it, she said. You know, to make sure they keep working. Raphael nodded. Exactly. Now tomorrow, Naruto starts the academy. So your physical training will be handled over the weekends. After the academy though, we'll continue your mental lessons. Understood? Naruto nodded, looking a bit nervous. I understand, he said. Anko smiled, pulling his hood down and ruffling his hair. Don't worry about it, Gaki, you'll be a natural, she said, while he glared at her and tried to fix his hair. Little bit of advice though? Don't be a showboat. You'll just make the other kids angry. Actually, that's sound advice. Naruto, there is a bit of assassin training you can do while in the academy, the assassin said, stroking his chin a bit in thought. Naruto nodded eagerly at this. Yes. What kind of training? He asked. Raphael smiled. It's a mixture of training you in being discreet and being deceptive. Traits you'll need as a shinobi and an assassin. I don't want you to draw too much attention to yourself, alright? I want you to hold back in the academy. Not a whole lot. Just try to blend in with the students who are roughly average in their ability, he explained. Naruto blinked. But why shouldn't I try to be the best? He asked, confused. Raphael nodded. Oh yes, you should train to be the best. But if you try really hard and get everyone's attention, then they'll all be watching you. Everyone's attention will be on you, and so you won't be being discreet, will you? And that's what an assassin needs to be. Not to mention, if you show everyone your best skills, then they'll know about them, and you won't have any surprises, will you? It's better to have a hidden skill, so you can surprise your enemies in fights and such. Naruto's eyes widened in understanding. I understand, he said. So I want to try and be average, so no one will really notice me? Raphael grinned. Exactly. That way, you can surprise your enemies if need be. And also, try to make some friends your own age, okay? He asked. Naruto looked down a bit. I'll try, but everyone's parents always keep them away from me, he said. Yugito looked at Raphael and Anko. She still had not been informed of Naruto's burden, mostly as a security precaution the Hokage had set in place. Anko though quietly hugged Naruto. They're all just jerks, she said softly. I'm sure once the kids see you, you'll make friends in a heartbeat, she said. Anko's right, Raphael added. Besides, you remember that girl you saved from those bullies? When we first met? I'll bet she's in the academy? Naruto blinked and a small smile appeared on his face. You think she'll want to be my friend? He asked excitedly. Yugito grinned. I know if someone saved me from bullies, I'd want to be their friend, she said. Why don't you keep an eye out for her tomorrow, okay? Naruto nodded eagerly, as Raphael grinned. Alright then. Why don't you get home and get ready for tomorrow? And remember, wear normal clothes while in the academy. Don't want to draw attention to yourself. The young blonde nodded in understanding. You got it, Raphael-sensei. Come on Tomo, time to go home. He called to the small fox kit, who yipped eagerly and rushed over to Naruto, hopping up in the small backpack that had become his carrying case. Naruto slipped the backpack on and rushed off towards home, as the three older people smiled. He's going to run those teachers ragged, Anko said with a smirk. Raphael just chuckled softly. Yugito, meanwhile, was checking the position of the sun. I better get going too. I've been assigned a routine patrol around the village with a couple other chunin tomorrow. Need to go get ready for it. Anko and Raphael nodded to her, and Yugito quickly left, leaving the pair alone. Anko grinned at Raphael. Well, I should be off too. I hear a plate of dango calling my name, Anko said with a grin. Raphael chuckled. You and your dango. You eat anything else? He asked. She smirked. Maybe. You'll just have to find out, she said, as she turned and left. Raphael just chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he went off to find the blacksmith Sarutobi was talking about. After 30 minutes of walking and a couple wrong turns, he found himself outside of a rather nondescript building. The only thing that really stood out from the ones on either side of it was the wooden sign with a black crane on it. Raphael grinned as he entered. He found himself in a rather large main room, filled with shelves and racks of weapons. The walls were lined with various long and large swords, axes, pulled weapons, and chain-based weapons. Armor mannequins held various pieces of both shinobi and samurai armor. Barrels were filled with smaller swords and weapons. There was a greater variety of weapons here than in any of the other blacksmiths Raphael had been in so far. Raphael headed to the counter, where a bell was. Not seeing anyone present, he saw the bell, and rang it. Anyone there? There was some clattering, a few muttered curses, and then a figure stumbled out from the back room. The figure was stocky, with shoulder-length dirty blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail. He was wearing a studded leather apron, pants and boots, and heavy leather gloves, with a pair of goggles over his eyes. His entire muscular frame was covered in soot. The man was coughing a bit, as he raised his goggles from eyes, revealing brown eyes. Sorry about that, he said, patting his leather apron, removing his gloves. Name's Gonzo, proprietor of this shop, he said, holding out his hand. Two. Raphael nodded. Raphael. I was told you might be able to help me with something, he said. Gonzo raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? He asked. And what, may I ask, do you need help with? Raphael looked around. Can you promise me that you won't share the secrets of what I'm going to show you with anyone else? He asked. Otherwise, I'm leaving. What I need help with is something I don't want others to know about or be able to utilize. All right. Gonzo nodded. All right. Client blacksmith confidentiality, he said. Raphael slowly undid his right bracer and slid it off, before laying it upside down, so the hidden blade components, as well as the other weapon attachments, were exposed. He then did the same with his left-hand bracer, which only had the hidden blade component. I need you to build me the various parts one need to make more of these, he said. Gonzo's eyes widened, as he slowly picked the right one up. What is this? He asked in some awe. It's a hidden blade bracer, Raphael responded. It contains a stabbing blade roughly 1 foot in length, which is retracted into this mechanism here, and released by flexing the forearm muscle and pressing a release button with said muscle. There is also a poison blade here, which is activated the same way, after flipping this switch here. Rounding it out are a spring-loaded poison dart launcher and a hidden pistol. 3. Gonzo looked up. Hidden pistol? What is that? Raphael chuckled. A weapon that utilizes explosive powder and small projectiles, he said. Gonzo blinked at that, one hand going to the stubble around his chin. I see, the explosive force would cause the projectile to travel at tremendous force and speed. But how can you do it without blowing your arm off? Perhaps we can discuss that another time, Raphael said, as he began to undo the weapon attachments on the braces. For now, I'd like to see if you can make the components necessary to build more of the hidden blades, the poison blade, and the dart launcher, he said. Having been trained in repairing and maintain his hidden blades, Raphael easily took them apart, showing Gonzo the various pieces and mechanisms required. Think you can do it? Gonzo just grinned. Oh, I think I want to give it a try. This should be an excellent challenge, he said, eagerly grabbing a scroll, brush, and inkpot, and began taking notes and measurements. Now do you want me to just make the components, or put it all together? He asked. Raphael watched him as he took his notes. Just make the components, please. I'll need to teach the ones I'm going to be giving these two how to build and repair them. Gonzo nodded as he finished taking notes. And how many do you want? Enough to make 6 of the hidden blades, and 3 of the poison blades and dart launchers, he said. I'll also need 6 bracers, either leather or metal, he said. Gonzo smirked. You got it. This should probably take me about a week, maybe 2. Check with me in 8 days, he said. In the meantime, feel free to check my wares out here. Or, I have some more unique pieces in the back. Raphael chuckled as he put the bracers back together again, and slid them back on. Thanks, but I think I'm good. How much do you think this will all cost? He asked. Gonzo waved his hand. I don't have an exact price. I'd say maybe 30,000 ryo altogether, he said. Raphael smiled. Well then, thank you for this, and I'll see you in a week, he said, as he headed off. Gonzo chuckled as he took his notes into the back with him. This should be most interesting, he said, as he set to work. The next day Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled as he watched the eager crowd of young children who were gathering to enter the academy. They were the newest students who wished to become shinobi of Konoha. They were gathered before the doors of the academy, where Sarutobi himself stood to welcome them. Behind them were their parents, family members, or in certain cases, guardians. Sarutobi held up his hands for silence before beginning to speak. Welcome. Welcome all of you to the beginning of the academy year. I am truly honored to see so many of you here, who are eager to become shinobi of Konoha, he said. The children began to murmur excitedly. Sarutobi knew that within a couple of years, several of them would abandon the academy, seeing that being a shinobi was not a glorious life of heroic adventures, but a life and death business with many tragedies. But those who did endure and graduate would become the proud defenders of this village. When you enter these doors, you are entering into a new world. One that will require dedication and endurance. Your fellow students around you will be your fellow comrades as you learn what it takes to be not just a ninja, but a shinobi of Konoha. And when you graduate, they will be your comrades in arms not just in the good times, but the bad times as well. Trust in yourselves, and each other, he said, to cheers from the kids and the parents as well. With a smile, he stepped aside, as 2 of the Chunin instructors opened the doors. Please give your names to one of these 2 instructors, and they'll tell you which classroom you'll be assigned to, he told the children. As one, the children, excited by the stories told by their parents, or by the ideas of battling evil villains and being heroes, rushed forward to the Chunin. There were a few stragglers, either very nervous or more composed. As the students eagerly gave their names, and headed to their assigned rooms, Sarutobi turned to the parents and guardians. Before you all leave, I'd like to discuss the new curriculum that will begin this academy year, so you know what we expect from your children, he said. For the past few years, Konoha's academy has been more focused on academic and theoretical lessons. It was believed that the Junin sensei would pick up the slack when they took their students. This year, that is going to change. The students, in their first year, will be introduced to the basics of being a shinobi, including ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. They'll begin physical exercises to increase their physical strength, as well as chakra reserves. And they'll be taught how to feel their chakra and access it. The years following will become more and more focused on physically and mentally training them to be shinobi, and in doing so, will remove those who are not fit for this lifestyle. This will include increased physical training, daily taijutsu spars with their classmates, chakra control exercises, constant combat, weapon, and stealth drills, and the teaching of the 3 basic ninjutsu techniques. We'll also be supplying the students with other basic ninjutsu techniques, which they'll be allowed to select from or suggested to train in. This will help us better understand where their skill sets are at. Also, beginning in their 3rd year of training, they'll be assigned to randomly selected teams of 3 on every 2nd and 4th Friday of the month, and will be given D-rank missions here within Konoha. This will not only help us with the overabundance of D-ranked missions we do have, but also teach them the qualities of teamwork, and being able to work with different teammates. We will also use this to help determine which students work best with each other. There will be academic classes, but their focus will be more on subjects that enhance their abilities as shinobi, such as cryptography, cartography, diplomacy, and cultural recognition. Their last year, the students will attend classes that incorporate the darker side of being a shinobi, such as assassinations, interrogation, as well as the risks that come with their lifestyle. Afterwards, they'll undergo a final exam, and if they pass, they'll become genin of Konoha, he said. Are there any questions? One of the civilian parents raised their hands. What about the more generalized academic courses? What will you do with them? When the academy's standards were lowered, the academy became a pseudo-school, teaching things that normal children would learn in schools. Sarutobi sighed. Those classes will be kept in the 1st year, as we work on introducing the children to the world of shinobi. However, they will become optional classes around the 3rd year. At that point, all mandatory classes will be focused on training the students as shinobi. If you wish for your children to learn advanced academic courses, I suggest you either have them take the optional classes or you teach those things to them yourselves. We're here to teach these children to be shinobi, not scholars. Any other questions? There was some murmuring in the crowd, but no one else really spoke up. Sarutobi nodded to them. Then thank you all for your time. Please return here at 3 in the afternoon to retrieve your children, he said, as he left with his Anbu escort. In the crowd, Raphael grinned, nodding softly in approval before leaving. Naruto, dressed in a white shirt with a red design and dark blue pants, grinned as he entered room 104, his assigned classroom. The classroom was constructed with stadium-like seating, with there being 3 lines of desks, each capable of sitting 3 students. Naruto looked around the room, trying to find a good spot. Eventually he decided on a spot in the back, where he could observe everyone. He sat down, sighing softly as he looked at the various students in the room. As he did, his eyes widened and he grinned as he saw a familiar figure enter the room. Hinata Hyuga shyly entered, hunching a bit as she felt the students in the room eyeing her. Things had not been good for the Hyuga heiress in recent months. When her father had been told about how she had been bullied and then rescued by the village pariah and a relatively unknown person, he had verbally chastised her in front of the entire clan, calling her weak and hopeless. Her mother had just stood by, not looking at her. She had run to her room when she was dismissed, crying her little eyes out on her bed. The following months were filled with hard drills and training, her father pushing her to her limits and verbally abusing her the whole time, destroying her confidence and will. Other members of the clan followed suit, or they flat out ignored her. The only one to try and comfort her was her mother, but only in the privacy of Hinata's room. Now, Hinata found herself facing a bunch of unknown children. She was honestly very nervous, almost terrified. She moved towards the back, hoping to be ignored back there. She was about to sit down when a voice nearby startled her. "Hey Hinata." She squeaked and turned to the voice, only for her eyes to widen. It was the boy who had saved her from those bullies. And he was in her class. Hinata blushed as he smiled at her, waving her over. Shakily, she took a few steps towards him. He smiled at her. "You're Hinata Hyuga, right? That girl those jerks were messing with?" She shakily nodded in response. Why yes, you're Naruto Uzumaki?" He smiled. "Yep, that's me. You want to sit here next to me?" She blinked. Really? You want me to?" she asked. Naruto nodded. "Well yeah, it's nice to have a familiar face here. I'm kinda nervous, but really excited." Hinata just blushed as she slowly sat down next to him. Naruto just grinned. "So, you excited about learning how to be a shinobi?" he asked. Hinata just nodded a bit. "Why yes, though, I'm really nervous," she said, admitting only a fraction of the truth. Naruto grinned at her. "Don't worry. We'll both become the most awesome shinobi this village has ever since," he said. Hinata's eyes widened and she blushed lightly, looking at her desk. "Why you think so?" she asked quietly. Naruto grinned. "You know it," he said. At that moment, another student entered and sat next to Hinata. The two of them looked at this new student. The boy had a brown afro hairstyle, black sunglasses, and a coat whose collar covered his lower face. Naruto smiled at him. "Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he said, as he leaned back and extended a hand to Shino. "Who are you?" The boy glanced at Naruto, his face seeming very stoic. He finally answered in a monotone-sounding voice. "Shino Aburame," he said quietly. Naruto blinked. "Aburame? You're from that clan, right?" he asked. "The ones who use insects?" Anko had taught Naruto, as well as Raphael, about the various clans of Konoha, and their special bloodlines or techniques. The Aburame clan, from what Naruto understood, was able to use insects to attack their enemies. They were also known for being very quiet and not being very emotional. Shino nodded quietly in response, before looking to Hinata. Hinata gulped a bit, as she introduced herself. "I'm Hinata Hyuga," she whispered out. Shino raised one eyebrow. "The Hyuga heiress?" he asked quietly. Hinata nodded a bit weakly in response. "Why yes, that's me. And you're the son of the Aburame leader?" Shino gave a single nod, as he turned his attention forward. The other students had entered, and now they waited for their teacher. They soon were rewarded by the door opening, and a female figure entering. Kurenai scanned the room, looking over her students for the next year or two. Taking a deep breath, she smiled, adjusting her Chunin vest. "Welcome, all of you. I'm your Chunin instructor Kurenai Yuhi, and I'll be teaching you for the next year or two. Before we get started, perhaps you'd all like to introduce yourselves?" she asked them all, pointing to one of the students at the front. As that student stood up, the others grinned. Their adventure had begun. Elsewhere, Yugito hummed as she waited at the main gate for the other Chunin who were part of her patrol. She was a few minutes early, which would explain why she was currently alone. Hearing approaching footsteps, she looked up in time to see a figure approach, dressed in the standard uniform of a Chunin. He had tanned skin, brown hair done up in a high pineapple-style ponytail similar to Anko's, and a unique scar across his nose. He also appeared to be around her age. He stopped as he neared him. "Hi there, you're Yugito-san, yes?" he asked a bit shyly. Yugito raised an eyebrow. "I am. And you are?" she asked, trying to give him a disarming smile. The man actually seemed to blush lightly. "Oh, he stuttered out. Yugito raised an eyebrow. "Cat got your tongue?" she asked with a smile. Iruka blushed more in embarrassment. "I'm Iruka Amino," he mumbled out, looking down a bit. Yugito sighed. "I'm sorry if my presence makes you uncomfortable. I guess it's not easy being around a jinchuriki and former Kumo kunoichi, yes?" she asked. Iruka blinked. "And no. That's not it at all," he said quickly. I'm nervous. This is my first patrol mission, so I'm nervous something will happen, and then add in the fact that there's a rather pretty girl and..." His eyes went wide and he slammed his mouth shut. Yugito's eyes widened as a light blush went across her cheeks. She smiled teasingly as she approached. "So, you think I'm pretty?" she asked with a grin. Iruka just began to babble until he was saved by two more people arriving. One was a Chunin with white shaggy hair and a bandana tied around his head. The other also had a bandana tied around his head, but it was reversed so the ties were in front. He also was chewing on a senbon. "There you two are. My name's Genma Shiranui, and I'll be leading the patrol," he said. "You two are Iruka Amino and Yugito ni?" When they nodded, he pointed to their third member. "This is Mizuki Toji, the final member of the team. If you're all ready to go, let's get this started." Each of the three Chunin nodded, and Genma smirked a bit before leading them out. As they jumped up into the trees and began tree hopping, Yugito glanced at Iruka, grinning a bit. He is kinda cute too," she thought with a grin, as they headed off on their patrol route. 1 week later, Raphael looked at the three recruits sitting before him. "Before we can further your training as assassins, you must understand the philosophy and tenets of the Assassin Brotherhood." Anko, Yugito, and Naruto each nodded and listened as he began. It is unknown when exactly the assassins were founded, but earliest records show the assassin order in my world existed for over 1,000 years. It was founded upon what is not so much a belief, but was an observation of the world. And that observation is still the primary maxim of the assassin order. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Naruto blinked at that, before reining his hand. "What's a maxim?" he asked. Raphael chuckled a bit. "A maxim is a general rule or a code of conduct," he said. "An example of a maxim would be something like, stealing is bad." Naruto nodded, understanding, as Anko spoke up this time. "So what does it mean? The assassin's maxim?" Raphael chuckled softly. I remember asking my mentor Ezio that as well. To me, it sounded like he was saying I could do whatever I needed or wanted to do as an assassin, that I was free, but in truth, that is not what those words mean. He explained it to me in two parts. The first part, nothing is true, is an observation of society. It was a realization that many of the things people take as truths are not actually true. What one person believes to be true, another will think is a lie. Seeing the confused looks on Yugito and Naruto's faces, he placed a hand on his chin in thought. Let me give you an example, he said. Naruto, you would say the Yondaime Hokage is a hero, yes? He asked. When Naruto nodded, Raphael turned to Yugito. But do you believe that Yugito? Do you think Minato Namikaze was a hero? Or does anyone in Kumo believe that? Yugito shook her head. No, Kumo would not. Minato Namikaze defeated our current Raikage in one-on-one combat, and killed hundreds of Kumo ninja in the second battle of Taki. The only country who hates him more than Kumo is Iwa. Raphael nodded. Thank you. That is what is meant by, nothing is true. It is meant to open our eyes to the world around us, instead of succumbing to the blindfold that people in power or who are seeking power, would put over you. It is to realize, as my mentor Ezio said, that the foundations of society are fragile, and that we must be shepherds of our own civilization, that the laws and traditions put into place by those who came before us are not absolute truths that must be followed, but in fact may be hindrances that hurt our ability to grow and learn. Anko and Yugito nodded quietly, seemingly understanding what he was saying. But Naruto was confused. Raphael-sensei, I don't understand, he said. Raphael just gently patted his head. I don't expect you to Naruto. I did not understand either when Ezio told me. I did not fully understand for a few years. Give it time and thought Naruto. One day, you will. He let go of Naruto's head and faced them all. Now to the second part of the maxim. Everything is permitted. Hearing these words, you would believe that it is saying you are permitted to do anything, correct? That you can do whatever it takes to complete a mission. That you can do whatever you like. And if you believe the first part, nothing is true, then why shouldn't you be allowed to do whatever you wish? If the laws and morality society forced upon you are not true, then you can do whatever you wish, yes. But what happens then? What happens when you kill 50 innocent people to get to one man? What happens when you decide to steal something from someone? Do you think that nothing will happen? That there won't be consequences? He asked. As they all listened to him, he continued. The second part does not teach the assassins to be free. It teaches us that we must be wise. We must recognize that any action we take, anything we say, has consequences and that we must take responsibility for our actions. We can perform any action we want, but we must be ready to accept the consequences of our decisions and actions. That is what it means. 1. As the trio nodded, Raphael continued. Following the maxim that is the foundation of the assassins, the Brotherhood has spent its lifetime fighting against those who threaten the safety, freedom, and free will of the people. Those who crave war, who oppress the people, who enslave them for money or power. From the shadows, we safeguard humanity against these threats. That is our primary mission as assassins. As the three of them nodded again, Raphael quietly sat down. Besides the maxim to guide us, we assassins also have 3 rules that we must always follow us. They are as follows. Stay your blade from the flesh of an innocent. Hide in plain sight, and never compromise the Brotherhood. The first rule is clear. We do not strike down those who are not our targets, and who pose no threat to us, whether directly or indirectly. We do not strike down those who do not need to die, he said simply. If you are on an assassination contract, you may need to kill or disable guards who stand in your way. Or a servant who is rushing off to warn the guards of your presence, if you are discovered. There is a reason for them to die, though it is preferable if you can sneak past them. But we do not kill indiscriminately. We do not kill people when there is no reason to kill them. They are innocent. Anko snorted a bit. Not some of the ones I know, she muttered softly, causing Raphael to sigh. I suppose the term innocent is not completely accurate for all, he said. There are people who are prejudiced and bigoted, it is true. But again, it is human nature. We cannot kill a man simply because he makes a horrible remark. It is only when he actually becomes a threat, when he attacks others. When he imposes his will over others, only then can we silence him. But we cannot silence them for merely having an opinion, or we become no better than those who we are fighting against. Anko just looked down, as Raphael continued. The second rule directs us to be stealthy. The power we hold over our enemies is our ability to seemingly materialize out of nowhere, strike them down, and disappear again. To accomplish this, we learn how to be able to hide in plain sight, to be able to blend with the crowd, to move freely without drawing attention, until it's time to strike. In doing so, we gain power over our enemies, making them scared or paranoid. This causes them to make mistakes, creating openings to exploit. If we were to lose the advantage that comes from this, our task would be that much more difficult. The three of them nodded in understanding. Naruto figured it was just like being a ninja. Ninja were supposed to be stealthy, right? For Yugito and Anko, they understood what Raphael was getting at. The ability to move freely would be a huge asset, not just for when they were performing their assassin duties, but during their shinobi missions as well. The third rule of the assassins is, never compromise the brotherhood. What it means is your actions must never bring harm to your fellow assassins, whether directly or indirectly. You must not lead the enemy to your fellow assassins. You must not betray information about the assassins. If you are captured, it is expected that you will die before betraying the brotherhood. Raphael finished. The trio nodded, as Raphael smiled. The final verbal lesson I wish to convey to you three today is something I want you all to think about as you train. The three ironies of the assassins. Naruto blinked. What's ironies? He asked. Anko explained this time. Irony is when something is the opposite of what you expect it to be, she said, trying to explain it in a simple way for him. For example, you remember how those drunk men Raphael and I saved you from were saying those horrible things about you? Naruto nodded, looking down a bit. Anko placed a hand on his shoulder. That's an example of irony there. They were calling you horrible things, when they themselves were about to attack you and beat you up. Actions that are considered horrible and monstrous. You see? She asked. As Naruto nodded in understanding, Raphael continued. The assassins have realized that there are three major contradictions about our order. Things that make the order seem hypocritical. But instead of letting them undermine us, we embrace these ironies, as they help remind us that the world itself is full of them as well. Men might claim that they are fighting for the people, by taking away their freedoms and killing them. Religions will offer salvation and freedom through bigotry and violence. The world is full of these ironies, and by embracing our own, we remind ourselves that we have seen the truth of the world, and have opened our eyes. Now, the three ironies of our brotherhood. The first is that the assassins promote peace between men, but we achieve it through the use of death and violence. The second is that we seek to open the minds of men and free them of the false rules that bind them, yet we ourselves demand obedience to our own rules. And the third is that though we seek to reveal the dangers of having blind faith in something, we ourselves practice the act of having blind faith in our order. As the trio blinked in surprise and some confusion, Raphael raised a hand to forestall their questions. As I said, I wish for you to think about these contradictions. Learn from them and everything else that I've taught you today. These are the fundamentals of our order and belief. These are the things you must accept and believe before you can become a full assassin. As such, I want you all to think about it, and if you find you cannot accept these things, then you may leave the order. The trio slowly nodded in acceptance of his words. As they did, Raphael smiled. Now, onto more practical lessons. The pieces before you are the components to make a hidden blade bracer, he said, as each of them turned their attention to the small box containing various metal pieces, a blade, and a hardened leather bracer covered in metal. The hidden blade bracer is the signature weapon of the assassins, and one of the keys to our success. The next few lessons will be spent studying each component and how they fit together to create your hidden blade bracer. First, find this piece, he said, holding up one of the pieces of his own bracer. Elsewhere on the edge of town sat the series of buildings that made up the Uchiha district. It was here that the Uchiha clan, one of the two founding clans of Konoha and the military police force of Konoha, lived when they weren't on missions or in the village. The district had been a gift to them from the Nidaime Hokage, but the Uchiha viewed it as a statement that Tobirama Senju had no trust in them. They would not be wrong in that belief. However, currently, there was cause for celebration in the clan, specifically for the family of the head of the clan. Fugaku smiled as watched his eldest son. At 13 years of age, Itachi Uchiha had achieved the rank of Anbu captain. A feat only matched by Kakashi Hitaki becoming a Junin at the same age, whereas Itachi was a Chunin before gaining his newest position. Many had hailed Itachi as a prodigy, equal in potential to such figures as Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, or Jiraiya of the Sannin. Fugaku couldn't be prouder. Not only had his son brought great honor to the clan, but this also could be of use to him. Itachi meanwhile smiled graciously to his mom as she congratulated him. His younger brother Sasuke, though, had simply been told his brother got a very important position. The position of Anbu, especially Anbu captain, was one that needed to be kept secret. Hence only family members of sufficient rank, as well as other Anbu operatives, could be told of an Anbu member's true identity. As Sasuke kept going on about how cool his big brother was, Itachi just smiled and ruffled his hair a bit, causing him to whine and bat his hand away. That was when Itachi felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned, finding himself face to face with a grinning girl about his age. "I hope you have some time for your betrothed, Mr. Big Shot." Kaseki, Miracle. Uchiha was so named because her parents had been told their chances of having a baby were low. And yet they had been fortunate to be gifted with a daughter. The 12, almost 13-year-old female Uchiha had long straight black hair reaching about mid-back, with straight styled bangs that covered her forehead. She was a little short for her age, standing at about 4 foot even. She was currently dressed in a blue long-sleeved top and black skirt that reached her knees, with black zori on her feet. Kaseki and Itachi Uchiha had both actually been betrothed to each other only a year after Kaseki's birth. Her father was one of the foremost Junin of the clan, and her mother, one of the non-shinobi members of the Uchiha clan, ran a successful clothing business for the clan. Considering how successful they were, and that Itachi was the son of the clan head, it made sense for them to be betrothed to each other. When Itachi and Kaseki were old enough to be told about the betrothal, at around the age of 8, both had different reactions. Itachi calmly accepted it, though he did raise concerns about being married to someone he knew nothing about. Kaseki had thrown a tantrum about it, wanting to marry a prince and be a princess. When the two were introduced, things started off rocky as Kaseki didn't want anything to do with Itachi, while Itachi tried to make conversation. It would remain this way for the next 2 years. However, Itachi finally got on her good side when on her 10th birthday, when he got her the one present she had wanted above all others. He had gotten her a kitten. In that instant, Kaseki had acted like she and Itachi had been best friends all their lives, and in the next 3 years, one would think that, watching them. Even though Itachi had graduated much earlier than Kaseki, he always made time available to train with her. And during their leisure time, they could be seen walking and talking and occasionally sharing a box of Pocky, a treat both of them greatly enjoyed. Eventually, friendship began to give way to very young love. Now, Itachi smiled at his Chunin-ranked future wife. "Of course," he said, as the two of them headed off. Makoto just smiled, watching them. They were such a cute couple. In another part of the house, the pair sat down. "So, Anbu Captain? You'll probably be very busy," Kaseki said quietly. Itachi sighed. "I probably will be. Since I'm new though, they'll hopefully keep me in or near Konoha, until I have the experience I need. So we'll be able to see each other. Not to mention every member of Anbu is given 2 months mandatory vacation each year. So it's not all bad." Kaseki smiled. "Well, you just be ready for when they ask me to join up, and be the Anbu commander. Then I'll get to order you around." Itachi smiled, only to blink in surprise as Kaseki hugged him. "If they send you on any really dangerous missions, you'll be careful for me, won't you?" she asked, her voice a bit muffled as she had her face buried in his shoulder. Itachi returned the hug. "I will. I promise," he said. Kaseki smiled a bit, before pulling back. She suddenly pecked him quickly on the cheek, blushing the whole time. Itachi did as well, as this was the first time she had kissed him in any way. Kaseki quickly let go of him and stood up. "Come on, I'll race you to the sweets shop. Loser has to buy Pocky for the both of us," she said, suddenly bolting. Itachi sat there, a little stunned, before suddenly getting up and chasing after her, a small smile on his face. He didn't know how she did it. Itachi was normally a very reserved person, not given to expressing his emotions. And yet Kaseki always made him feel happy, carefree. He grinned as he chased after her, enjoying this moment of happiness, unaware of the problems he would soon find himself embroiled in. Hokage's office. Next day Sarutobi quietly worked on the paperwork that had waiting for him on his desk when he came in that morning. As he did, he felt a light stirring of air on the back of his neck. He chuckled to himself a bit. "When are you going to enter my office like a normal person?" he asked. The person he was asking was a tall man who looked to be in his late 40s to earlier 50s. He had a long mane of spiky white hair, and wore a greenish-gray outfit with mesh under the shirt, arm guards over his forearms, and a red vest. His outfit was completed by wooden sandals, a metal headband with horns and the symbol for oil on it, and a massive scroll strapped to his back. This was Jiraiya, the famous Toad Sage and one of the 3 legendary Sannin, the trio of ninjas taught by Hiruzen Sarutobi and who fought Hanzo the Salamander almost to a standstill. Jiraiya just smirked. "Ah sensei, you know it's more fun this way. Didn't you do this back when Hashirama and Tobirama were Hokage?" Sarutobi just sighed. "What news do you have?" he asked. At that moment the easygoing look vanished, being replaced by the face of an experienced and hardened shinobi veteran. "Well, I've learned of a couple of possible new dangers out there. I've been looking more into that group Orochimaru joined up with, Akatsuki. It raised red flags when they accepted someone like Orochimaru, and now I know they're trouble. It seems the entire organization is made up of S-rank missing nins. And what's more, I can't be certain but I think they're hunting jinchuriki," he said. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. "Where did you hear that?" he asked. Jiraiya sat down in front of Sarutobi's desk. "Some of my contacts have mentioned hearing about people asking around about certain individuals from the shinobi villages. It didn't seem like much till they mentioned that one of those they were looking for was an Iwa shinobi named Roshi. That one we confirmed was the jinchuriki of the Yanbi Biju. I did a little digging on some of the others they were asking about. Each of the ones they were asking about is a jinchuriki." Sarutobi nodded quietly. "I want you to divert your available resources into tracking this group. S-ranked missing nins asking about jinchuriki is not good for anyone." Jiraiya gave a nod of understanding. "I'll get on it, sensei. The other news I've heard is some rumblings coming from the Land of Iron. There's talk of some Ronin samurai spouting about how ninjas are abominations and that all chakra users should be wiped from the face of the world. Most people just pass it off as a raving lunatic's words, so I'm not sure what to make of it." The aged Hokage sighed, sitting back quietly. "If it's occurring in the Land of Iron, it's none of our business. They are neutral territory, and to break that neutrality would be bad for us. If you hear more, let me know. But for now, focus on Orochimaru and Akatsuki." Jiraiya accepted his orders, before sitting back. "So, how is he?" he asked quietly. "Naruto? He's doing very well actually. He just entered the academy, and from my reports so far, he's working hard, especially in the practical lessons. Of course it helps that he has at least 3 people training him outside the academy," Sarutobi commented. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "Really? Who?" he asked. Sarutobi grinned a bit. "Chunin Anko Mitarashi, our new Chunin Yugito ni, and someone I actually would like you to meet," he said, signaling one of his Anbu and ordering him to go retrieve Raphael. Upon hearing the name, Jiraiya blinked in confusion. What kind of name was Raphael? Sarutobi saw the confusion in Jiraiya's eyes, before sighing and pulling a file from his desk. "Read this," he said simply, handing the file to Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Raphael was headed towards the Hokage's tower after being summoned there by an Anbu. He was quietly contemplating the training his 3 recruits were undergoing. Anko and Yugito both already had excellent grasps on stealth, and simply required training in being able to walk and move in plain sight without drawing attention, and without the use of the henge jutsu or any genjutsu. While both would be invaluable to an assassin and were definitely something Raphael was going to look into for future training, the associated usage of chakra with each could be a beacon to enemies skilled in detecting enemies using chakra. So Raphael had begun devising a training method for moving stealthily in the open. The pair of kunoichi were both also already skilled at fighting, and had begun working hard to incorporate the assassin style of fighting with their own methods. The only other physical training they needed was in parkour and free running. Raphael found it surprising at first that such methods of travel were not more commonplace in the shinobi world, but then reasoned that since they could use chakra to climb surfaces and propel themselves dozens of feet with a single leap, it wasn't as surprising as it initially was. But as he pointed out to Anko and Yugito, being able to move freely without chakra would be an asset should they find themselves low on chakra, trying to conserve chakra for fighting, or if like with the henge or genjutsu, they were trying to avoid alerting enemies skilled in detecting chakra. Naruto, however, was pretty much a clean slate. He had no formal training before he began with Anko and Raphael, which was both a hindrance and an asset. It would take longer to train him to fight, move, and think like an assassin, but at the same time, he hadn't developed any habits or skills that would clash with his training. Raphael was thankful that there were actually quite a few things in the new academy's curriculum that would cover skills an assassin could or would use, and thus leaving Raphael free to teach Naruto the skills unique to assassins, and polish up the rest that the academy gave him. Breaking from his train of thought, Raphael found himself at the tower, and quickly entered, making his way up to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he blinked at the unknown person. "Hokage-sama? You summoned me?" Sarutobi nodded. "Indeed. Raphael-san, this is Jiraiya, one of my former students. Jiraiya, this is Raphael." Jiraiya extended a hand to Raphael, wearing a friendly smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Raphael-san," he said. On the outside the Sannin seemed friendly, but on the inside, he was analyzing the young man who stood before him. If what he read in the file was correct, this was a man from a time and place with wars that put shinobi wars to shame. He was a killer, trained in how to end a person's life with speed and stealth. While the shinobi world was full of people trained to do that from young ages, there were very few who actually were truly masters of the art of stealthy and silent kills. Raphael meanwhile nodded back as he shook Jiraiya's hand. As he did, he felt the calluses and a few small scars that came from a man used to fighting. This man may look friendly and old, but he was not a pushover. And you as well, Jiraiya-san, he said. Sarutobi sat back. I was just talking to Jiraiya about you. He was quite interested to learn you were training Naruto, he said. Raphael blinked. Oh, may I ask why? He asked curiously. Jiraiya continued to smile. Well, I just find it interesting you would train someone so young in a field that primarily involves killing people. Raphael stiffened a little at that. If I'm not mistaken, this village and the others around the world are training children as young as Naruto to fight, kill, and die for their village. How is what I'm doing any different? He answered back a little coolly. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, but Sarutobi stopped him. He has a point, Jiraiya, he said. How is what Raphael doing any different from what the Academy or Naruto's future Junin-sensei going to do? Jiraiya opened his mouth to respond, but a hardened gaze from Sarutobi silenced him. Raphael saw this and stored it away for future reference, as Jiraiya reluctantly nodded. My apologies, Raphael. I spoke out of place. Raphael nodded. It's all right. Was there something you wished, Hokage-sama, besides introducing me to Jiraiya? Sarutobi gave him a nod of confirmation, as he pulled out a file. There have been recent problems between us and Sunagakure no Sato. Problems that I wish to address personally. I was hoping you might accompany me as part of my guard. I know that such a task isn't exactly something you do, but it would help you to familiarize yourself with Sunna, should the need arise for you to venture there, he said. Raphael thought about it for a few moments, before nodding. Very well. When should I be ready to go? He asked. As Sarutobi gave him the information, Jiraiya studied the young man. This person would require some watching. He was an unknown variable who was affecting his godson. He knew he hadn't been there for the boy, largely due to his network of spies, but he would protect his godson. At the academy, Naruto and the other students of his class were outside for one of their physical and taijutsu lessons. Last week, their instructor, who went by the name Ryu, had asked if any of the students had already been taught taijutsu. Out of the 30 or so students in their class, only 5 raised their hands. Naruto was learning the taijutsu style Raphael was crafting, and Hinata was being taught the juken, the fighting style of the Hyuga. The other 3 students who had answered were also from clans. The first was Sasuke Uchiha, youngest son of Fugaku Uchiha, the head of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke had black hair that Naruto had jokingly said was styled like a duck's butt, earning him the young Uchiha's ire. He also wore a long-sleeved charcoal-colored shirt and white shorts. The next was Choji Akamichi, only child of Shuza Akamichi. The rather large boy wore white shirts with a dark green long-sleeved shirt that had light green over the shoulders and collars. He also had spiky brown hair and red swirl marks on his cheek. The last was Kiba Inuzuka, son of Sume Inuzuka. He had dark brown spiky hair, slit-like pupils, and red upside-down triangles painted onto his face below his eyes. He was wearing a dirty white-colored long-sleeved shirt and gray shorts, and had a tiny white puppy currently sitting on his head. Ryu, after assessing their skills in their stances against training dummies, informed them that they would be allowed to practice against the dummies while he taught the other students the basic academy stance. However, they were to participate in the sparring sessions and physical exercise parts of the class. Currently, they were all stretching and warming up together in a group. Naruto grinned, enjoying these physical lessons more than sitting in the classroom. He didn't like sitting still for too long. Not only that, but he got to talk to Hinata during these lessons. After seeing her on their first day, Naruto had made sure to sit next to her, or save the seat next to him for her. She was the only one of the students he had met before the academy, and so he bonded with her. She seemed really nice to him, even if she was always so quiet and stuttering. He did see her smile once though, when he had decided to pull a prank on their sensei Kurenai involving a fake spider he had put on her chair before class had started. He thought she had a great smile, and decided he wanted to see it more often. He grinned at Hinata, as they finished warming up, and their sensei started to lead them in the more physical exercises such as push-up and sit-ups. Hinata just gave a shy little tiny smile, as they started working out. Ryu led them through several physical exercises, before having them run 10 laps around the yard. The 30 academy students started off in formation, but soon the less physically fit ones began to lag behind. Hinata kept pace with Naruto until around the 7th lap, where she began to slow down. Naruto slowed his pace down as well, staying with her and encouraging her on. When they all finished up, Ryu let them rest and recuperate, before nodding towards the nearby sparring ring. I think it would be good if those of you who do know a taijutsu style would demonstrate your skills to the rest of the class in a sparring session. To start with, could I have Kiba and Hinata come forward to spar first? He asked. Hinata gasped and tried to hide a bit behind Naruto, while Kiba puffed his chest out. Come on Ryu-sensei, you can't expect me to fight a girl, he said. Almost immediately, the girls of the class glared in Kiba's direction, as Ryu sighed. And why not Kiba? He asked, though he already knew the answer. Kiba smirked. Because she's a girl. And most girls are weak and can't fight as well as boys can. The only girls who aren't weak are from my clan, and that's because they act more like guys. Just look at my mom. A girl like Hinata won't ever be able to beat me. Hinata began to tremble behind Naruto, looking down a bit, as she felt like crying. She was weak. However, she was forced to look up as an angry growl in front of her grabbed her attention. You take that back, you jerk. Hinata's not weak, Naruto shouted angrily, defending his first friend ever after seeing how upset she was. If she wanted to, she could beat you up in no time at all. Kiba glared at Naruto. What do you know? You're not even from a proper shinobi family, he said, causing Naruto to get angrier. Anko Ne-chan and Yugito Ne-chan both helped train me, and they're really strong. Ryu-sensei, let me fight Kiba, he said, wanting to get back at Kiba for the stuff he had said about Hinata and himself. The Chunin instructor sighed. Fine then. Naruto, you and Kiba fight. After that, Hinata and Choji can fight, he said. Naruto and Kiba both quickly ran to the sparring circle, taking up positions at opposite ends. As they did, everyone else lined up to watch while Ryu took his place to the side of the circle. The spar will be until one of you is unable to continue, or one of you is knocked from the ring. Is that understood? He asked. Both of them nodded, glaring at each other, as Ryu nodded. Then, fight, he shouted. Immediately, Naruto settled into his stance, right leg forward, knees bent, and hands up, ready to deflect and block. Kiba growled as he lowered himself, taking a more animalistic stance. He then rushed forward with a growl, moving faster than Naruto expected and landing a punch in Naruto's stomach before he could expect it. Naruto grunted and staggered back, but quickly regained his footing. Kiba came in again. This time the wild left punch was deflected to the side by Naruto, who swung in with a left of his own, catching Kiba while he was off-balanced and landing a blow to his cheek. Kiba staggered back, as Naruto stepped forward, following with a right to Kiba's stomach, as Raphael's lessons and tips echoed in his head. Remember, do not give up the moment to your enemy. If you've landed a blow that has left them open, continue the attack. The faster you can defeat an enemy, the better. But choose your attacks well. Do not leave yourself open to surprises. With Raphael's words in his mind, Naruto followed up with another left to Kiba's chest, followed up by a right uppercut that sent Kiba sprawling onto his back. The young Inuzuka tried to scramble to his feet, as Naruto resettled into his stance. As he did, he spat out some blood from where the first left had caused him to bite his cheek. Growling angrily, Kiba lunged in again, driving Naruto to the ground and unleashing a vicious punch to Naruto's face. Naruto quickly got his hands up, blocking more of Kiba's attacks. He struggled to push Kiba off, managing to get him back enough to bring his feet up and shove Kiba off with both feet. Naruto got back up, one of his eyes blackening from the initial punch. Ryu bit his lip. He hated seeing these young kids beat each other up like this. But it was part of the life they chose. If they became shinobi, their enemies wouldn't pull punches. There wouldn't be someone there to stop them. Shaking his head, he watched as the two engaged again. Kiba lunged at Naruto again with a vicious right cross, but instead of just deflecting this time, Naruto actually sidestepped, grabbing Kiba's arm with his right hand and landing a powerful left jab, followed by a right cross. Kiba staggered back, head ringing, before falling on his butt, looking very dazed. Naruto advanced, only to be stopped by Ryu. I think that's enough, he said, glancing at the other students. Many of them were stunned at what they had seen, and a few looked fearful. Ryu shook his head as he glanced at the two. Naruto, you've won the match. But I hope you both realized your mistake here, or in Kiba's case, mistakes. At their confused looks, or dazed and confused in Kiba's case, Ryu explained. You both allowed your anger to cloud your judgment and force you into a fight. You cannot allow yourself to get angry out in the real world, as it will cause you to lose control. While allowing anger to motivate you is a good idea, allowing it to control and consume you is not. Kiba, you also underestimated not only Naruto for not being part of a clan, but all of your fellow female classmates as well, simply because they are girls. Do you know that one of the strongest shinobi of Konoha is a kunoichi named Tsunade Senju? She has the ability to level entire mountains with a single punch. With a flick of her finger, she could put you through the wall of the academy. Kiba's eyes widened as he heard that, as did everyone else's. Ryu looked at them all. Take that lesson to heart. Never underestimate your opponents. It will be the death of you, and possibly your teammates. Naruto, Kiba, report to the nurse's office. The rest of you, line up to practice the next set of moves for the basic academy taijutsu, he said. As the students lined up into formation, Naruto and Kiba began to head into the academy, but as Naruto glanced back, he saw a very shy Hinata glancing at him and smiling a bit, before blushing and looking away. Naruto lopsidedly grinned as he headed off inside. For the umpteenth time, Raphael cursed the desert. He cursed the glaring sun, he cursed the loose sand. He cursed the intolerable heat and frigid nights. He cursed the creatures in the sand waiting to kill him at a moment's notice. He cursed anything and everything involving the desert. He was traveling with Sarutobi in a group of 5 of Konoha's most elite Anbu, the personal bodyguards of the Hokage himself. They were all wearing light cloaks to shield themselves from the sun. One of them was currently traveling with Sarutobi and Raphael, while the other 4 were in pairs and scouting the flanks. Raphael panted softly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. How much longer till we get out of this blasted desert? He asked, looking at Sarutobi. The old man chuckled softly as he glanced at the young assassin. Not too long now, young Raphael, he said. In fact, you can see it just over this next rise. Indeed, as they came over the next sand dune, they saw the rock-like walls surrounding Sunagakure. Raphael let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can't wait to take a bath, he said. Sarutobi chuckled only to tense slightly. A Sunna patrol is moving to intercept us, he said, as the Anbu next to him used a whistle signal to alert the other Anbu. The 4 Anbu shifted position to new places. Within 2 minutes, a group of 4 Sunna ninja arrived in front of them. Each wore the standard gray and khaki, cream-colored uniforms and flak vests, as well as turbans with Sunna headbands over the loose cloth. The leader eyed Raphael, Sarutobi, and his Anbu escort. Identify yourselves, he said gruffly, as the 3 behind him tensed, ready for combat. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. I'm here to negotiate with your Kazekage. The 4 shinobi kept careful watch on them. We've been expecting you. Please follow us to Sunna, the leader said. At that moment, the other 4 Anbu joined the group, causing the youngest of the 4 Sunna shinobi to almost yelp out and grabbed a kunai, only to be stopped by one of his companions. With a nod, Sarutobi and the Konoha group followed the Sunna patrol towards Sunna. They came to a narrow canyon that seemed carved through the rocky wall surrounding the village, which served as the only official entrance and exit into and out of Sunna. There, a couple of gate guards stopped them. I need to see identification papers, one of them spoke, stepping forward. Sarutobi nodded, and motioned for the Anbu and Raphael to hand over their identification papers, as he did the same. After consulting them, the gate guard nodded and allowed them to proceed through. The patrol led them through the canyon entranceway. When they exited, they were greeted with a view of the village. Raphael quietly studied the buildings from the shadow of his hood. Unlike Konoha, where the buildings were made of wood or a rock-like substance they called concrete, Sunna's buildings appeared to be made of sand shaped into buildings and hardened into solid rock. It also became apparent that Sunna's wall was in fact a natural one, as it was part of a massive canyon that surrounded the village within a hollowed-out area. Nature had formed a defensive position that hid the village and protected it. Raphael also noticed the people were avoiding them, moving out of the way. Several Sunna shinobi could be seen here and there, sending glares when they didn't think the group was looking. What's with the evil looks? He asked Sarutobi quietly, while Sarutobi sighed. It is part of the reason I am here, Raphael-san. Their daimyo has been cutting the budget to Sunna, and has recently begun handing Konoha missions normally reserved for their village. I'm hoping to reach an agreement with the Kazekage that will solve this problem, the aged Hokage said. At that moment, the patrol leader stopped outside a rather tall building. This is the hotel where you and your group will be staying during your time here. Please note that each member of your group will be monitored when they leave the hotel, the Junin said as he handed Sarutobi a piece of paper with their reservation information on it before he and his squad left. Sarutobi smiled at his Anbu and Raphael. "Shall we see our rooms?" he asked, as they entered the hotel. Within a few minutes, the group of 6 was situated in 3 rooms next to each other. The Anbu had been split into 2 pairs and each pair had one of the outside rooms. The middle room was for Sarutobi, the remaining Anbu, and Raphael. Currently, the entire group was in the middle hotel room. Sarutobi was speaking his plans to them. "The Anbu will be taking rotations on their jobs here. 2 will accompany me when I go to see the cage. The other 3 will remain here to guard the rooms. Raphael, I want you to head into the village. Keep an ear to the ground, see what you can hear. And try not to cause any problems," he said. Raphael nodded. "Understood, Hokage-sama, I'll get right on it." The aged Hokage nodded with a smile. "For now though, let's relax. It's been a long journey, and I think we've earned it." Raphael nodded in agreement and headed towards the bathroom, while the Anbu remained passive. Sarutobi smiled as he sat down with his pipe and lit it, intent on a quiet smoke. He was going to enjoy this quiet moment, while it lasted. Elsewhere in the village, a small red-haired boy was sitting on a swing. Many people were ignoring him or glaring angrily at him. He didn't care though. 2 days ago, he would wonder why they do it. Why no one wanted to be around him. Not even his siblings. But now, it didn't matter. He slowly looked up, the skin above his left eye still tender from where his mother had given him the symbol and reminder of his purpose. The kanji for love, etched permanently into his forehead, glowed an angry blood red. "Soon, mother," he whispered. "Soon I shall give you what you want," he whispered, his light green eyes showing a slight madness to them, before returning to their normal emotionless stare. Konoha Academy. Naruto grinned as he watched Hinata shyly make another move on the board in between the two. It was lunchtime at Konoha's academy, and he was teaching Hinata how to play chess, like Raphael had taught him. Hinata bit her lip as she finished moving a pawn. Naruto grinned as he moved a rook. "Check," he said. Hinata quickly began scanning the board, as Naruto watched her. "I'd suggest the bishop," he said, as he pointed to her remaining bishop. Nearby, Shoji Akamichi and Shikamaru Nara watched. Or rather, Shoji voraciously ate his food while Shikamaru watched, intrigued. "That game, Shoji, doesn't that kind of look like Shugi?" he asked his large friend. Shoji just kept eating, as Shikamaru kept watching the pair. Naruto grinned as he moved his queen. "Checkmate," he said, trapping Hinata's king. Hinata sighed sadly. "Why you win?" she said. Naruto blinked as he noticed her downcast expression. "Hey now, don't feel too bad, it's just a game. And you're getting better at it," he said, trying to cheer her up. Hinata just blushed a little and glanced away. At that moment, a shadow came across them. "Hey," came a tired-sounding drawl. They both looked up to see Shikamaru glancing at the board. "What's this game?" Naruto blinked. "It's called chess. My sensei Raphael taught it to me. It's like Shugi, but different." Shikamaru blinked. "Can I play?" he asked the pair. Hinata quietly moved so he could sit where she was sitting, as Naruto reset the board, and began explaining the rules. Shoji, who had followed, sat down and began eating from a chip bag he had, as Naruto and Shikamaru began to play. By the time the bell rang, the game had drawn a small crowd of curious students. The two were in a stalemate, each move countered. Shikamaru sighed as the bell rang. "Draw?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "Draw," he agreed, as they both tipped their kings over. Naruto began packing up as Shikamaru tilted his head. "That was an interesting game. Perhaps we could play again sometime?" Shikamaru asked. Naruto grinned. "Sure thing. I'm Naruto, and this is my friend Hinata," he said, as Hinata shyly waved. Shikamaru pointed to Choji. "This is my friend Shoji, and I'm Shikamaru." Naruto grinned, happy to meet new friends, as they all headed inside. Once they were all sitting down, their sensei, the Chunin Kurenai, smiled at them. "Today we're going to be studying the origins of the modern shinobi world," she said. "Now who knows the origins of chakra use?" Sakura Haruno, a pink-haired civilian girl, raised her hand eagerly. When Kurenai called on her, she smiled. Chakra is an energy that exists in all people. It is a mixture of physical energy produced from one's body, and spiritual energy that comes from a person's experience and intelligence. However, no one was able to access it until the Rakudo Sennin managed to access the chakra in his body. He learned to harness it, and passed his teachings to others. Kurenai nodded. "Indeed. We'll get back to the Rakudo Sennin in a few moments. As Sakura said, chakra is something that exists in all people, but no one even knew of its existence before the Rakudo Sennin. However, shinobi existed even before the use of chakra. Back then though, they were simple peasants and farmers who objected to being ruled over by the daimyo and their armies of samurai. These people rebelled, running away and training themselves to being able to fight back. Since they lacked the equipment and resources of the samurai, they turned instead to using surprise, stealth, and deception to combat the samurai. Instead of engaging in a one-on-one battle, they would sneak through the shadows, striking at enemies with surprise, and utilizing whatever advantage they could use to win. She smiled when she saw the class was listening intently. About 1,000 years ago, the Rakudo Sennin was a monk who had gone out to meditate in a forest near his monastery. However, something occurred while he was out there, and upon his return, he had changed. He had somehow unlocked the secret of utilizing chakra. Despite being called a heretic and blasphemer, he continued to explore his new abilities, leading to him eventually spreading his teachings to others who he taught how to utilize their chakra, she said. Of course, with the discovery of chakra came new dangers. The samurai class, having long since held power, did not appreciate the idea of there being simple peasants with more power than themselves. They attempted to exterminate the Rakudo Sennin and his followers. However, they soon found the tide turned against them. Some of those who had learned from the Rakudo Sennin were also from the established groups and clans of shinobi who had been fighting against the samurai. With their newfound abilities and power, they turned the tide against the samurai armies sent against them and the Rakudo Sennin. Within a matter of months, the samurai class within the elemental nations had been reduced to a mere handful of warriors, who were forced to give up their quest. The Rakudo Sennin retreated into solitude after the samurai-shinobi war, upset over the pain and death his teachings had brought. It was not until a monstrous creature of immeasurable power and strength, known as the Jubi, threatened the whole world that he returned from his self-imposed exiled. He managed to defeat the Jubi, and then brought the various shinobi together under his banner. Under his care, the shinobi stopped their internal fighting, and began to work together to protect the peoples of their home countries. This was the beginning of the shinobi world as we know it now, she said, finished, smiling. Now if you'll all please get out your books and open them to page 12. There are questions there for you to answer, and to turn in at the end of class. 1. As the students began pulling out their books, Naruto leaned over to Hinata. The Rakudo Sennin sounds awesome, doesn't he? He whispered. Hinata nodded. Why yes he does, she whispered back. To not only discover chakra, but to defeat a terrifying monster like the Jubi? Naruto grinned. Well, one day, we'll be that strong too, won't we? Hinata just blushed, as they got to work, while Naruto grinned as he imagined being super strong and cool. Sunna Raphael hummed quietly as he made his way through Sunna, taking a tour of the village. Sarutobi was currently negotiating with the Kazekage, and the Anbu not with the Hokage were guarding, watching over the rooms, leaving Raphael with nothing to do, for the moment. Raphael smiled as he looked around the village. To the casual observer, he would seem to be just another tourist, currently decked out in more comfortable civilian clothing, rather than his traditional assassin robes. But in truth, Raphael was getting the layout of the village, looking at buildings for climbing, spots for hiding, and other various things an assassin would want to know. He smirked, as he sensed a couple of people following him. Sunna shinobi assigned to keep track of him. He grinned as he made his way towards the marketplace, his shadows following. In the marketplace, people were scurrying from stall to stall, buying essentials or gossiping with friends. Raphael smirked as he made his way into the mass of people, moving seamlessly through the crowd. Seeing one particular cluster of people, he slid over to them, moving under the shadow of the building awning they were huddled under. He slowly leaned back against the wall, listening to the conversation while scanning for the Sunna shinobi who had been following him. He grinned as he saw one of them on one building, scanning the marketplace. The other though was on the opposite side from his companion, and apparently still had a view of him. Raphael quickly turned, and ducked into an alley between two buildings, before quickly using his chakra to scale the side of the building to a small balcony with an awning over it. Peeking into the inside of the building and not seeing anyone in the room, he vaulted up, grabbing one of the supports of the awning and swinging his legs up to hook on the other. He tilted his head back, looking back down into the alley, as he heard approaching footsteps on the roof. At that moment, the two shinobi landed in the alley, and began looking around for him. Raphael stealthily dropped onto the balcony, and crouched down, listening to them. Where the hell did he go? The first one demanded as he kicked over an empty barrel. How should I know? You were the last one to see him, the second one said. The first one was about to retort when there were cries of panic from the marketplace. The two shinobi quickly bolted from the alley, as Raphael blinked. He quickly climbed up to the roof and looked at the marketplace. In the marketplace there was a crowd gathered around a couple of figures, who were busy brawling. The two shinobi were busy trying to get through the crowd. Raphael chuckled softly, watching the whole thing, only to blink as he saw movement out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he saw a figure appearing on the roof of another building that appeared to be a jewelry store. The figure was hard to make out, since they were wearing a tan cloak that was similar in color to the building. The figure glanced over their shoulder at the brawl, before running. Curious, Raphael quickly pursued the figure, following them as they vaulted over the edges of buildings and swung on poles. They seemed to be heading towards the far distant part of the village. Raphael grunted as he vaulted over a low wall surrounding the edge of one roof, before stopping and hiding behind a dome-shaped decoration as the figure stopped as well. The figure glanced over their shoulder before quickly shedding their cloak, revealing it to be a young girl, no more than 13 or 14, with brown hair covered by a bandana. She was wearing a gray shirt and black shorts with a short skirt over it, and bandages wrapped around her legs, with black sandals on her feet. She grinned as she pulled out a bag tied to her waist, and pulled out a brilliant jewel. Still grinning, she hopped off the roof, and into the alleyway below. Raphael quickly moved to the edge, only to blink as she found the girl backed against a wall, with two men standing in front of her. Neither was dressed in shinobi attire, but rather in somewhat ragged clothing. One held a rusty katana, the other a couple of knives. The katana-wielding one pointed his sword at the girl. "I thought your kind knew to stay out of our turf," he sneered as he stepped closer, only for the girl to draw a knife from a sheath held in the belt of her skirt shorts. "Since when is this your territory?" "The Sunna Nezumi, Sand Rat, controls the southeastern part of the village," she snapped, ready to fight. The knife-wielding thug chuckled. "Not for long you don't. Your kind might as well hand over your territory right now," he said, as he prepared to lunge at the girl. "Excuse me, senors," came a voice from behind them. The two men and the girl looked back behind the thugs, only to find Raphael standing there, one eyebrow raised. "I do believe that 2-on-1 are rather unfair odds, don't you?" The katana-wielding thug turned towards him. "This isn't your affair, stranger. And if you don't want me to cut that tongue from your mouth, you'll hand over your valuables, now," he snapped, as he advanced on Raphael. Raphael just smiled as he stepped forward, spreading his arms wide. "I'm afraid I don't have any money or anything on me right now. But there is something I can give you," he said, as the two advanced to within only a foot of each other. Raphael's left hand suddenly lunged out, smacking the sword away as his right delivered a fast blow to the thug's stomach. He leaned over, his breath gone, as Raphael rolled over his back, driving both feet into the face of the knife-wielding thug, who had come to the aid of his friend. Raphael spun, driving a low uppercut into the still bowled-over thug's face, causing him to snap up straight, his head tilted back as blood flew from his mouth. Raphael kicked the man's katana into the air, then spun around a stab from the recovered knife-wielding thug. He grabbed the man's still extended arm, and flipped him over into his companion, causing them both to sprawl on the ground. Raphael reached up, grabbing the falling katana, and held it towards the two cowering men on the ground. "I suggest the two of you run along home now," he said, katana still pointed at them. The two thugs scrambled to their feet, bolting for the alley exit. Raphael simply smacked the katana blade against the wall, the rusty blade breaking from the hit, before he turned to the girl, only to find she was long gone. Raphael sighed. "Can't say I didn't expect that," he muttered, as he turned and began walking into the main street, heading back towards the hotel. As he did, several figures in tan cloaks slowly rose up from the rooftops, where they watched him leave. The girl moved next to one of them, glancing at their hidden face. "What are you thinking, Dad?" The figure watched Raphael retreating. "I'm thinking I apparently owe someone a debt." Later that evening, Raphael was back in the hotel room with the Anbu and Sarutobi, reading a scroll. He blinked as there was a knock at the door, causing the Anbu to stiffen and reach for his weapons, as he approached the door. "Who is it?" the Anbu asked in a tense, businesslike manner. "I'm sorry to disturb you, but a letter was delivered to the hotel. It's addressed to this room, to the young bearded man," the knocker answered. The Anbu opened the door enough for the person on the other side to hand him the letter, before closing and locking the door. Raphael had gotten up when he heard who the letter was addressed to, and came over to the Anbu, who was examining the folded piece of paper. Sarutobi looked up from his bed where he was peacefully smoking his pipe. "Now who would be sending you a letter, Raphael-san?" he asked in interest, as Raphael took it. Raphael simply shrugged and opened it, reading the contents of the letter. You did my family a great service today. Come to Kaika Oshisu, Blooming Oasis, to discuss settling the debt we owe you. Signed, Sunna Nezumi. Raphael's eyes widened a bit when he read who had signed it, as he remembered what the girl had said when cornered by those two men. He quickly went to get dressed and slid his hidden blade bracers on. I've got to go out for a while. Looks like I apparently put someone in my debt today, he said. Sarutobi nodded. Just don't cause an incident, and please don't aggravate your escorts like earlier today, he said, having already been warned by the cage for Raphael's actions in eluding his escorts. Raphael chuckled. Not my fault they couldn't keep up, he said, as he headed out. Down in the lobby, Raphael found the check-in attendant at the desk and approached him. Excuse me, where can I find the Kaika Oshisu? He asked. The attendant smiled. Ah, that's a good bar. You can find it by heading right form outside the hotel, then make a left, then a right on the second intersection you come to. You'll find it there, he said. Raphael nodded. Thank you very much, he said, as he headed off. He grinned as he made his way out, sensing two somewhat frustrated Sunna shinobi. He chuckled, guessing they were looking forward to a quiet stakeout night. He followed the attendant's instructions, grinning as he came to the Kaika Oshisu. It was indeed a bar, and a rather nice one, considering the people going in and out. He entered, making his way towards the bar, where he ordered a drink. Sighing in contentment, he sat down on a bar stool and slowly glanced over his shoulder at the bar entrance. Sure enough, the two shinobi entered in a nonchalant fashion, and took seats at a table with their backs to the wall opposite the bar. Raphael simply turned back to his drink, and finished it, before asking for another. The bartender came over and poured another drink, while also placing a napkin down. Raphael blinked as he noticed writing on the napkin, and slowly began reading it while downing his second drink. Once he finished, he groaned and stood up, making his way back to the restrooms. As he disappeared into the back, one of the Sunna shinobi followed to keep an eye on him. However, when he reached the men's room and entered, he found Raphael standing at a urinal. He quietly slid out of the bathroom, not knowing he had just seen a shadow clone. Meanwhile, Raphael grunted as he finished climbing through a hole in the roof over the woman's room. As he did, he panted softly, tired and a bit drained from creating even a single shadow clone. Anko warned me those were draining, but still that was tiring, he panted, as he was helped up by a female hand. Keep quiet and let's go, the female said. She had been the one to give the note to the bartender, and had waited in the woman's room for Raphael, and helped him up through the ceiling. She was dressed in a tan cloak and hood, and now turned and began to run across the roofs, with Raphael tiredly following. About 10 minutes later, they were back in the southern part of the village. Raphael groaned a bit, as they stopped on a roof. Are we almost there? He asked. The female turned her head. Almost, but we can't let you know where we're going, she said, as two other cloaked figures appeared, one carrying a bag. Oh joy, Raphael said, as the bag was placed over his head. He felt the two new figures guiding him as they headed out. It took them about 30 minutes on what Raphael assumed was a rather circuitous route to reach their destination, during which Raphael felt his clone disperse after returning to the Hokage and explaining things. Finally, Raphael felt himself being placed into a chair and the bag being removed. Blinking, he shook his head a bit. I've had warmer invitations, he said, as a figure in front of him chuckled while smoking on a cigarette. I'll bet, the figure said. Let's get right to business, shall we? Earlier today you rescued a young teenage girl from a couple of ruffians. That girl was my daughter, and since you rescued her, I owe you a debt. Something I don't exactly enjoy owing, he said. Raphael stretched a bit. I see, and who exactly is it that owes me a debt? The figure moved forward, revealing a man in his early 30s with an eye patch over his right eye, partially hiding a scar that ran from his right ear to under the path. You can call me Dorobu. Thief. It's a good as name as any for myself. And I'm the head of the Sunna Nezumi. Raphael nodded. You're a guild of thieves. I'm surprised you survived inside a shinobi village, he said. Dorobu pulled a chair out of the shadows and sat down. Well, there are ways to survive. I found a few for my crew. But I want to get to business, all right? He asked. I'm not fond of strangers inside my home. The young assassin shrugged. Very well, what exactly are you offering? He asked. The thief groaned as he sat back, flicking his cigarette to the floor and stomping it out. We've got money. Or we can steal something for you, he said. Raphael looked at him, before grinning. Tell me, how good are you at gathering information? Dorobu blinked. Information, You want information? Why? Well, my profession often finds me in need of good quality information about certain people. People who I have deals with. If you might be willing to keep an ear out for information on certain people here in K's no Kuni, people who fit my criteria, and be willing to pass the information to me, then that could settle our debt, he said. Dorobu growled. Forget it, he said, as he stood. I'm not going to betray my village or country, he said. Raphael sighed. I'm not asking for vital information on the village. I'm asking for information on black arms dealers, slave traders, criminal bosses, that sort of stuff. Anybody who might be in the business of making war or making the lives of innocent people horrible and miserable. The thief growled in frustration, rubbing a hand over his face. You're asking an awful lot for rescuing my daughter. Because I figure this would be a long-term thing, yes? Raphael stood up. Then how about this? From what happened earlier, when I rescued your daughter, I'm getting the idea you're in a turf war with another group of thieves or criminals, yes? Dorobu reluctantly nodded. These guys are thugs and drug pushers from an outside crime syndicate. It's even rumored they're in human trafficking. My guess is they're here to try and expand their group's influence and income. And they don't take too kindly to my rejection to working with them, he said. They've been doing their level best to wipe us out. What's worse is, they've drawn the attention of the shinobi onto us. Raphael blinked. They weren't after you before? I didn't think shinobi took kindly to thieves in their village. You'd normally be right, but considering we never stole from those who didn't deserve it or couldn't afford it, they were willing to look the other way as a favor to fellow citizens of Sunna. Now though, they hunt us and the others as well, because the daimyo has been receiving complaints about the crime in Sunna, Dorobu said. Raphael grinned a bit. But if your problem disappeared, and your group laid low for a while, then things would go back to normal. Dorobu blinked at him. What are you thinking? Raphael leaned in a bit, still grinning. What do you know about their operations? The next morning, out of the question, Sarutobi said, as he finished eating breakfast and listening to Raphael speaking to him about what had happened last night. I will not have you causing an international incident while I'm conducting negotiations to maintain the alliance between our villages, he said. Raphael sighed. Look, I know it sounds bad, but this can be beneficial to Sunna as well, he said. Think about it. Dorobu-san told me the Kazekage already has the daimyo breathing down his neck to deal with the criminals here in Sunna. If I succeed, then their top leader here in Sunna disappears, their main base of operations goes down, and the Kazekage gets an anonymous letter detailing the information he needs to finish off whatever operations they have left in Sunna. Then he can claim credit for dealing with the problem, and the daimyo is happy. And what do you get out of all this? Sarutobi asked. I get my own spy network here in Sunna. My contact has agreed to pass me info on potential targets or allies, in exchange for doing this. Some of this information could go to helping Konoha as well, Raphael said, subtly offering a bribe. The aged Hokage sighed, rubbing his forehead. And you can't use Jiraiya's spy network for that? He already has one spanning the elemental nations. Raphael shook his head. 2 reasons why I can't. The first reason is because they're asked to look for information regarding threats to Konoha's security. Even if we did task them with looking for other information, that would be overworking them and Jiraiya-san would need to recruit additional spies. If I start building my own separate network, it's for the better. Sarutobi sighed quietly. Can you promise me this won't come and haunt me? He asked. Raphael chuckled. Remember, I'm a freelance mercenary. You can't be held accountable for all of my actions, right? The aged Hokage nodded. I suppose not, all right. But please try to do it quietly, okay? He asked. Raphael smiled. Hey, I'm an assassin, remember? He asked, as he headed off to prepare. A couple hours later, the Hokage and his 2 Anbu guards headed off to another round of negotiations with the Kazekage. Not that long afterwards, an old man leaning on a cane slowly stumped out of the hotel and headed off down the street. The Sunna shinobi on watch duty ignored the old man as he turned down a street. The old man grinned as he ducked into an alley and quickly began removing the makeup and fake rubber nose, warts, and ears covering his face. Those Anbu disguise kits are rather handy, Raphael muttered, as he quickly stored the fake rubber pieces in a storage scroll in one of his equipment pouches. He quickly threw off the bulky robe he had been wearing, revealing his own assassin robes, before pulling the hood up and proceeding through the village. Much like in Kumo, Raphael stuck to the alleys as much as he could as he traveled towards his destination. He had 2 targets, provided to him by Dorobu. The first was the main office and living space of the head of the criminal syndicate moving into Sunna's red light district. It was in the upper floor of a one-abandoned building, now converted into a covert gambling den. The other was a warehouse that acted as both storage for the criminals' drug supply as well as a barracks for most of the thugs. Raphael had debated on how to proceed with Dorobu. The thief had suggested hitting the warehouse first, setting it on fire and burning their supply of drugs as well as catching a number of the thugs in the blaze. But Raphael had suggested going after the leader first. If he attacked the warehouse first, then it would raise the alarm and not only increase the security around the syndicate's leader, but also draw Sunna shinobi to the red light district, making it harder to get at the leader. It'd be better to hit him first, then the warehouse. Which was why Raphael was now silently watching the converted gambling den from the shadows of an alley across the street from it. There was at least one badly disguised guard outside, and another two on the rooftop of the building, posing as repair workers. How many were inside, he didn't know, but it wouldn't be that much. The gambling den did its best business at night, so there wouldn't be as many people inside, hence less need for security on the lower level. The same couldn't be said for the upper level though. Raphael slowly reached to his right bracer, slowly pulling a tiny lever back, and in doing so, priming one of the assassin's stealthiest methods of long-range death. He slowly raised his arm, took aim, and pressed the release on the device he had primed. With the faintest sound of a coiled spring being released, the poison dart launcher released a small poison dart, which shot across the relatively empty street, and hit the disguised guard in the back of the neck. He jerked, reaching towards what had hit him, only to stop and shiver, before jerking. Raphael silently thanked Anko to the fast-acting and potent poison she had shared with him, as it prevented a target from being able to make a noise of alarm before they lost control of their body. Within seconds, the man slumped over, dead. Raphael watched the two rooftop sentries, waiting till they were looking away, before crossing the street briskly. He soon entered an alley at the side of the building, before turning and climbing up the side as quietly and as stealthily as he could. When he reached the top, he rested on a bit of jutting rock from the wall and quickly but stealthily glanced over the edge of the roof, finding both men's positions. One of them was near him with his back to him as he worked on patching a hole in the roof. His cohort was farther away, facing in Raphael's direction, but looking down. Raphael hid himself, planning on how to take both men out without raising an alarm. After a few moments of thinking, he sighed. "Fuck it," he whispered, drawing one of the small throwing knives he had in his left hand. Reading himself, he surged up, throwing the knife at the farther man while extending the hidden blade from his right bracer. The knife hit home first, driving itself into the top of the skull of the man farthest from Raphael, and dropping him instantly. The closer thug barely had time to register what had happened before Raphael's hidden blade was driven through the back of his neck and out his throat, silencing him forever. Raphael held onto him so he didn't fall over, waiting for the man to stop his weak struggling. When he became still forever, Raphael quietly retracted his hidden blade, and pulled his throwing knife from the other corpse. With the roof secure, Raphael quietly made his way to the small entrance and exitway, and poked his head in. Seeing nothing, he slowly began to make his down the short flight of stairs to a door. Stopping at it, he leaned slightly against it, shifting his hood so he could hear what was on the other side. There was the soft murmur of voices, the rustling of paper, and the occasional sounds of feet moving on wood. Raphael slowly opened the door a crack, peeking in. Due to the position of the door, and the way it opened, Raphael was able to get a good view of the room. He was able to see 4 men working at a table. 3 were counting money, while the 4th was writing in a ledger. He could see a 5th man, large and burly, armed with a katana standing a guard. A few seconds later, a 6th guard walked into view, talking to the other guard for a few moments. On the far side of the men was a door, presumably leading either downstairs or to the office of his target. Raphael slowly slid the door close, leaning back as he analyzed what he had seen. It would seem there were 6 people in total. 2 guards, 4 unknowns, probably civilians. If Dorobu's information was correct, his target should be in an office on this floor at this moment. Hopefully he wouldn't have any guards with him. Raphael slowly reached into one of his pouches, producing 2 small round objects with tabs sticking from them, as well as a scroll. Setting the round objects aside, he opened the scroll and activated a seal on it, producing a crossbow. He slipped the crossbow onto a sling on his back, before picking up the 2 round objects again. Steadying himself, he opened the door enough, before pulling the tabs and rolling them into the room. Almost immediately, the 2 objects silently erupted into dark clouds of smoke, startling the 6 men inside. Before any of them could make a noise, Raphael rushed from the stairwell, lunging and driving one of the 2 guards against the wall, his hidden blade burying itself into the man's throat. His other hand reached up, grabbing the crossbow, and with one quick motion, he aimed and fired at the other guard, the bolt ripping into the man's head and pinning his corpse to the wall behind him. Raphael quickly released the first dead guard and loaded another crossbow bolt, as the smoke clouds from his smoke bombs began to dissipate, revealing one of the 4 remaining men was unconscious from accidentally hitting a wall during the confusion, and the other 3 were still coughing. As they got their bearings, they found Raphael with his crossbow leveled at them. "I suggest you do not yell or speak," he said coldly. "You two, I want you to gag each other now, and then tie your hands to your feet and around the legs of your table there," he commanded, indicating they should use the clothes of the dead guards for rope. Fearfully, the 2 men quickly did as directed, while Raphael looked at the third one. "Now you. I have one single question for you. Is your boss in his office?" he asked quietly. The just nodded fearfully, his eyes never leaving the crossbow pointed at him. Raphael smiled a bit. "Good. Do to yourself what the other 2 did," he said. The man quickly complied, and Raphael nodded, slinging his crossbow back onto his back. He glanced up at the door he assumed led to the office, and slowly approached it. He withdrew his crossbow and took a deep breath, before knocking on the door. An irritated voice from the other side responded with an irritated, What do you want?" Raphael opened the door, pointing his crossbow as he stepped into the room. "Akuto?" he asked calmly, seeing the man freeze at the sight of his weapon. Akuto, scoundrel, was a large tubby man with greasy black hair and beard, who had been busy counting his money when Raphael knocked. Now the man sat frozen behind his desk. Who are you?" he asked in terror. Raphael smiled, his lower face being the only thing visible with his hood up. "I'm just a blade in the crowd," he said quietly, pulling the trigger. Akuto jerked back, feebly grabbing at the crossbow bolt in his neck, as Raphael approached, slowly slinging his crossbow. He extended his hidden blade, as he began to speak softly. "Do not fear death, but welcome it. And may you find forgiveness for those whose lives you wronged or ruined," he whispered, as he drove the blade into Akuto's neck, finishing him once and for all. "Descansa en la paz, rest in peace." Slowly Raphael drew his blade from the man's throat, along with the bolt. He quickly gathered the money on the desk and slid it into his storage scroll, before searching the office for important papers and files. He quickly found one of the drawers filled with reports and orders Akuto had received from whoever it was he was working for. Raphael scanned the papers. "So, you're working for a company called Gato Industries?" he whispered, quickly sealing the papers away as well. After finishing his search, he quickly left the room, heading back to the roof. He still had one more objective before he was done. Sarutobi mentally sighed, as he listened to the Yondaime Keiskage's further complaints of how the treaty with Konoha was strangling Sunna. He had already pointed out that the treaty between the 2 villages had been made when Sunna had defected from its previous alliance with Kumo and Iwa during the last war, and that was the reason for the somewhat harsh terms. He had been more than willing to renegotiate for far more amicable terms, but the Keiskage refused, wanting terms that benefited his village more. Sarutobi just wished the man would stop being so arrogant, hiding inside a veiled palanquin as if he was a daimyo or something. "What I wouldn't give for a distraction," the aged Hokage thought, wanting nothing more than to relax and smoke his pipe. As if some deity was listening to the Hokage's wish, a distraction came in the form of a Sunna Anbu interrupting them. "Keiskage-sama, a fire has erupted in a warehouse in the southern part of the village. Shinobi teams have already moved in to quell the blaze," the Sunna Anbu said, head bowed. The Keiskage let out a frustrated sigh as he got out of his palanquin. "Excuse me, Hokage-san, but I need to deal with this," he said, sweeping out of the room. Sarutobi simply smiled as he got up. "Take your time, Keiskage-san," he said, as he and his escorts quietly left the room. In the southern part of Sunna, a warehouse was wreathed in flames. While the building itself was incapable of catching fire, it had been filled with many things that could catch fire. Such as the crates and crates filled with drugs, or the beds, furniture, clothing, and people that had been in the barracks section of the warehouse. All of it had gone up in flames, flames that now licked hungrily outside the windows and doors of the building, seeking more fuel to sustain themselves. Civilian firefighters tried tossing sand on the flames to smother them, until they were joined by shinobi. A few of the shinobi with earth affinity ninjutsu began using their ninjutsu to further bury the flames, while others bravely tried to find any way in to save survivors. Eventually, it was considered a lost cause, and the shinobi worked to collapse the building. In Sunna, fires were rare, but they were extremely dangerous due to the scarcity of water. If they couldn't smother the flames or find any survivors within the first few minutes of arriving on the scene, the shinobi had to destroy the building to smother the blaze, before it could spread. Watching from an alley, Raphael grimly studied his handiwork. He felt a hand clasp his shoulder, as Dorobu stood next to him, calmly smoking a cigarette. "So Akuto is dead?" he asked quietly. Raphael nodded. "He is. The drugs are gone. Their thugs are in disarray if not dead, and they are leaderless. I have the files for you to give to the cage, though I ask that you let me make copies. Whoever was behind this group may have plans for Konoha in the future, and I think Hokage-sama would like to look at these reports too." Dorobu nodded. "Fair enough, kid. Now let's talk about that information you wanted my guild to look out for." Raphael grinned as he and Dorobu left. A thief's gratitude was a useful thing to have indeed. Naruto groaned softly as he felt something wet and a little rough running against his face repeatedly. He shifted, trying to get it off, but it continued, and he could now hear a whimpering noise accompanying it. The young blonde finally opened his eyes, just in time to see Tomo lick his nose, causing Naruto to giggle. All right. I'm awake," he told the little fox, causing the fox to yip happily, tail wagging. He hopped off Naruto and sat on the floor, watching him slowly get out of bed. Naruto yawned and stretched as he headed into the kitchen, with Tomo padding behind him. He smiled as he quickly got the young fox some fresh food and water, setting the bowls on the floor. Tomo yipped happily, eagerly digging into his food, while Naruto grinned. With his pet companion fed, Naruto turned to his own breakfast, making some toast and a small bowl of cereal. He munched on the meal, glancing out the window. It sure looked like it would be a beautiful day. Elsewhere, Yugito had finished her warm-up stretches in one of Konoha's training grounds, glancing around. Her training partner hadn't shown up yet, so she decided to train a bit on one of the nearby training dummies. She began to punch and kick it, grunted softly as she did so. As she trained her taijutsu, she thought quietly about how things had changed for her. A little short of a year ago, she had been part of Kumo, a village she had hated with a passion. She closed her eyes, trying to ignore memories she had done her best to bury. Instead, she tried to think about what had happened to her. She was now part of Konoha, a village that had been a target of Kumo's both in wartime and in peace. She was not only a chunin of Konoha, but one of the first members of a secret group of assassins. It was certainly a strange change in her life, but also a welcome one. She was brought from her musings as she heard the sound of snapping branches. One of the benefits of being the host of the Nibi was the advanced senses, specifically hearing and smell. She grinned as she kept training, waiting for her training partner. When they finally landed in the clearing, she slowly stopped. "You're late." "Not a good thing for a prospective academy instructor, is it?" she asked with a mock stern tone. Iruka Amino sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry. My alarm clock didn't wake me like it was supposed to," he said. Yugito just grinned softly at the young chunin as she remembered the routine patrol mission they had gone on, and how she had warmed up to him. Flashback: the quartet of Konoha shinobi had stopped to make camp for the night. Yugito had been put in charge of gathering wood and making the fire. As she came back with an arm full of branches and sticks to burn, she glanced towards where Iruka and the white-haired chunin Mizuki were setting up the tents. "Come on, Iruka. Why do you want to teach a bunch of snot-nosed brats anyway? There's no chance for growing strong or getting famous," Mizuki said, while Iruka shook his head. "I just want to help the kids out. Try to keep them from making some of the mistakes I made. Plus I know some of them are orphans after that night," he said, his voice going soft, before he shook his head. "I want to be there for those orphan kids. I know what it's like to lose your parents." Mizuki just rolled his eyes. "You're such a soft heart. How on earth are you ever going to be an actual shinobi with a bleeding heart?" he asked, before going into one of the tents. Iruka sighed softly as he headed over to the now burning fire. Yugito, who had lit it while listening to them, was quietly adding branches as Iruka began setting up cooking equipment. As he did so, she glanced at him. "I think that's an admirable goal," she said. Iruka looked at her. "Huh?" The former Kumo Kunoichi smiled at him. "Wanting to help kids. Especially orphans. I think that's a very admirable goal. I know from experience how kids without parents could really use someone to help them out." "You're an orphan?" Iruka asked Yugito, causing the blonde Kunoichi to glance away a bit. "Yes, since I was 4 years old," she said quietly. Iruka awkwardly glanced back at the equipment. "So would you mind getting me some water?" he asked, holding up a pot. Yugito nodded. As she stood up, she took a few steps before turning back to him. "If you'd like, I could help you train." "So you can become an academy teacher," she said. Iruka's eyes widened, before nodding. Thank you," he said, smiling a bit shyly. Yugito just smiled back as she left. Flashback ends. Yugito smiled as she moved from the training post. "Well, get yourself warmed up. If you want to pass the practical portion of that instructor exam, you'll need to get into top shape." Iruka nodded and started stretching and warming up, before the pair settled into their respective stances. Within moments the training ground was filled with the sounds of combat. In an apartment back in the village, Anko groaned as she tried to cover her eyes. The purple-haired Chunin was still in bed, trying to sleep and failing due to the sunlight streaming through her window and onto her eyes. Quietly she cursed the sun, as she was forced to give up and get up. She lowered her head into her hands, trying to stifle the slight headache she had. Late last night, she had returned from a mission escorting a merchant back to his home village in Western Fire Country. There had been a couple minor altercations along the way with bandits, and she had been more than happy to stagger home after filling out a report. And yet it had felt like she had barely closed her eyes when she was being awakened by the blasted sun. Anko slumped towards the main living room area of her apartment, glancing around sleepily. She had two choices. Go make herself a cup of extremely strong coffee to try and wake herself up, or fall onto her couch, which was currently not in the path of any sunbeams. She glanced between the two before happily dropping onto the couch. Naruto hummed a bit as he headed off to the academy. He was really enjoying his time there. Even if a lot of the students ignored him, and the teachers glared at him, he was enjoying learning about ninja stuff, almost as much as he was enjoying his training time with Raphael. Not to mention he had 3 people he considered friends in the academy. There was Hinata, of course. Even if she was really quiet and tended to stutter a lot, she was nice to him and would listen to him as he talked. And then there were his 2 newest friends, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi. Shikamaru was lazy, and kept muttering about how troublesome things were. But he enjoyed playing chess with Naruto, after Naruto taught it to him. Shikamaru was learning the game fast, and already Naruto had lost several matches to the lazy Nara. Shikamaru, in return, had started teaching Naruto shogi, and they had taken to alternating which game they would play. So far Naruto had yet to win a single game of shogi against Shikamaru. Choji was fun to hang out with mostly because he and Naruto found a common interest in ramen. They also shared a history of being made fun of by other kids. Though it was obvious why people made fun of Choji, considering the Akamichi's tendency to be pleasantly plump. Of course not all of Naruto's fellow students were nice. Kiba was still smarting from his fight with Naruto, not liking the idea that a clan less orphan had held his own against him. It also didn't help that his mom had gotten wind of what he had said, and had lectured him on treating females and classmates with respect, before grounding him. In his mind, it was all Naruto's fault. Since then, Kiba was constantly making fun of Naruto afterwards, jumping on every mistake and gloating, doing his best to one-up the young blonde. He also kept trying to get a rematch with Naruto, because he wanted to prove Naruto's earlier success was just a fluke. Their taijutsu instructor Ryu had seen this, and had kept such a rematch from happening, for the moment. He knew that if Kiba didn't calm down, such a match would take a turn for the worse. Sasuke Uchiha wasn't exactly nice towards Naruto either. While the younger son of the Uchiha clan had mostly ignored Naruto, he was angry at the blonde boy for saying his hair looked like the butt of a chicken. He also was a little arrogant like Kiba was, though his arrogance came more from his father Fugaku claiming that the Uchiha were the greatest shinobi clan in Konoha. However, Sasuke kept to himself for the most part. Naruto was drawn from his thoughts as he found himself arriving at the academy. With a grin, he eagerly headed inside, making his way towards his class's assigned room. When he entered though, he found his grin fading a bit, as his eyes landed on Hinata. Hinata's head was currently lowered, most of her face hidden by the shadow of her bangs. Usually she would be writing or reading, or watching for him. Instead, her shoulders were slumped and she seemed to be shaking a bit. Naruto worriedly approached her and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Hinata?" he asked. Hinata almost jerked away from his hand, and turned her head so she wasn't looking at him. Naruto grew more worried now and sat down next to her. "Hinata, what's wrong?" he asked, trying to look at her face. Hinata just seemed to shudder, as her quiet voice finally answered him. "And nothing is wrong, Naruto-kun," she practically whispered, though it sounded like she was choking back sobs. Naruto gently reached up, touching her chin and trying to turn her face to look at him. "Hinata, you can tell me what's wrong," he said, only for his voice to go quiet when he got her to turn her face. Hinata's eyes were red and a bit puffy, obviously from crying. The reason for it seemed painfully obvious. due to faint and clumsily hidden bruise on her cheek. Apparently Hinata had tried to hastily hide it using makeup or something, but hadn't done a very good job. Naruto felt anger start to form in him, at the sight of his friend being hurt like this, and obviously being very sad. "Hinata, who did this?" he asked her. Hinata looked down at the desk, not able to look him in the eyes. It's nothing," she whispered. "Hinata, who hurt you?" the blonde jinchuriki asked again, this time a bit more forceful. The young Hyuga girl just kept looking down. My father, he ordered me to spar with my cousin this morning. Neji he defeated me. My father, as she spoke, Hinata's eyes teared up, as her mind turned to what had happened, and she haltingly told Naruto. Hinata had slowly gotten to her knees, after her cousin's last blow had knocked her down to the ground, ending the match. Her body ached from the blows he had landed on her, and she felt tears coming to her eyes. As a shadow fell over her, she looked up, only to see her father glaring at her. "Disgraceful," he spat out, as he glared at her. "That my own flesh and blood would be so weak." "I'm sorry father," Hinata whimpered, as she tried to stand up. Hiyashi yanked her to her feet, causing her to yell out in pain. "Quiet you sniveling weakling," Hiyashi roared, still gripping her arm. Father, you're hurting me," she said, only to be silenced by the resounding smack and stinging pain that erupted on her cheek, driving her back to the ground. She slowly touched her left cheek, where Hiyashi had backhanded her. "You are a pathetic embarrassment to me and the Hyuga clan," Hiyashi said coldly, glaring at her. "Until such time that you actually can prove your worth as a Hyuga. I wash my hands of you." With that the Hyuga head left, as Hinata lay on the ground, crying and holding her cheek. As Hinata finished, Naruto was trembling in anger. He couldn't put into words how angry he was. Everything that came to mind didn't seem to be enough. As he looked at Hinata, he could see she was crying again, so Naruto did the only thing he could think of. He pulled her into a hug. Overcome with sadness, Hinata instinctively turned and sobbed into her chest. Both Shikamaru and Choji, who had entered together, saw the pair, and blinked. When Choji started to head towards them, Shikamaru stopped him. "Let them be. It'd be too troublesome to bother them," he said. Choji nodded quietly and the pair headed to seats near the pair, but didn't disturb them. Their sensei Kurenai entered as well, and stopped when she saw how distraught Hinata was. Walking up to them, she quietly knelt down to their level. "Naruto, what's going on?" she asked. Naruto looked up at Kurenai. "Kurenai-sensei, I don't know if I should say," he said. Kurenai sighed softly, as she placed a gentle hand on Hinata's head. "It involves her family, doesn't it?" she asked. She knew how the Hyuga were enacted, and given Hinata's personality, she wouldn't be surprised if it caused the young girl problems. When Naruto nodded quietly, Kurenai shook her head. "Bring Hinata with you," she said softly, as she stood. Naruto did his best to pull Hinata up with him, and he guided her along as Kurenai led them out of the classroom and down towards the nurse's office. There, a medic ninja winced as she examined the bruise on Hinata's cheek. "Don't worry, sweetie. I'll make it all better," she said calmingly to Hinata, as her hand began to glow a soft green, and she gently placed it on the bruise. Within a minute, all physical traces of the injury were gone. Kurenai looked at Naruto, who was standing next to the bed Hinata was sitting on. "Naruto, I would like you to stay with Hinata until she's feeling well enough for class, alright? I'll be sure to write down notes for the both of you on whatever you miss." Naruto nodded, as Kurenai and the nurse left the room to talk privately. As they did, Naruto leaned down so he could see into Hinata's eyes. He grinned at her. "See? It's all gone now," he said, indicating her cheek. Hinata just sniffled quietly, her eyes even more red and puffy now. Naruto sighed as he got up onto the bed next to her. "You know your dad's just a big jerk." Hinata trembled a bit. "And no, he's right. I'm weak," she said. Naruto just shook his head. "Nah, you were really awesome last time we sparred, remember? You did that thing with your palms and knocked Choji back." Hinata closed her eyes. "But my father says." "Who cares what your stupid dad says?" Naruto interrupted, causing Hinata to look up at him. "Your dad's stupid, 'cause he's all mean to you and stuff. And we're going to prove him wrong." Hinata blinked at him. How? Naruto grinned. "'Cause you're going to come train with me and Anko ne-chan and Yugito ne-chan. We'll all make you really strong," he said with a determined nod. Hinata felt a small flame of hope pop up, but then it burned out as her own self-doubts came up. But why would they want to help me?" Naruto smiled softly at her. "'Cause like you and me, They know what it's like to have people be mean and bad to them. So what do you say? Hinata bit her lip, playing with her hands. Do you really think they'll help? Naruto grinned at her. Yeah, we'll both be super strong in no time. Believe it, he said with a wide grin and thumbs up. Hinata couldn't help but feel better, seeing that smile. She felt a tiny smile form on her own face. Oh, okay then, she said. Naruto grinned. Alright, then you come with me after the academy's all done, okay? Hinata nodded a bit, before blushing. And Naruto-kun? She asked softly. Naruto just grinned at her, only to blink as she hugged him. Thank you for being nice to me, she whispered. Naruto blinked awkwardly, before hugging her back. It's no problem, Hinata, he said, smiling. He decided then that he liked hugs. It took Hinata a few moments to realize what she was doing, and she quickly pulled away, blushing. Sorry, she said, looking away. Naruto just grinned, his eyes closed as he rubbed the back of his head. It's no problem, Hinata, he said. I actually liked it. Hinata just blushed more, poking her fingers together. But a small smile appeared on her face. So did I, she whispered, before looking up at Naruto. Should we head back to class now? Naruto smiled. Only if you're ready, he said. When Hinata nodded, he grinned as he hopped off the bed. Then let's go. Hinata just giggled softly at his energy as the two headed back to class. Later that day, Anko was busy fiddling with the hidden blade bracer she had constructed from the parts Raphael had given her. Along with Yugito and Naruto, she had learned how each part went together, and how to make sure the entire thing worked. Of course Naruto, due to his young age and lack of experience with any weapons, had only been allowed to learn how to put it together. He wouldn't be allowed to train with one yet, until he was older and had a better respect for weapons. Anko slowly examined the mechanism, checking it to ensure it was all in working order. There were points for different attachments, which Raphael had shown them as well. Raphael's main hidden blade bracer on his right arm not only had the main blade mechanism, but also had a smaller, hollow blade used for delivering poison, and a spring-loaded poison dart launcher. It also had what Raphael called a hidden pistol, a weapon which he had demonstrated for them. It had spit fire and smoke and made a sound like thunder when he had activated it, and a nearby training post had splintered badly with a hole going almost completely through it. Needless to say, it left the two kunoichi in awe, while Naruto was whooping and cheering. Raphael had then told them that for now, Yugito and Anko would start off with a single hidden blade. As their training progressed and they became more comfortable with their skills, he would allow them to choose which attachments best suited them. They could choose to wield dual hidden blades and all the attachments, or mix and match the ones that better suited them, such as a single hidden blade with poison attachments, or dual ones with a hidden pistol. Though he did warn that he would have to do some research and experimentation regarding the hidden pistol, since one of the necessary ingredients for it to work, something he called gunpowder, was not something the elemental nations seemed to have any knowledge of yet. She finally finished checking it over, and slid the bracer onto her left forearm. After adjusting it, she got up, stretching and shifting in her assassin novice uniform. Flipping the hood up, she grinned as she slid open a window at the back of her apartment and snuck out that way, heading towards the training grounds. Yugito hummed quietly as she snacked on some sushi, while waiting for Anko to arrive. After training with Iruka, the pair had gone to get some food, and talked for a while. Afterwards, they had parted ways, with Yugito going home to get ready for assassin training. With Raphael out on a mission with the Hokage, she and Anko spent most of their time sparring with each other, and helping Naruto improve his taijutsu, physical conditioning, and chakra control. Raphael had promised to up the trio's training when he returned. She grinned as she sensed someone approaching. Having Biju-enhanced senses made it easier to detect people. Finishing her sushi, she glanced up as Anko landed on the ground in front of her. "About time you showed up," she said with a grin, tossing the empty bento box and chopsticks over to a small nearby pack. Anko grinned, dropping her hood and rolling her shoulders. "Took the scenic route. Decided to try and do some stealth training," she said. After all, Raphael mentioned learning how to move unseen through a crowd, so I figure the better my stealth is, the faster that training will go by. Yugito nodded, as she stretched a bit too. "Good thinking. For now, what should we practice? Tracking and hiding, weapons, or just straight up taijutsu?" Anko grinned. "I feel like some fun. Go and hide, Kitty-chan," she said, causing Yugito to huff in annoyance at that nickname as she pulled up her hood, before running off to hide. Anko grinned in anticipation as she pulled her own hood back up, and gave Yugito a bit of a head start. Naruto meanwhile was walking back to his apartment with Hinata in tow, since the academy just got out. Sorry about the delay. I need to pick some things up, Naruto said, as they reached his apartment. Hinata just blushed. It's okay, she said, as Naruto led her into his apartment. Almost immediately, Tomo came running to the door, and leapt up at Naruto, yipping excitedly. Naruto grinned, catching his furry friend and holding him as the fox kid eagerly began licking his face. Hinata gasped, her eyes going wide at the adorable fox kid. Oh, he's so cute, she said. Tomo blinked at her, sniffing the air in her direction. Naruto slowly held Tomo out so he could sniff Hinata better, before his tail wagged and he squirmed cutely. Naruto grinned, happy that Tomo seemed to be accepting of Hinata. I think he wants you to hold him, he said, placing Tomo in Hinata's arms before she could say anything. Hinata blinked at the fox in her arms before yelping and giggling as he began licking her chin. Naruto grinned as he headed to his bedroom to change into his assassin novice robes. Yep, he likes you, he called from his bedroom. His name's Tomo, by the way. Hinata smiled. Hello Tomo. I'm Hinata, she said. The fox kid just yipped happily, tail wagging. Naruto soon emerged in his novice robes and carrying Tomo's pack. Come on Tomo, he said, indicating the pack. Tomo hopped from Hinata's arms and into the pack that Naruto had lowered to the ground. Once he was safely inside, Naruto put the pack on his back, grinning. Ready? Hinata blinked at Naruto's new attire. And Naruto-kun, what are you wearing? Oh, this is special training clothes, he said nervously, rubbing the back of his head. Come on, we need to go now. Otherwise Anko-ne-chan might get angry. Hinata blinked as she followed Naruto outside, and blinked more when he led her down back alleys, doing his best to avoid people. And Naruto-kun, what's going on? Naruto grinned. It's part of my training, I'm supposed to be stealthy, he said, his hood now up over his head. He grinned as he kept leading her to the training ground. Once they arrived, Naruto led Tomo out, who happily ran all over the place, sniffing and frolicking. Naruto was about to say something to Hinata, when a figure dressed similar to Naruto burst from the tree line, trying to run past them, only to be tackled from above by another similarly dressed figure who had leapt from a tree branch onto the first running person. Naruto blinked as Anko stood up, grinning. And she's down. Repeat, Kitty-chan is down, she said, her arms raised as if she was enjoying the applause of a cheering audience. On the ground, Yugito growled. Stop calling me that, she said, sweeping Anko's legs from under her. Anko grunted as she hit the ground, before pouting. Hey, no fair. Dead people can't knock others over. They both blinked as they heard an unfamiliar giggling coming from nearby, and their heads turned to see Hinata, who now was blushing and trying to stifle the giggle she let out at watching them. Naruto just grinned. Hinata, meet Yugito-ne-kan, and Anko-ne-chan, he said, pointing to each of them. Anko gave a soft grunt as she acrobatically leapt to her feet without the use of her hands. Hey Gaki, who's your friend? She asked, one eyebrow raised as she lowered her hood. Yugito did the same as well, letting her coiled braid hang loose now. Naruto smiled at them. This is my friend Hinata Hyuga. I brought her with me to train today. Yugito glanced at Anko. You sure that's wise, Naruto? You know some of the training is, well, not exactly for others to know about. Hinata looked down at that, feeling bad. She didn't want to get Naruto into trouble if he was supposed to keep his training a secret. But Naruto just waved off their concerns. Nah, we were just going to do taijutsu and some chakra stuff, Naruto said. Maybe you two could help her as well? Anko crossed her arms. What about her clan? Wouldn't they prefer teaching her themselves? Most Hyuga I know refuse to use anything outside of their juken. Hinata trembled a bit. My father feels he can't train me anymore, she whispered quietly. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. She needs better people to train her, he said, with a bit of a glare. Anko sighed as she squatted in front of Hinata. Hey, cheer up there, princess. I didn't mean to make you upset, she said with a smile. Hinata quietly nodded, as Anko grinned. Alright, how's your chakra and chakra control? Hinata shuffled a bit. I have rather small amounts of chakra currently, but I've been doing chakra control training, she said. Anko smirked. So excellent chakra control. Then let's focus on those reserves, shall we? When we reach the training clearing, I want you to do 10 laps around it. Naruto, try for 20. The two nodded, as they headed towards the clearing where the training posts were. Yugito glanced at Hinata, biting her lip. She didn't know if she should tell Hinata about her former home. She finally decided to save it for later. For now, it seemed like it would just be bad to mention it. As they reached the training clearing, Anko grinned. "All right, you two. Stretch, warm up, and run." The two young students immediately did that, as Anko watched them. When they finished, the two began their jog, run around the clearing, as Anko and Yugito watched. Anko smiled softly as she saw Naruto slow up enough so Hinata could keep pace with him. "Ah, they're so cute together," she said with a giggle. Yugito giggled as well. "Yes they are," she said, before sighing. "I wonder how Raphael-sama is doing." Anko raised an eyebrow. "Raphael-sama?" she asked. Yugito blinked. "Well, he is our leader, isn't he? He should be treated with respect." Anko chuckled softly. "Maybe, but I just thought it was funny. He's barely older than me. It's odd thinking of calling someone barely older than myself Sama." Yugito rubbed the back of her head. "I guess that's just something I haven't forgotten from my training in Kumo," she said. Anko glanced at her. "Can I ask you something? Why did you leave Kumo?" Yugito's eyes widened, before she turned away. "It's personal," she said. "I'm not sure if I want to share it with anyone unless I have to." Anko blinked at that. "Well, alright. But you know me and Raphael are here for you. And holding something in you will just hurt you in the long run," she said, as she turned back to watching the two children run. Yugito watched her a bit, biting her lip, before sighing. "I'll think about it, okay?" she said softly. "I'll think about telling you and Raphael." Anko smiled a bit. "Only if you feel like it," she said, as they watched Naruto and Hinata run. "After they get done with this and then do some meditation, why don't you spar with Naruto, while I work with the Hyuga girl? I think what she needs most is confidence, and I have that in spades," she said with a grin. Yugito nodded, as they watched the pair run. As she did, she glanced at Anko, surprised that she was actually thinking about telling her and Raphael the truth. But then again, she thought, maybe this is what it means to have friends. 1 week later, Raphael sighed happily as he left the Hokage's tower. They had just returned from the diplomatic mission to Sunna, and while the negotiations between Sarutobi and the Kazekage had been less than stellar, his own dealings with the Sunna Nezumi had been quite beneficial to both himself and Konoha. The first thing he intended to do was to get in touch with Anko, Yugito, and Naruto, and see how they all were doing in their training while he was gone. Judging from the position of the sun in the sky, and the numerous amounts of kids running around, he was betting the academy was out. Meaning that if they struck true to form, the trio would be training. He turned his course towards the training ground they frequently used. When he arrived though, he was surprised by the presence of a young girl. Specifically, the young girl Naruto had rescued from those bullies. Raphael just blinked as he watched her and Naruto currently sparring, though it seemed to be more Naruto attacking while the girl meekly defended and rapidly gave up ground. He approached Anko and Yugito from behind. "Is there something here I should know about?" he asked calmly. Both girls were still surprised though, letting out yelps as they whirled around. "Don't scare us like that," Anko shouted, drawing Naruto and Hinata's attention. "Raphael-sensei." Naruto called out, rushing over. "Raphael-sensei, this is Hinata. Remember how you and me rescued her?" Raphael nodded. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Hinata-san," he said, bowing lightly. Hinata returned the bow. "And you as well, Raphael-sama. Forgive me for intruding, but Naruto-kun, he. Naruto offered to train with her after the academy, because her clan is full of assholes," Anko bluntly said what Hinata was unwilling to say. Hinata just glanced downwards, looking embarrassed and a bit upset. Raphael sighed quietly, running a hand through his hair. "What exactly have you been training her in?" "Nothing pertaining to our club," Yugito said. "We've been focusing on chakra reserves, chakra control, and sparring." Raphael nodded in response. "Good then. Hinata, you are welcome then to continue joining us for training. Though you'll have to leave for some parts of our training. They're exclusive to our little get-together," he said. Hinata blinked. "I understand, Raphael-sama. Is that why you all wear matching our robes?" Raphael waved her question off. "To a degree. Don't worry about it," he said. Hinata just quickly bowed in acceptance and returned to sparring with Naruto. As they did, Raphael quietly conversed with Anko and Yugito as they watched. "I think it's about time I train you both extensively in both stealth movement and assassination techniques," he said. "I think I'll need to talk to Sarutobi about help with both. He could maybe lend experienced shinobi to help aid in the training, though we can label it as tactical drills or something." The pair nodded, as Raphael continued to watch the two young children. Hinata was continually on the defensive, and try as she might, once Naruto started to attack, she simply gave up ground. I think something's wrong here. Look at her stance and compare it to her movements and reactions. Both Anko and Yugito followed his instructions. As each spar would start, Hinata would settle into the traditional Juken stance of the Hyuga. A stance with the legs spread in a somewhat rigid pose, with her left arm and hand extended forward, and the right arm bent at the elbow, with the hand held near her waist. The way she's holding her foot, it looks like she's trying to minimize how much she actually moves. It's like she's trying to stay in a specific area. When she attacks or tries to defend initially, her feet will move enough to shift her body into an attack, or to help deflect or dodge one of Naruto's attacks. But otherwise there's very little movement from where she is, until Naruto takes the initiative and presses his attack. And that's when she falls to pieces. She tries to hold her ground, but you can see her instincts are screaming to move away, to get out of there. And then her mind will try to keep her stance, and she just ends up tripping over herself, losing her balance and forcing herself to retreat more. She completely loses the initiative. When you add that to her shy demeanor, she loses her will to fight, and loses the spar, Raphael said. Some of her stance works for her. But it looks like it's too rigid, too confining for her, Raphael said. Anko just blinked at him. She's using the standard Juken stance that her clan uses. She might only be using the basics, but still, it's the same stance all the Hyuga use. Why wouldn't it work for her? Raphael glanced at her. Just because all the other Hyuga use it doesn't mean that every single Hyuga can. Not everyone can use your style of taijutsu, as it requires speed, agility, and flexibility. For Hinata, I think it's the same problem. The Juken doesn't fit her abilities. Someone's taijutsu stance should fit what they can do, not them being forced to try and fit a taijutsu stance. Yugito nodded. So in essence, the reason Hinata is failing is because she's trying to use a stance that doesn't fit her? Raphael shrugged. It's possible. It's also possible that she's simply too afraid to try and hold her ground, and that is what's messing her up. We'll observe them fighting, and see if we can determine which is the problem, he said. The two kunoichi nodded, as the trio watched Naruto help Hinata up and encourage her. The shy Hyuga meekly nodded, and the two prepared to face off again. Elsewhere, Sarutobi groaned as he looked over the piles of paperwork awaiting him. He grumbled a bit angrily as he sat down, hoping for a bit of time to rest and relax after being away on the diplomatic mission. As he set to work reading, signing and stamping papers, his secretary poked her head in. Hokage-sama, Anbu Captain Weasel wishes to speak to you, she said. Sarutobi just nodded, and she let the young Anbu member in. Sarutobi glanced up at the current youngest member of his Anbu force, who was currently wearing his full Anbu armor and the Anbu Weasel mask. What is it, Weasel-san? He asked a bit impatiently. He froze though at the words that came from the young man's mouth. Members of the Uchiha clan are planning a coup against Konoha, Itachi Uchiha said in a perfect monotone voice. Sarutobi sighed as he gave Itachi his full attention, while through his mind ran one single thought. I'm getting too old for this.